What's up, people? What's going on? What's good? What's good? I'm back. I'm back. Believe it or not, he is back. I fucked up my sleep schedule. There we go, finally. What's up, Isaac? Because my grandparents came over to have lunch. And then I took a nap afterwards because I had to get up early for that. And I ended up sleeping for like another fucking 6 hours and woke up at like 6 p.m. But regardless, okay. Albania to Finland. I don't know, man. Russia, I think it's going to be Ukraine. No? Fuck. Oh, you know what? Was it Turkey? Not Turkmenistan. Did you say Cuba sanctions were the problem with Cuba? First of all, welcome to the stream, etc. I don't think that's the... What do you mean the problem with Cuba? Fuck, what do you mean it's not Bulgaria? What? Did you say that, non-fun? I don't know what he means by the problem with Cuba. Like, is that the issue, the reason why they're not doing well? Is that what you mean? I don't think that's the primary reason, but like all else equal, obviously they're gonna make things worse. I mean, Cuba. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean. The problem with Cuba. There are a lot of problems with Cuba. He means Cuba. Oh my god, man. Oh, wow. Thanks, Logitech G-Hub. Wow, Gleeman Vox, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. That's not real time at all. Oh, I could have just done Greece. I didn't know it fucking bordered Greece. Fuck this shit, dude. I should know all their flags. Albania, Kosovo, Finland, Russia, Georgia, Turkey. What are those problems? What are their causes? Not the embargo. I mean, I don't know a ton about Cuba, but like obviously they have issues. I've heard they've had issues with access to medicine. Part of that is the fact that they're a communist regime and don't have a free market. Part of that is probably the sanctions on Cuba. I don't know. I haven't done a ton of research into it. Obviously, all else equal, the embargo is going to make things worse for Cuba. I don't think that's a controversial take. I also don't think it's controversial to say that the majority of Cuba's issues is that they have a centrally planned economy for the most part. But obviously, all else equal, that is made worse by the sanctions that we impose on Cuba. Okay. Give me a second to set this stuff up.
How much revenue do you think?
Average command economy hater. Well, it got me there. I am like, we export food and medicine. My understanding is that, fuck, I didn't do a ton of I don't have a high conviction take. Literally, if you watch, I'm assuming like you came from the debate I had in Cuba. If you watch the debate I had in Cuba, I said, I haven't done research into this. I don't really have a high conviction take. I don't know. But my understanding is, especially during COVID, it was difficult for them to get medicine. I believe there was an incident as well. Then why speak at all? Gibbs asked me to. He was like, do you want to be in a thing? I was like, I don't have a high conviction take. And he was like, come on. I was like, okay, I'll do it. I'm fine, like, giving my general opinion as long as I, God, I'm trying to think of this example. U.S., there was an example, there was a case where, like, Mexico sends medicine to Cuba. U.S. sanctions. I feel like I remember this. The Mexican government announced, I feel like we tried to punish Mexico for doing this, but I don't remember. was to send two ships to protest Cuba hit with food and medicine aid and apparent show support for the communist-run island. Mexican Navy ships, blah, 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 blah. The U.S. government announced sanctions against the Cuban security minister and special forces for their alleged role in a crackdown of anti-government protests that began earlier this month. The protests began earlier this month. Thousands of Cubans across the country took to the streets to protest food shortages that afflicted the country since the pandemic. The Cuban government has blamed the protests and what the U.S. calls finance counter-revolution, blah, 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 blah. Mexico aids included. God, I feel like we got mad at Mexico for this, but I don't remember. Oh, my favorite source, Democracy Now! I don't know, basically the same thing, but I also don't even know if it's fair to Cuba's not really like embargoed anymore. What's the definition? Doesn't embargo imply that you prevent other people from trading with them, or is that just a blockade? Do you think Cuba restricts access to... Oh, why do you think? Because they don't like free speech, because they don't want people to criticize their government. Okay, this is what we're doing from now on, guys. Okay, because I don't want to spend $50 on this stupid fucking AI. So I'm gonna this chapter while I do this. Some phone, are you ready to reanalyze, I'm assuming you meant, your worldview and politics in light of Destiny's sex offense and blackmail scab Dax coming to bite him and his community? I don't know why that would really make me reevaluate my entire worldview. I don't even... Again, none of this stuff is new. This stuff came out of... Obviously, you know, it's leaks or whatever, so maybe you shouldn't have trusted them as much as, like, you know, when someone, like, Pixie verifies it and provides more information. But, like, all this stuff came out, like, a month ago to me. Like, I don't know, like... None of the information is really that new to me. All that's changed is that Pixie is like announcing she's suing him. Does socialism work anywhere? I don't know what you mean by socialism, but like I'm not a socialist. I don't know what you're. I don't know why we're pressing me for my non-high conviction takes when I'm not even a socialist. Does he need a blackmail racket in public? I'm aware. What do you mean? Yes, I knew that a month ago when Melina confirmed, yes, that her nudes were shared unconsensually. A month ago. It's not new. Now I get to fuck up my sleep schedule even more. With Monster Energy, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Pentuple is an idiot or real. Okay. Seems like enough people are here now. Let me start the short stream as well. You drink PPG beer? No. I've never done an alcohol before. You mean cocaine? I do so much cocaine. Base first message? Wait, that isn't... What do you mean? That's not... I mean, Testicle Johnson's been here before. Testicle Johnson's a long time not a fan. What about Medicare for All? Any thoughts? And I'm a super high conviction take again, but I feel like a public option would be beneficial. I'm Canadian. We are pretty freaked about the tariffs. To be honest, it could send both countries into a recession. Probably, man. True, I'm a massive non-fun stan. We should. Okay. this short stream does not seem to be where. Oh, wait, here we go. Wait, is it working? It doesn't matter that much. It's not. Thanks for the sub, Tesco Johnson. Hell yeah. What do I wait? Hold on. I don't know why I called you Tesco Johnson. It's just Tessie Johnson, but fuck. I'm stupid. Hold on. I fucked shit up. Well, whatever. Well, you know what? We're just gonna run with it. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just gonna fix the title, but actually, it's Tesco Johnson. I just thought you knew all. I might honestly. I don't. That's my handle on Twitter. Oh, I don't know. Like I might have. You might have a different account or something where I feel like I had to have some basis for that, right? And I just didn't. I feel like you probably refer to yourself that somewhere or something for me to say that. I don't feel like I would just say that. I don't feel like I'm that like just randomly like dyslexic or whatever. But here, let me just fix this real quick. Also, let me. Oh, wait, did I just start? Did I? Couple of retard not fun chat real. Your tariff debate was great. Can you recap your thoughts in a short statement? I've done a lot of tariff debates. This one, tariffs are just not a net benefit, and they fail to do. First of all, the goals they try to accomplish are misguided, and second of all, they often struggle to even accomplish those goals. Okay, I don't know how I messed things up so badly. Give me a second. YouTube video ID. Activate source. Okay, now Jubilee, your messages should show up. Okay. Basically, this debate, all right. A, I have to chapter it. B, I want to review it. Okay. I came out of it feeling pretty good. Okay. And then immediately afterwards, I went on a walk and I listened to it, right? And then I edited it as well. Okay. Now, this debate is an example of that bell chart meme. Okay. So here we have, look at that chart, beautiful. So here we have people like Bentuple who think that they won. Okay. So this is the dumb people, right? And then, here we have like anyone with more than 2 brain cells is like, this meme won't work. What do you mean it won't work? Yes, it will. Anyone with more than 2 brain cells, thinks it was a joint, non-fun Econoboy W, okay? I spelled my own name wrong. I think the really smart people think Pentuple won. Well, here we have the intelligent people like myself and maybe Econoboy too. Econoboy, I love you. Okay. No hate. Who realize what this debate represents is actually, we won in nominal terms, but in real terms, we lost, okay? In real terms, we lost. The amount of, random interruptions, times I didn't get to finish my point, it's, Econoboy like socialist ideas, doesn't he? He's basically socialist at this point. He'll tell you he's a capitalist. He's a socialist. No. Econoboy is relatively he would still call himself a capitalist, but you won on facts. Here's the issue. Again, in nominal terms that matters. In real terms it doesn't matter because they don't care about facts. Because they don't care about facts. They don't care about anything. They don't care about truth. It's so frustrating. None of these people are going to reevaluate anything after this, and it's what I said. It's invincible ignorance. Yeah, Jesus. Okay.
All right. Anyway, welcome to Give Me a Break. How's
we'll
everybody?
see.
Everybody's doing well. It's fucking cold here in Texas, as I'm sure some other Texas panelists can attest to. So, we have nothing but to do but be mad about that, I think. And today is a great example. Also, I want to say, this is a safe place. There's no wall here. Any DGG refugees, I know there's a lot going on. I will welcome you all with open arms to the Church of Gibbs. It's wild times over here. I know it's crazy times out there. But we're going to provide you with some content, not drama-related tonight, and talk about real issues. And I'm excited to have a bunch of guests here to do it. Starting with one of my old friends here, Miss Abby. She's here to tell us all about the URS.
You confirmation bias? Real.
Take it away. Tell us who you are and where you find you.
It's really fun to win an entire panel, so they understood what a convoy said, but Tuple didn't. Yeah. Are you being blackpilled in a position where you argued with me a few days ago? Into what was your position? I don't know. The position I'm being blackpilled into is that, like, I don't know how to fix this, but, like, it's just incredibly, like, frustrating, and, like, it's frustrating, and I have to find some way to, like, God, I have to find a way to embarrass people more. Pentuple, because people aren't going to come out of this thinking Pentuple and the other girl were embarrassed enough when they should all be embarrassed. And also it sucks. This is not a black pill position. I know, like, any debate is like a this is how you know, okay, that you lost in real terms, when they say something and you have 16 different responses to it, and you have to, like, min-max the best response because you're not even going to be able to finish one. You won't even be able to finish a single response. So, like, you have to choose the response that, like, you think is gonna, like, go down. Can you join real quick? Yeah, sure. You guys know what NC? It's confirmation. What is confirmation bias? It's yeah. This guy's not even joining. Non for 20 is his second worst name. What's up?
There's a delay. You gotta give me time. There's a delay. There's a delay. Jesus. Non-fawning?
Yeah. You're really quiet. You might want to...
Yeah, I had to record on the Substack website, and on the Substack website, my mic was really, really loud, so I had to turn down the gain on my mic. Am I good now?
Yeah.
Okay. But I just remembered I was talking a little bit ago, and it was me, you, Sample, and then Menard joined, and we won't focus on that part. But where I was talking about, like, how, like, a lot of time with facts, like, you can bring as many facts as you want, but it just won't work. And, like, the way, like, you kind of want to go into debates never, like, taking into account what the other person's gonna think the entire time. All you can really do is just, like, play to the audience. Like, you really just have to be, like, the most convincing in terms of, like, how the audience perceives you. Like, because Pentuple's never gonna sit down and be like, hey man, I actually think maybe non-fun was right. Like, that's never happening.
Sure. But I don't even know, again, I don't know how it's possible to, like, embarrass him enough where the audience realizes how, like, dumb he is without when it's so impossible to, like, finish a point or, like, do it, or, like...
The funniest part is that's almost impossible nowadays, because now you can just be genuinely wrong, and it can be, like, the meme, right? That can literally be the meme that you're wrong, and you can play into it. Like, I hate it, but Trump does it best. Like, he can be deadly wrong on something, but he'll just do it shamelessly to the point of, like, you would be arguing about whether or not this is true, but it kind of doesn't matter.
It doesn't, yeah.
One part is going to accept it is true and take action from that. One part is going to accept that it's not true and take action on that.
Then,
whether or not the actual factual substance changes nothing.
And it's so, like, another frustrating thing kind of to do with that. It's like, you know, they kept saying, like, you know, make foreign nations pay. And, like, they said it enough, like, at the end, I was like, we do recognize it is people in the U.S. paying the tariffs, right? Because, but, like, the reason I never wanted to say that earlier is because, you know, God, I've had, like, other debates where this happened, like with Brass House before, where we spend, like, 30 minutes, like, going back and forth, and, like, at the very end, it's like, you know, we'll come to the conclusion, which is the position I always held, which is obviously it's people in the U.S. paying the tariff, and sometimes some of the incidents is on the other country because they have to lower their export prices. Now, this is I mean, who pays something is different than who the incidence is on. Like the example I use, like the employer side payroll tax, technically the money goes from the company to like Social Security, but it is actually the worker who's paying it or who the incidence falls on, because like the company just factors that into how much it costs to hire an employee, right? But we'll spend like 30 minutes on the stupid fucking autistic point, and then at the very end they'll accept it as a win because they're like, well, sometimes some of the incidence is on the other country because they lower export prices, and it's like that was never. It's like
it's because you value.
That was always my position. I'm just like, God, it's so frustrating. I'm just like,
the problem is you handle yourself. Like whenever you answer a question, you don't want to get caught in the. I think you expect more from these people, where you're like, well, I don't want to say there isn't some impotence on these other nations, because what if they bring up like, no, you don't even need to like hedge. Like they don't know that. To be fair, like you're just giving their argument more credence.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, some of them, I don't know if they would have. I mean,
do you think either one of those people would have mentioned that?
I think they would have mentioned it. I don't think they would have any empirical basis for it. Now, there are studies that show some of the incidences on the other country. I honestly have never seen a study where the incidence on the other country is more than 10%. And I think the highest is obviously like China, and they're willing to subsidize their exports. So the fact it's not even like 10% for them when they already have companies that export that are losing money probably suggests that like, hey, clearly the majority of the incidence is on the country imposing the tariffs. It sucks.
I will say someone else in chat said it, and I don't know if you ended up doing. I didn't watch a lot of this. I would come and join in, talk to you, see how it's going, and then every time you had like a worse reaction. But I do remember I said I'll say his formal name, Testicle Johnson. He said the same thing I said to you in the middle of the debate, where I said you need to start pinning them down to points, because you were bad about that.
I tried to do that the very first thing, and like this girl just screamed at me. She's
Slither?
like, yeah, I know. There was at one point where she said, I have this in the intro of the video, where she said, you like to get specific and nail down on specific points. And I'm like, yes, it showcases you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, of course I do. And then like, God, I had this really good line. It's also in the intro where I'm like, okay, you guys hate it so fucking much when I try to drill down on these specific points, but you also hate it when I ever cite an expert on anything. It's like, I can't cite the experts, but also I can't bring these specific points up. I don't have to cite experts. I can walk you through Economics 101 together, but you refuse to do that. And I said it's invincible ignorance, and that's a hard line that I stole from Paul Krugman, but I utilized it better.
You shouldn't have said you got it from. We could just act like.
I should have, but well, I don't want to play. Well, I do plagiarize Krugman in everything I say ever. So. Yeah. My sleep schedule is also cooked, so I'm just gonna be in the background watching this with you. Bye. Okay. Putting them down on points is not how debates are won. It's about winning the. Well, I think it. Well, I think it can be good for the audience sometimes, but.
I am Abby. You can find me on X at Avers09. I am a corporate executive, so for a large multi-billion-dollar company, and I run a $20 million market for that company. So here in Texas.
Fantastic. Texans. Helping Texans. She's helping me out. Moving from one Texan to another Texan. Let's go to Econoboy.
Hey everyone, I'm Econoboy. I think Gibbs and I have appeared on a few panels together. So, if you're interested in my stuff, most of the new content I'm making nowadays is on Substack. So Substack, econoboy.substack.com. I think those are how the domains work. Other than that, I do a podcast called Live and Learn and another podcast called 3-1. So, search those up if you're interested in hearing about politics and policy, respectively.
You're using the wrong mic again, Econoboy.
I was going to say your mic did sound a little strange.
I always accidentally start with camera mic. All right, 1 second.
Yeah, my camera was doing something weird to start too, but we heard the message at least. So yeah, check him out. He's a big time Live and Learn guy, real interesting stuff. I hate all his takes, but he's a fun one to argue with. I love it. You're moving on to someone else who I hate all their takes. Non-Fon 420.
Yeah, my name is Klaus Schwab. I don't think anyone got this joke, by the way, which I'm upset about. YouTube channel, Non-Fon. I stream on Twitch, Non-Fon. The guy, I said my turn around and show me what's behind. The guy Klaus Schwab, he's the head of the WEF. 420 kick Non-Fon. You muted? What do you mean I'm muted? 420. You can check me out if you want to see me research a bunch of boring stuff and then debate people on it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And finally, we got the head of MAGA headquarters on Twitter.
What would you do better? Regulate stock market to protect retail investors? I don't know, honestly. I don't have a strong take on stock market regulation.
Which, you know,
That's
Great
right.
reset, yeah.
Unofficial head of the unofficial MAGA headquarters over here. I do a lot of streaming on Twitch. That's where you'll find me. I do baseball.
Okay, I don't care about the just people plugging themselves.
They're kind of memeing on the truth is,
their take on the ERS, why it's good, why it's bad. What should we do?
yeah, I think that the truth is I don't think that the ERS is and I don't know that I've seen much rhetoric to the effect that the ERS is like calamitously bad or it's just the most horrible thing in the world or anything like that. I think mostly what you've seen is comments from people like me that are kind of memeing on the idea of like, the Department of Government Efficiency and they're starting another redundant government department. From the research that I've done, most countries tend to organize their
I'll
their
miss you
tariffs and
too,
duties,
Isaac.
under basically some sort of organization that's already in charge of border enforcement and border patrol. That's what America does. That's what Canada does. The UK does. I looked it up, and I mean certainly there's some enforcement problems with tariffs, but that's true with any form of taxation. I don't know that starting a dedicated.
By the way, I don't have I want to say, God, this debate backpilled me so much. So I want to say I should probably do like a day or probably like find some like research about tariff avoidance, because I know tariffs are actually one of the easier taxes to avoid. Especially if you only place them on like one country. Like there's an example of like I think it was I think Turkey like placed a bunch of like tariffs on Israel, and there's a good example of them of people avoiding them just by moving their production like technically over the border or whatever. But it's not worth it. It's not. That's why I'm so black-pilled. Okay, it's not worth. I don't know how to make these conversations better, but oh my God, it's not worth it.
Would really solve a lot of those problems. And if that dedicated agency is just built out with the people with the expertise from this.
If you import China steel to like Japan and you buy from Japan, is the steel seen as China from Japan? So that is actually, a way to avoid tariffs, believe it or not. I'm shitting and thinking about you, non-fun. Thanks, Nate. I appreciate it. Based.
VP anyway. I just don't really see the logic in it, especially when generally speaking, this administration, they're trying to get rid of like they think the Department of Education, that specialization isn't worth it. We're going to reassign all those duties, but then we're going to start the External Revenue Service. I don't know. It just seems.
What's going on with YouTube chat? What do you mean? What's going on with YouTube chat?
A little bit odd to me, but I'm sure that's amongst the most minor of things that Trump is planning on doing. That I'll say.
I think Pentapple is honest about this. I don't want to say it's ignorance, but lack of knowledge about it is ignorance, because I've had previous debates with him. It's ignorance in that he will refuse to read or refuse to engage with any of my points. Seems like he might be open to learning from. No, he's not. No, he. I don't care what you have to say. I literally don't want to engage with you at all. Kid from Google.
At least it's a little bit odd.
All right, thank you so much. Moving to let's move to you, Pentapple. Give us the MAGA take.
All right. I know you wanted me to come prepared, so I wrote my opening statement on my lunch break today.
Fun fact, I sent him an economics textbook before this debate, and I sent him, like, on Twitter, whenever I made a blog post, I would say, hey, Pentapple, @Pentapple, you should read this, by the way. Notably, he read neither the textbook nor my blog post, so...
I'm proud of you. I'm very proud.
Yeah, so forgive me if it's a little reading, but Americans are overtaxed, and clearly our government is over-relying on taxes and the IRS for revenue collection. Foreign countries benefit greatly from accessing our markets, and they would pay
Also, I'm not even... Dog kill me. Again, there's 16 different responses to all of these points, and you have to min-max so much, and it's so fucking annoying. But are we the US is not that high of a tax country relative to even other OECD countries, is my understanding. Yeah.
to access these markets. They can try to pass those costs off to consumers, but for products that are made in the US, it's more likely they'll have to eat the cost of the tariffs. All of these tariffs will have to be implemented carefully and strategically and individually, which is what the ERS would be for. So I won't play expert here and argue about what individual specific tariffs. But generally speaking, when implemented correctly, these tariffs will be revenue generated from foreign profits being made in our country. There are a lot of variables depending on the product being imported, from whether it's...
Also, God, what's frustrating again is the min-max. It's having to choose which points to min-max on, because you're never going to be able to finish a point. And where's my debate with CTV? When CTV said basically the same thing, my response was, clearly if tariff, the US is benefiting from trade with other countries, right? So even if companies are quote unquote making foreign profits overseas or whatever, and we want to tax them, O'Connor Boy proposed the social wealth fund. I didn't explain it because Pentapple can't even understand what a sovereign wealth fund is, so he's not going to understand what a DBCFT is, but I said a DBCFT. But it's it's a really we're clearly gaining from trade with these countries, right? A basic comparative advantage model will show you we're we're gaining from trade. There's a lot of stuff that we get from trade. There's probably jobs that we get from trade. I shouldn't even say there are jobs that we get from trade. It maybe it's a little bit disputable whether or not it's a net job increase. I would obviously say it almost certainly is a net job increase, but I mean, at least that's a little bit disputable, maybe. But like me, CTV spent like maybe an hour, like just going over like. Actually, it couldn't be. It was only 90 minutes. It was like 30 minutes or something. Like just going back and forth. It was like, oh, countries are benefiting from our Navy, but like they don't pay any tariffs. And it's like, well, one, the U.S. pays tariffs, and two, we're benefiting from trade with them. It's not like they're getting something for nothing. We benefit from trade with them. We get products. We get shit from France, and we get shit from Germany, and we get shit from China.
Necessity or a market good or something like AirPods, or what level of volatility people expect in this product.
Do you think any tariffs are helpful? I think when we went through this in the debate, I think tariffs can be helpful for, national security. Oh, Jesus. Cool name. For national security reasons. So, for example, I think I said that we should probably tariff drones from China so we can make drones here, and tariff, batteries, because we probably need to have some level of battery production here for national security reasons. Oh, this was, I think it was this. Maybe it wasn't. God, there's a story. Sample, where are you, Sample? Where's the story about, it's either Turkey placed tariffs in Israel or Israel placed tariffs in Turkey, and like, they were able to like completely avoid them, but just by changing which port they exported from or something.
But and probably dozens of other variables related to
It's not just about the tax rate itself, but what you get out of it. That's true as well. But and I'm sure, Convoy would have loved to have that discussion, but obviously we were talking about just like the ERS and tariffs, and not really the more macro view of like how high should our tax rate be and what should we do with it. The American taxpayer is completely screwed over. Ridiculous amounts of foreign aid. I mean, our foreign aid is like 1% of the fucking budget, man. It's like 1 to 2% of our budget. Mismanagement, bad social programs. I think most of our social programs are probably net benefit, but
don't know about. But the ERS will allow the government to more effectively and clearly collect tariff revenue, which will alleviate the burden on the taxpayer. It will also allow for very strategic and
I don't even alleviate the burden on a taxpayer. Again, like the way he's speaking makes me think that he literally thinks it's like other countries paying tariffs. It's people in the US that pay tariffs. I don't know what you mean. I probably should have brought this up, but like, I think it's like the bottom 50% of people pay like $600 in income tax. Whereas tariffs, because income tax is progressive. The people in lower income brackets just don't pay much in taxes, right? Most of them actually get more in benefits than they pay in taxes. Like the lower two quintiles, I think, in America effectively have a negative rate. They just don't pay much in taxes. Tariffs are regressive. They tax poor people more than rich people. Like, what do you mean you're going to alleviate I think, like, obviously these estimates are hard to make, but it's like, I think some of the estimates from the Tax Foundation were like, this represents like a net tax burden for the bottom two brackets. Like they're going to pay like $600 more a year in taxes or something. Like you're replacing a progressive tax with a regressive tax. What's up, Birdman? Welcome back.
Intentional moves, making sure that as we transition into a more tariff-based system, we maintain those positive relationships with our allies. Like I said, these tariffs will have to be very careful.
Also, this is not going to help a positive relationship with our allies. Hate to break it to you,
individually
but
implemented, and that's what the ERS would be able to professionally handle. If we have an IRS for internal revenue, I think it only makes sense that as we transition to a system that also relies on external revenue that we have an ERS. Tariffs are an untapped source of revenue. Even if you think the American government isn't overtaxing the American taxpayer, I think the ERS is a chance of bringing enough change in our system to actually start reversing our national debt and alleviating the burden on the taxpayer.
All right, thank you so much. Non-fun.
And also, there's just no tariffs. Just don't raise that much revenue. Like literally, even 20% universal tariffs. I think the estimate from the Tax Foundation would. I think the estimate, assuming like no avoidance and no reduced trade, which is not going to happen. There's going to be avoidance, and we're going to reduce imports. That's half the point of tariffs, is that you reduce imports and we start making shit here. Was like at most you would raise $600 million. That's not that much. Again, income tax raises like 2.2 trillion. I think Cato has. Where's Erica York? Oh no, maybe 650 billion is what the trade decrease, but maybe not avoidance. But yeah, there's a revenue. I mean, it's the Laffer curve. Conservatives love the Laffer curve. Like, at some point, the tax rate becomes so high that you shrink the tax base so much that increasing it actually decreases the amount of revenue you get. So at some point, you know, the revenue maximizing point of tariffs, which I think she says is like, you know, 50%, 40 to 50%, would raise between 450 to 650 billion. So you're not going to get even the income tax out of tariffs. Fuck the video replay, which is I just want to go over it. Again, I'm trying to chapter it too. I don't care about separating our opening statements, but yeah. Well, first I'd like to apologize. Yeah, what's up, cheek me? My mom, she told me to be nicer in debates, and I intend on being anything but, okay? At least one of my opponents here has zero. Tariffs with a high level of conviction. I intend to showcase this cluelessness, not just the technical economic terms, but even the basic rules of economics in this debate. This lack of understanding is to be expected, however, as anyone who falls for Trump's mercantilist rhetoric is clearly misinformed about the foundation of economics. Both theory and empirical evidence suggest that trade and trade deficits don't decrease net jobs, they don't reduce wages, they lead to increased productivity, and conversely, theory and evidence both demonstrate that tariffs increase prices, they decrease productivity, they decrease net jobs, and often fail to accomplish even their misguided goals to reduce a trade deficit or bring manufacturing back. Head dent check. My side profile is so horrible that I don't want to. I don't want to just turn all the way. I have a very big nose and very weak jaw, but I do have a little bit of a head dent. Tariffs are not a particularly efficient way to raise revenue. Whatever problems we might have with the income tax, it at least is not. So when you brought up your mommy, did you mean me? Yeah, I meant you, Ophelia. Yes. Of course. Invite foreign nations to retaliate upon us. If we are to discuss the use of tariffs as a negotiation tool to make other countries lower their trade barriers, it should be noted that these temporary tariffs cannot be used as a source of long-term revenue that finances these other tax cuts. Tariffs that raise revenue also aren't effective at bringing manufacturing back, as the more consumers respond to price increases by purchasing domestic products, the less consumers spend on the tariffed foreign goods that bring in the revenue. Second, I would like the concession that free trade is an overall good, and then we can discuss the best ways to get there. I'm not inclined to think that Trump actually wants to use. Never did that, by the way. We never did that. God, I hate the. I don't think I've ever been able to do that successfully. They always find a way to deflect. I'm like, okay, maybe those macking this kid is real. It's like, okay, you know, maybe you have a point about the negotiation thing. Can we at least agree that free trade is good and that's the end goal we should strive for? Can we at least agree there? And they always find a way to deflect and never answer. God, it's so annoying. Just as a negotiation tool, however, since he constantly rants your real friends will call you ugly to your face. Don't worry, I have plenty of real friends that do that. What's up, Kyle? Are you still here? Zach, you still here?
These and claims that foreign
Ness, where's Ness? Ness would do it.
Countries pay tariffs, whilst naming the agency that collects them the External Revenue Service. Theory and evidence are definitively on our side, and the only way at least one of my opponents sees otherwise is through invincible ignorance. That's why I'm comfortable predicting and likely my other opponent will not seriously engage with any of the empirical evidence of theory, nor will they be able to.
By the way, I need to edit a video of these predictions being right. I was exactly right. They didn't engage with me. They both refused to engage with me.
To demonstrate that these tariffs actually provide a net benefit.
They did not do that. Lisp maxing. I do have a Lisp. I didn't bring it up this time because again I have to min-max so fucking much, and like the last debate I had it was with Wick, Pentupple, and the two people on the other side it was me and Wick against Pentupple and average debate enjoyer Tyler. I was like, okay, so let's say I agree that like we're going to bring manufacturing back. Okay. How is that a net benefit? And they can't elaborate. They can't elaborate. They refuse to elaborate. And then they're like, why don't you explain it? I'm like, okay, easy. There's an opportunity to cost everything. If you increase employment in the manufacturing sector, that comes at the cost of decreasing employment in other sectors. Like the resources for that increased manufacturing don't just come out of nowhere. They come from other sectors, higher productivity sectors that pay people more, that, have higher productivity in those jobs and therefore earn more in wages. But again, it's so frustrating that I can't ever finish a point. So I'm never going to be able to say more than one thing on any particular thing.
And instead we'll just...
0.75% of one thing on any particular point that they make, because I'm not allowed to finish, right? So
focus on some localized losses whilst making statements and sound absurd to anyone of you.
That is true, Tesco Johnson. As well, I felt good coming out of this, but when I rewatched it, I was like, I should have interrupted them more, and B, I should have insisted that I get to fucking finish, okay? Because I remember there were like 2 separate times where we were talking about the effects of tariffs in manufacturing, and I was like, hey, by the way, there's a study that estimates the equivalent sized export tax on the manufacturing sector of Trump steel tariffs, right? Because if you tariff steel and manufacturing companies use steel to make their shit that they export, that is equivalent to, there's other reasons why tariffing goods is equivalent to an export tax, but that's part of the reason why tariffs also act as an export tax. And hey, by the way, guess what? We have empirical evidence for this. I think it was the Justin Pierce study that that I cited that literally said these tariffs were equivalent to a 2% tax on exports. God, for real, let's just do like 13. I don't want to be clowning on a child. I am 19, so I am an adult. Don't worry. Barely. Basic high school level knowledge economics. Who knows? Maybe Tuple will even start muting me and calling me a kid on Google again, despite the fact that I've streamed all my research and my notes are publicly available. I didn't get to use this, by the way. This is my strategy if that happened. I had this up my sleeve. Okay. I have this mask that that I use to listen to music and sleep. And if he that's fixed pie fallacy. Increasing manufacturing employment doesn't necessarily decrease employment in other sectors. There's no evidence that there. You know, it's funny. There is evidence that free trade increases the pie. It increases the rate at which we grow. There's no evidence that just increasing manufacturing increases the rate at which we grow, increases the size of the pie. There's no evidence for that. There's no reason to believe it in theory. But I had this, and I was gonna say, oh, I'm a kid on Google. Oh, I'm reading Google. Oh, I'll do this fucking debate blindfolded. Didn't get to use it though, unfortunately. To limit your responses to specific challenges to no more than 3 points. I mean, I feel like I only ever got out 1 or 2 points when it came to things. Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm not gonna try to gish gallop them and say 16 different things for everything that they say, even though I could do that. But yeah, doing so would demonstrate the lack of maturity and knowledge. Also, what's up, Jay-Z? Fired to defend his position to the stream.
All right. Well, that was the nice take of the night so far. All right. Abby, follow that one up.
Well, had I realized coming into this that we were going to be writing our statements with ChatGPT, I would have done that, but I didn't get that hint.
Wow.
So instead, I'm going to go in and go after a couple things that you said there. And you're talking about tariffs and tariffs and tariffs. I was also under the understanding that this was going to be for the External Revenue Service, not tariffs specifically, but...
Look at that cat. Where's my cat? I don't know where my cat is.
Why we need the ERS to get those tariffs. So I think you kind of went out in left field, but if we bring it back to the ERS in general, the main problem that people are commenting on with ERS is it's redundant. It's redundant, we don't need it, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's because they don't typically understand where it comes from. It looks like you guys all have an understanding. It's Customs and Border Patrol. And with the fact that they're going to be incredibly busy deporting millions of people over the next couple years, I think it's imperative that we do have an External Revenue Service with the ultimate goal of getting rid of the IRS in general and not taxing the American people. If you think about...
Also, this was insane. I can't believe that she... First of all, again, tariffs tax American people. Maybe I should have fought back on that immediately. But also, the reason tariffs were used to finance a lot of government spending in the early days is because government spending was 3% of GDP, and we just didn't have the technology to do other type of taxes then. Tariffs were really easy to implement. Now that it is easier to implement a lot of other more efficient taxes, and government spending is 25% of GDP, tariffs are not going to raise 25% of GDP. They're just not going to do that. Trade isn't 25. Trade is 4% of GDP or something, man.
Why America was founded to begin with. I mean, you go all the way back to...
Oh my God, that is Trump's signature. I didn't realize that.
They didn't want to be taxed without representation, and then it was going to be no tax. And it was no tax up until about World War I. And then all of a sudden, income tax comes in, and it's only going to be for the top 3%. It's now for everybody, up to 40% in some cases, and it's ridiculous. We should have other countries paying for those things.
Also, Sample mentioned this. The effective rate of income tax is not 40%. She's confusing marginal rates and effective rates. No one is taxed 40% effective rate via income tax. It's that's the highest marginal rate is 35% or something, right?
It also increases the chance of those companies deciding to just build the product in America, go back to manufacturing things here as we should, especially as robots and technology. God, I should have... come further into the future. We should bring those manufacturing jobs back while we can.
this was fuck. I have like I don't know if I should. I'm rethinking everything. I don't know if I should have done it. I don't know what to. Again, it's so frustrating. I have to min-max these things so fucking much. Okay.
This is the chance of those companies deciding to just build the product in America, go back to manufacturing.
Like, okay, build a product here, right? The thing I said is that there's going to be a trade-off between revenue and, you know, building stuff here, right? The more consumers respond to an increase in prices by, you know, buying stuff made here, the less that they spend on the tariffed goods that bring in revenue. There's a trade-off between those two things, okay? Increasing in manufacturing any sector would definitely be part of an increase in GDP. Not if you decrease other sectors. What do you mean, brother? All sectors increasing productivity lead to GDP growth. There's no evidence that tariffs would increase productivity. Mechanistically, the theory behind it gives a really good reason why they wouldn't, because trade is mechanistically productivity increasing. Trade increases the amount of fucking the amount of and things you can get with the same amount of resources because of specialization gains from trade. Like, what do you compare to advantage, brother? It's mechanistically pro productivity, and two, the empirical evidence suggests that tariffs decrease productivity. There's that big like IMF study, 151 countries, 50 years, found that tariffs decrease productivity. There's no reason to believe. Why would you assume in a reduction to other sectors that isn't baked in? Because resources don't come out of nowhere. Because there's a few different reasons. So one, there's a relative profitability reason. The tax foundation is like a good example, drawing up that like, hey, you know, let's imagine a country that imports clothes and exports aircrafts. If we place a tariff on clothing, that increases the relative profitability of the aircraft sector. Of the clothing sector. So investment flows in to the clothing sector and away from the aircraft manufacturing sector. They say like, oh, by the way, hey, an export tax would do the same thing in a different way. An export tax in the aircraft sector would, you know, change the relative profitability of the aircraft sector to be less than that of the clothing sector. So investment would flow away from the aircraft sector and towards the clothing sector. So that's a way they demonstrate the, you know, export tax and import tax symmetry. But it also shows that like, hey, resources for the tariffed good come from other sectors. The U.S. is almost at full employment. The economy is running pretty hot right now. If the economy is running pretty hot, that's representative of the fact that there aren't idle resources just waiting to be used, right? So like if think it's called crowding out. Like think of, you know, if the economy is running pretty hot and the government spends a ton of money to employ people, well, you know, it's not fixed by fallacy to say those people that government employs are going to come from other sectors because like we're at full employment. The evidence suggests that we're, you know, very near full employment. So we should assume that there aren't just idle resources that are going to be used up when we tariff goods. We should assume that the resources come from other sectors. That's the most reasonable assumption.
Manufacturing things here as we should, especially as robots and technology come further into the future. We should bring those.
But again, so the first debate I had of Quintuple, I focused heavily on this. I think I used opportunity cost is not even that technical of a term, but I think I probably used too many technical terms to get this point across. And maybe if I dumped it down a little, it would have made sense. But I was like, I was just hyper focused on I was like, you know, let's assume that I didn't hyper focus on it. But a big thing was like, you know, let's assume tariffs do this or whatever. You know, there's an opportunity cost to everything. You know, if we bring manufacturing back, that means less resources being used for a higher productivity service sector jobs that we should probably want. Again, What's Wrong with Protectionism book has a good way of framing it. Fuck you, Google Notion. This increased domestic output is a waste or deadweight loss because the good in question could be imported at a better price while domestic producers were able to produce something else instead. So, that's a good way of framing it as deadweight loss and opportunity cost. Everything after a tariff is imposed, domestic resources previously used and still could be used to produce other goods are reallocated to produce domestically an additional quantity of the protected good. And I could have because it went poorly in the last debate, I didn't do this. But like, I could have been like, you recognize, maybe I should have done this. Like, you recognize there's an opportunity cost there, right? Like, you have to recognize these resources otherwise could have been used for other things. And then her point about automation, like, we're gonna bring jobs back, especially as automation is taking off. Like, just doesn't seem to make sense to me, considering manufacturing is susceptible to automation, arguably even more than service sector jobs are. Like, what are you talking about? Girl, what do you mean? In fact, believe it or not, a lot of reason manufacturing jobs have disappeared isn't because of trade, it's because of automation. We have studies on this. We have a lot of studies. The highest the highest amount of jobs lost due to automation, jobs lost due to trade versus jobs lost due to automation I've seen for manufacturing is 43% lost to trade, which still means that that's not net job losses. That's just manufacturing job losses. Obviously, there are other jobs created in other sectors because of the trade, but that still means the majority of jobs were lost due to automation, not due to trade. And there are other estimates that put it at like 90%. I forget what fucking blog post I mentioned this in. I think it's this one. Highest I've seen is this one, who estimates 2.4 million job losses. I list some others in this tweet. Oh, new free subscriber. Yeah, 2.4 million. This is 9 out of 10 were due to productivity, 1 out of 10 by trade, 20% were due to trade. These are all about the China shock, by the way. Dog kill me, dog kill me, dog kill me.
Manufacturing jobs back while we can to produce it faster, especially with the plans to deregulate.
All right, fantastic. Stick up, boys and girls.
Okay, 11:47. You have a blog. What's the URL? My blog posts aren't very like in depth or like smart sounding or anything, but it's just on.blog. Revenue and onshoring. Okay, well, I mean, the reason I'm bringing up tariffs is because the entire point of the IRS is to implement tariffs, and I think tariffs are a bad way of raising revenue. And I'd also ask you, you do recognize that there's a like direct trade-off between the number of manufacturing jobs we bring back with tariffs, right, and the amount of revenue tariffs raise, right?
Well, but if you get rid of IRS, also, that's another stream of revenue that the American people will have. So it may raise prices just a little bit. It may bring back all these jobs, but it's better for us to have the jobs here. We may have to pay more for items. We're already paying more for. Also,
again, I don't know if I should have done this. I don't know if I should have done this. She's just, it's better to have these jobs here. Why? Justify it. Why? I don't know. Again, it could have gone poorly, but there's an opportunity to cost everything. Trudeau is making this so much worse by sticking around. Trump will never recognize the PM that has resigned. Well, what do you mean by sticking? Or I mean, he announced that he would resign after they choose a new leader, right? Isn't that how? I don't know much about Canadian politics. Isn't that how it usually works? Am I wrong in that?
Items without getting the jobs. So we might as well, if we're going to pay more for items anyways, and we're going to have this indefinite increase in prices, which bringing energy back, you can argue that those prices are going to go down. It will all eventually even out. I don't see the issue.
So I mean, first of all, like, we're already energy independent, and before I respond to like the having jobs here argument, you do recognize the more that consumers respond to the price increase, right? We never got to the having jobs here argument. We never did it. Why would I ever think I could finish buying domestic goods that make these jobs here? The less we bring in revenue. You do recognize there's a direct trade-off there, right? You have to recognize that.
All of these things.
Wait, don't bail her out. Don't bail her out. Don't bail her out. No, shut up. Don't bail her out. Guess what? He bailed her out. You know to answer that.
No, this is exactly.
Also leads to a reduction in investment spending in those sectors, suppressing GDP. Wait, what does? I don't know why. I think that trade usually leads to a increase in investment, considering the fact that, you know, trade deficit is equal to the amount of foreign capital brought in, right? Like, we have a financial sector surplus. In fact, the trade deficit in the U.S. largely reflects the fact that the U.S. is a really good place to invest, and foreigners want to invest in the U.S. S minus I equals NX.
Where we knew you would go, because you want to go into like specific and try to get like.
I don't know why imports don't. imports don't like really subtract from GDP. Like that's an accounting thing because imports are invisibly included in the first three components of GDP. So we just subtract them at the end to get rid of it, to get rid of the imports that are invisibly included in other sectors. But
touches on numbers. This is what the ERS would have.
Good night, off on. Enjoy it. Thanks for stopping by, etc. I appreciate it. Or it's your first time here. Nice. Okay, see ya.
Professionals handling and figuring out how much can this tariff be? What products need to be tariffed? Which products are we producing in America that we need to help out these businesses? These aren't just like blanket ideas that Twitch streamers are going to.
Don't bail her out, Double. Don't bail her out. Double, don't bail her out. No, shut up. Don't bail her out. I need her to answer that. What's up, man? Okay. How do you feel about the fact that we are all women now? As Localist isn't here, but Localist keeps telling me that I'm trans, so I don't know what to tell you. I think I'm okay with it. I'm using NDP, but will never support flip flop. I don't know who this guy. I don't know Canadian politics. I don't know who these people are.
No, this is exactly where we knew you would go because you want to go into like specific and try to get like gotchas on numbers. This is what the ERS would have professionals handling and figuring out how much can this tariff be? What products need to be tariffed? Which products are we producing in America that we need to help out these businesses? These aren't just like blanket ideas that Twitch streamers are going to throw out. These are going to be professionals.
Also, this guy, if Trump actually come February 1st, okay, 7 days from now, if Trump actually puts 25% tariffs on either everything from Mexico and Canada or just like 90% of things from Mexico and Canada, this guy won't apologize. He won't.
Who are handling it. So you can dive into this all you want. Nobody's going to want to deal with or engage with it.
Okay, first of all, no, you don't give a... Okay, also, no one wants to deal with it, engage with it. I know you don't want engagement, Tuffle. I'm aware.
I don't think that Trump is... I don't think that the 25% number, or the 20% number, or the 100% number, or the 10% number, I don't know that Trump is like engaging in a lot of professional technical discourse when he's throwing out the amounts that we should tariff certain products. I mean, look at...
We're getting to see. That's the public watching, right? Do you think he's doing the same thing when he's with like advisors and teams who are deciding...
I don't think Trump has a sophisticated...
All those contribute to GDP, but you are incentivizing different methods of growing our GDP through tariff, VAT, subsidy, and tax policy. I just don't think tariffs are an effective way to grow GDP, considering all the evidence in theory suggests otherwise. I mean, like, again, like VAT, subsidies, it depends on, I think you're subsidizing. There are some subsidies that are probably net benefit to GDP. A lot of subsidies are probably net negative to GDP. A lot of tax policies are probably net negative to GDP. I could imagine a case where VAT is a net negative to GDP, depending on how that money is spent. But, like, usually VAT is a relatively efficient way to raise revenue, so...
understanding of literally almost anything that he talks about. Just answer your question. No, I don't think that. Sorry, say that again. Do I think...
You're zesty? Thanks, Luke Morris. Wow.
You guys think Trump is dumb and doesn't know how to do this? Because
I think Trump is dumb and does not know how to do this.
Okay.
Also, it's so funny. Do you think Trump is like this with his advice? Like, yes. like nothing Trump's done has suggested he actually understands trade at all. Why didn't Trump just do... or son of Glock, Toyota, Honda, make physically sold goods from foreign businesses, less sold semi in the U.S. It would literally would actually create jobs and bring in U.S. money. Didn't he kind of do that with the USMCA? I don't even know if that would lead to a net job increase. But okay, first of all, no, you don't give a... Okay, let it kind of waste here.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump is a...
I might have to... We'll do this. Is Trump dumb? Something being subsidized at offsets the profit, right? Isn't it normally for essential sectors? If we were profitable, wouldn't it be subsidized, right? For the most part, yeah. I mean, there are some things that are probably technically profitable, but maybe not profitable enough to get the amount of investment that we want or the amount of the good we want. So, like, you know, education, it would be profitable on some level, obviously. But maybe, you know, we want everyone to be educated and it wouldn't be profitable to provide everyone an education. So we subsidize it so we get more of it. But generally, yeah. Tariffs are a valid way to grow GDP as free are just as valid a way to grow GDP as free trade. The evidence just both theory and evidence just fly in the face. It depends on what sectors of the economy you're looking to benefit. There's actually an argument from Scott Sumner too. There's no reason to believe tariffs increase GDP. Yeah. But that since tariffs only apply to goods, if you just tariff literally everything, you're hurting the goods sector and you're not hurting the service sectors. You're taxing the goods sector of the economy way more than the service sector of the economy. And you would actually potentially help the service sector, especially because a lot of goods are intermediate goods. They are goods used to produce other goods. right? Steel is an intermediate good. A lot of lumber is an intermediate good. We also have tariffs on lumber. Unfortunately, thanks to Biden. Fuck you, Biden. Anyway, like a kickback. I mean, there's different ways of structuring subsidies. You can do like a lump sum subsidy, or you can do a per unit subsidy, and they will have different effects, but it depends. What was I saying? Oh, like these are goods used to produce other goods. So not only do you hurt you hurt a lot of U.S. manufacturers when you do that, as we eventually kind of talked about.
Yeah, I don't think that the 25% number, or the 20% number, or the 100% number, or the 10% number, I don't know that Trump is like engaging in a lot of professional technical discourse when he's throwing out the amounts that we should tariff certain products. I mean, look at,
we're getting to see, that's the public watching, right? Do you think he's doing the same thing when he's with like advisors and teams who are deciding?
I don't think Trump has a sophisticated understanding of literally almost anything that he talks about. Just to answer your question, no, I don't think that. Sorry, say that again. Do I think Trump is dumb?
And doesn't know how to do this? Because
I think Trump is dumb and does not know how to do this.
Okay, well, fortunately, that's what the ERS would be formed to do. It's not. We wouldn't be.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that the ERS is not.
Also, I talked about this later, but like with people Trump chooses, right? Do we think Trump will choose people who? Do you think Trump will choose the like 99% of economists who aren't in favor of tariffs? Like, what do you mean? Trump pulled his $200 billion deficit with Canada out of. I know that was insane too. When I first saw that clip, like we're subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year, I was like, is he talking about the trade deficit? And I looked up how big the trade deficit was, and it was less than that. It was only like 100 billion. So I was like, okay, what the fuck is he talking about? But like, he was talking about the trade deficit. He just lied about the number. He just lied.
Not staffed with professionals like the CBP. I'm sure there's many professional economists who, I guess I don't know if there's economists, but I assume there's many professionals who understand tariff policy quite well that work at the CBP. But that's kind of my whole point about the ERS and the implementation of the ERS, right? Is that like we've already got these people who seem to have an expertise at collecting tariff revenue to
move them from that. It could probably be the same people in the same departments. We just restructure it, right? I don't know how the government does
What's
this.
the benefit of
Right?
that?
If you're saying we have offices that already handle this, they would probably just become the ERS, right?
Well,
right, but if we're just saying
handle it at the Customs Department anyway, it's Customs and Border Patrol. So shouldn't Customs and Border Patrol, if they can really focus on Border Patrol, which clearly we need to do?
Yeah, I know. I don't know it. It's Trump. Of course, he's just making numbers up.
I mean, that would be better anyway.
Abby made the point.
Making the name of the agency. It doesn't matter. If we get what we're looking to do isn't going to depend on what the name of the agency is. But I do think that forming the ERS allows us to have a team where it's like this team is focused on.
Okay, hold on.
We just restructure it.
I guess I don't know if there's economists, but I assume there's many professionals who are not staffed with professionals.
Okay, well, fortunately, that's what the
1420. I have the ERS.
ERS would be formed to do. It's not. We wouldn't be.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that the ERS is not staffed with professionals like the CBP. I'm sure there's many professional economists who, I guess I don't know if there's economists, but I assume there's many professionals who understand tariff policy quite well that work at the CBP. But that's kind of my whole point about the ERS and the implementation of the ERS, right? Is that like we've already got these people who seem to have an expertise at collecting tariff revenue to
move them from that. It could probably be the same people in the same departments. We just restructure it, right? I don't know how the government does
What's
this.
the benefit of that?
If you're saying we have offices that already handle this, they would probably just become the ERS, right?
Well,
right, but if we're just saying
handle it at the Customs Department anyway, it's Customs and Border Patrol. So shouldn't
Gotta watch bad off because attention span is cooked. Obviously, duh. What
Customs
do you
and Border
mean, bro?
Patrol, if they can really focus on Border Patrol, which clearly we need to do, I mean, that would be better anyway.
Abby made the point.
Making the name of the agency. It doesn't matter. If we get what we're looking to do isn't going to depend on what the name of the agency is. But I do think that forming the ERS allows us to have a team where it's like this team is focused on accessing that untapped revenue in foreign profits being made in our markets. Because that's all we're talking about. That you accessing that revenue will help alleviate the burden on the taxpayer. That is, I think, undeniably was very large.
What were you going to say economically? You're not going to eat on fun.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that the fundamental argument is basically just like, hey, we're just going to put these people in a different building and call it the ERS building. I mean, again, I don't think, and I said in my opening, like, I don't think that that's the most offensive idea, but I think that the issue is that the framing of this is that, number one, it's some sort of like particularly good idea to do. I mean, and number two, again, I just do think that it's funny that, okay, well, we don't actually need specialized people in the federal government, particularly focused on education, right? We can just completely get rid of the education department. Like, that's not a specialized form of knowledge that we need compartmentally in our system. But we do need this for tariff, right? Like, again, like, we've had hundreds
different function than.
So we actually have like a,
so what a like. God, I hate Mintupple so much. He wouldn't. I don't think Mintupple would ever accept a single analogy ever. He does this all the time. These are different things. You can't compare these. These are different. Kill me. Why you read education? So you can have more dumb fucks voting. Obviously, yeah. I don't know. Mintupple doesn't get called out in this, but he is like if Mintupple's actually like a full on like conspiracy brained conservative dude. Like if you look at his tweets and you look at his either sister or girlfriend's tweets, I still don't know, Sadie, they are conspiracy brained. They are horrible, and they never talk about it. Look at U.S. Tariff policy to see that tariffs have had historic net benefits. I don't believe that. The Cato, I haven't read a ton about it, but I don't believe tariffs had a net benefit then, unless maybe you can make the infinite history argument. Cato has a good article that I haven't read yet, where they say, like, hey, by the way, it's right here, the tariffs make manufacturing great. We're like, hey, by the way, it doesn't really seem like there's evidence that we included from data out of census of manufacturers for over 80 manufacturing industries between 1870 and 1909. These data include the output, nominal wages, number of firms, number of workers, material input costs, and other costs for each industry. We calculated labor productivity for each industry by dividing its value added, output value minus material cost by the number of workers in the industry. Our analysis tests the claim that tariffs incentivize domestic manufacturers to invest or innovate by clearing the U.S. market of foreign competition. If tariffs raise domestic investment, industry with relatively higher tariffs should have had a relatively higher productivity. Tariffs could also promote productivity, especially in emerging industries, by allowing domestic manufacturers to claim market share, enabling increasing returns to scale. Jesus. However, our research finds no evidence that U.S. tariffs promoted labor productivity in the manufacturing sector. On the contrary, our findings suggest that tariffs reduced labor productivity. Therefore, tariffs played a minimal role in raising the U.S. share of global manufacturing output during the Gilded Age.
Whole agency in charge of revenue collection. I mean, it would make more sense if Trump said, "Hey, now the IRS is in charge of this. They're going to handle this too. Like these are tax professionals." Like even that would make more sense.
I'm going to give it to Nonfog. I'm going to let Nonfog go here, but I want to ask a question too, like my conservatives, y'all can think about while he responds. I'm a conservative, right? And I think something Abby said earlier appeals to me, right? I like the idea.
What's up?
No, I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
I just woke up, saw you were streaming. Okay. Challenge. Open Fred, and without looking it up, recreate GDP from its components. Okay.
That's a lot of work, man.
I mean, it's like 4 things.
I don't want to do that right now. I don't even know. I don't know what the aggregates of like consumption are called in Fred. Is it just
you
like?
Don't know? We talk about it all the time.
Well, when it did, like, what's the aggregate consumption? There's like real personal consumption, but is that?
Yeah.
Is that? It's not all consumption, is it? Or is that?
No, that's the consumption one.
Okay. What's investment called?
I think it's just private investment. Gross private investment. Are you doing real GDP or just nominal?
Oh, I was doing real GDP, but I don't. I mean, I guess it doesn't
that's
matter.
Fine. But I did it yesterday. All indices are like have the real version that are just deflated with real GDP. Yeah.
And then what real government spending?
No. You're totally illiterate.
I'm illiterate.
Yeah, that was totally embarrassing. I can't believe you actually said that. That was like actually embarrassing. I feel bad for you, really. Anything else? Yeah. You know, you want to know what it actually is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the one it's actually, it's actually called government consumption expenditures and gross investment. Right?
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't even know how to.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't use Fred that much. Okay, so I add this.
That's your problem.
And then I add. I did investment.
And then
I subtract this. Hold on. Well, I have to add it first because I have to.
What do you subtract? Just add net exports.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Hold on. And then what? A plus B plus C
plus D.
Plus D. Apply.
Yeah. Net exports of goods and services.
Yeah. Okay, I did it. We happy?
Let me see it. And then add a line of real GDP and compare it.
Whoa.
Oh my God, the guy in chat, you were criticizing tariffs without even understanding GDP. Non-fun totally understands GDP 1,000 times better than you. It's just about recreating it in Fred, where not all the indices are just named, government G, like that's not, bro, that's such an illiterate criticism. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, this is the guy earlier. I don't know if you were looking at him before. That's fixed pie fallacy. Increasing manufacturing employment doesn't necessarily decrease employment in other sectors. That's because I said, the resources used for increased manufacturing output when we put a tariff up come from other sectors or drawn from other sectors. He was like, that's fixed pie fallacy.
Yeah, bro.
And he said,
yeah, I mean, again, just employing people to dig holes in the ground doesn't take away other jobs, right? These people can work just 2 jobs all day. Also,
no, it's fixed
this
pie.
is,
Don't you know
again,
the whole pie
illiterate.
can grow?
It's just like we have the studies, dude. Look, just so you point at the huge pile of studies. They're like, hey,
I know, I did that.
That decreases employment. Yeah, these people have nothing. They just have an orange retard saying oh, it's good.
It's very unlikely to understand
did
economics.
You succeed
Well, I don't know if I
GDP thing.
Did I what?
Did you succeed with the GDP thing?
I believe it looks like it.
Let me see. Real personal consumption expenditures plus real gross.
I don't know. I mean, I don't see this line. So should have just.
Oh wait, you added another line?
I added real GDP
as another line.
Yeah.
Why does it not show? Why does it not show it as a red line in the legend?
I don't know.
Wait, what do you mean No, I mean added as another line next to the current one of adding.
Well, I didn't plug it into formula, so shouldn't it just have a?
Then it just doesn't show up. If you add a variable and you don't plug it into the formula, it just doesn't show up in any way.
Oh,
you need to click add line, right? You need to click add line at the top, and then type real GDP.
Yeah, I just don't know how to do Fred correctly. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Add line.
Now I'm with the chatter. You are illiterate. No, I'm joking.
Okay, there we go.
I'm joking. Yeah. Is it 1-to-1?
I don't see the blue line now, so.
Yeah, it should overlap. Wait. You may not see the blue line because it's totally overshadowed by the.
No, it's they're both 17, or it's not exactly 1-to-1. This is 17,225. Okay. This is 17,222. So I don't know. Maybe something's a little.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. I made the nominal one, and then I deflated both with the GDP deflator, and I got the same thing. But you got to multiply the nominal one by 100 because the GDP deflator is an index, and the real GDP just comes with the actual units. So whatever. But either way, fun stuff. Keep destroying the chatters because they're illiterate.
Wait, Zazie, what's your exact position on tariffs? If you're not the Trump tariffs, I don't know what you mean by your pro-tariff then. What are your...
Well, I mean, a lot of progressives are pro-tariffs because they're just, they're either EPI brained, right? Or they're just oh, neoliberals love free trade, so it's bad.
True.
Or it's no, you gotta keep zoning. What are you, a neoliberal? It's okay, gross. You're a putrid human being. And also, I mean, just terrible stuff, really. But yeah. I mean, and also a lot of people are just wrong, right? They just are epistemically unlucky. Yeah, I do epistemic gambling. I'm always lucky. But by the way, banger thumbnail for the Econo Boy debate. Fucking that was coughing baby versus total hydrogen bomb, right? That was.
Yeah.
My favorite moment is when Econoboy was like, "By the way, we have studies on this. You just don't read them, Pentuple. You know, it's like you never read." That was really funny. That was really funny. But yeah. Always good to recreate stuff in Fred. Okay, makes you understand it, makes you appreciate the tool, even though could be slightly better with recommending you indices, and even though it can it could be slightly better with like presenting the data. I still appreciate it. It's good, man. It's good. But yeah. Either way, what are you reading about right now? Are you just reviewing the debate or what?
Yeah, I'm doing that, and then I'll watch one of the new Jubilee videos, which is moderate versus progressive Democrats. IRI is in it.
Oh yeah, with IRI. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I didn't watch it yet. Oh my god, you're gonna have all the. Please tell me the moderates win. I don't want fucking TikTok brain comments. I want like the people there to be like, oh, you think like anything at all should be left up to the states? What about like enslaving black people? Oh yeah, like
destroyed.
The fucking woke TikTok logic is so fucking stupid, dog. It's like okay, it's funny to see conservatives getting owned by it, but it's just like. You can literally like argue for contradicting positions as long as you just like reduce it all to slavery somehow, right? It's like, yeah, I don't know, silly stuff. But also, I mean, I don't know. I hope Israel comes up as a topic.
So that's
but yeah,
a much more marginal disagreement than I thought.
It's like, no, we gotta defend
Israel. I thought we were arguing about,
and then the other people are like, no, and then he's like, no, yeah. And then it's like, like the type of stuff where we're like the APAC versus like the people, and where it's gonna be televised. It's awesome. But yeah. But either way, I mean, what article are you reading right now about tariffs?
What article? I'm not reading any article right now. I'm just watching.
By the way,
I guess
I'm Jewish. I don't know if people in chat don't know that. That was a little. If I'm not Jewish, that was a weird impression.
We should probably.
That'd be a weird impression if I wasn't.
Oh wait! Jewish. By the way, do you have the that article? It was an example of like tariffs being avoided between Israel and Turkey. I forget exactly the story.
Oh yeah. I got you. Turkey tariffs. I think I can find it. No, 1 second. Okay, give me a second. I can find it in Hebrew, and you can just translate, right?
Yeah.
Damn. It's kind of hard. I know the outlet it's in. Well, I know the reporter that I saw talking about this. So let me just open his Twitter account and let me look up Turkey in Hebrew.
Okay.
Oh wait. Okay. His name is Idan Eretz. No wait. Idan Eretz, and then let me look up Turkey. Let me sort by latest. I already sent it to you though, right? So I can let me look up an article.
I tried searching for it, but I couldn't.
Well, but you didn't try to search in Hebrew for it.
That is true. I don't know.
I can type in Hebrew.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, nothing came up. Fuck. 1 second. What? Why can I not find it?
Oh, I found it.
Oh, send it to me. How did you find it? Yeah,
I looked up
globes and it didn't show up anything.
I looked up story because I remembered you saying something along the lines of funny story about bypassing trade restrictions. So I looked up story.
Clever. But yeah. כך אנשי מסחר בטורקיה ובישראל פועלים לעקוף את החרם. החלטת ארדואן לאסור סחר עם ישראל הדהימה את גורמי המסחר. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, it's just really funny that it's just like, Israel does tariffs, or wait, I think Turkey did tariffs first, and then Israel retaliated.
Yeah.
And then, the free trade people are just like, well, we're just going to stop and like this innocent fucking, what was it, like in Greece or something?
I think it was like a Greece port, yeah.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see where they stop. Okay, they say a third port, but they don't specify one.
They say such as Bulgaria, Greece, and Egypt.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, that's funny. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna ship it to Egypt. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we know it's close to Algeria, right? But like, don't worry, trust us. It's just like, okay. Yeah, that's funny. But like, yeah, I wonder if there's a similar thing with like the U.S.-China tariffs or something.
They're probably. I mean, maybe I could.
Let me look it up.
God, this debate black-pilled me so much. Okay, because you were right. I should never expect to get like a single point out ever. So like, it's totally like worthless to have 5 different like links that go over exactly like how much the pass-through rate is, or go over exactly like all these different things, like how much net jobs you decrease, because I'm never going to be able to finish anything. So I don't know if it's worth having a whole page dedicated to like avoidance just so I can like spit out.
Yeah.
Kill me.
But I mean, let me look it up. I don't know to what extent it's reported, but like there's got to be some, avoidance with China. Like, they may ship it first to like, I don't know, Mexico and then to the US, but now Mexico is getting tariffed, so it might be like, yeah, man, I have no clue. But yeah, funny stuff. Yeah, and if you tell them that, the response is not going to be like, oh damn, there have been flaws in my system that I've never considered, right? Because they never thought about it ever. Right? They just think, oh, tariff manufacturing, good. They don't know what exchange rates are. They don't know what productivity is. They know what vaguely the term, but they don't know what it represents, right? So they never gave it any thought. So when you tell them, oh, it could easily be avoided, like this way. Here, Israel and Turkey had a trade war, and look, it's been avoided this way. And they're just going to be like, well, that's why we need the ERA, because then, they're going to be smart about it, and they're going to detect that. They're so smart and hardworking, and they love their jobs. Not fun. They love their jobs. Do you want to take it away? It's like, okay, bro. Like, watch these people who've been crying for 4 years about the government. You cannot trust the government. You cannot trust FTC. No, you cannot trust government.
They're going to employ the good economist, though. The good Trump economist.
Oh my God, 20-page report by the ERA. That's my new Bible. Yes. Yes. Like, watch them, please. Awesome. But yeah. God, I love cultists. Yes. Gotta love cults. We love everything. One of the top things ever. Yeah. Like, it's like top 3 are like cults, maybe like Minecraft and water. These are like top 3 things ever. I don't know. What are your top 3 things ever?
Probably Paul Krugman, boobs.
That's right.
And I'll throw Minecraft in there too.
Well, what about water? Oh, I forgot you drink like Monster or something.
Yeah, I drink Monster only. Avoidance isn't actually possible.
Cigarettes,
you don't have to have a
alcohol.
net material change. Don't use that as an argument. Read through the USMCA. They actually go over any avoidance loopholes. Well, first of all, I'm sure the USMCA has some
trade agreements are different than tariffs.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of trade agreements.
But like tariffs, like if you're just imposing, first of all, I don't even mean by isn't actually possible, because like I have a documented example of it happening, so I don't know what you, I don't know what you mean. I just
Yeah.
read through an example of it happening.
Sorry,
don't you mean-
non-fun, but Trump is just like smart.
Real. But like for any given tariff, there's likely to be some way to avoid it, even if we have things to try to address loopholes. Like you're never going to have 100% compliance with any tax. I don't know why would assume that. Like,
yeah. I mean, sorry, not fun, but tariff evasion is just like a made-up thing. There are 0 studies you can find when you look up tariff evasion study. Just nothing comes up.
It's nothing.
It's made up. I made it up. I made it up. That's why the article I sent to you, it's made up. It's a fake article.
It's written in Hebrew. That's pretty telling, right? So like.
Yeah, that's right. Fake language too, right? Fake country. Yeah. Yeah. When I say fake country, I mean Turkey. But it's called Constantinople, okay? Not Istanbul. But yeah. I mean, it's just we're not saying all tariffs are being avoided. Clearly not. But just like some of it, pretty easily, are being avoided, right? China is just, would ship to another country, or like But like even then, like that's the weak, like that's a relatively weak point. The strongest point is the fact that you're destroying jobs, retard. Oh my god, it's just my god. You're just destroying jobs. You're lowering productivity. You're no, has any protectionist you ever read or talked to, not like let alone talk to, ever addressed the exchange rates point?
Not seriously, no. They don't know what that means. I don't know if any of them know what it actually means.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I
brought it up in this debate too, but Bentupple was just like, nah, I don't want to talk to you.
You brought it up like 3 times. I watched it all. You brought it up like 3 times. My favorite moment, my only criticism, maybe I have some other ones, but you should have made fun of the girl from the get-go about mistaking marginal and effective tax rates.
I mentioned that.
It's just like, it just should have been like she finishes talking and then it's like, okay, you accuse me of using ChatGPT. Clearly, you don't use ChatGPT because you just confused marginal effective tax rates. You're economically illiterate. Why are you on this channel? Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I want 2v1 Pentuple. Matter of fact, Econo Boy, get the fuck out too. It's 1v1, me versus Pentuple. Let's go. Just like, that's what it should have been. That would have been Kino. That's been my favorite moment of all YouTube content ever. But yeah. But yeah. Well, here's the best way to argue for free trade, okay? I got it from Paul Friedman, okay? Premise 1, if contradictions are true, then everything's true.
Wait, why can't you link
contradictions
sources?
are true, therefore everything's
you
true.
Link
if
stuff
everything's
if you
true,
join
then
the
free trade is
Discord.
awesome.
I
Therefore,
thought you
free
could.
trade is awesome. Proven.
I thought you could link stuff in YouTube chat.
100%.
Maybe you can't, though.
And then they say, oh, well, what's your proof that contradictions are real? And then you just debate paradoxes. And because you read way more about paradoxes than them, you can just destroy them.
I mean, I don't know how much the audience would appreciate that, but
it's not about the audience. It's about being correct.
Okay.
It's not about being
that's
correct.
True.
It's
that's
about
valid.
Winning. It's about
that's
winning.
valid.
It's about winning
valid.
intellectually. Yeah, that's right. It is valid, and it's also sound. But yeah. Wait. It's like, what the fuck? Look at this. Wait, no, not this.
Whoa.
Yeah, some crazy stuff.
Beautiful.
Some messed up stuff going on here. I don't know if it's beautiful. We gotta look into that.
Into that.
What the fuck? Guys, it's the Lexicon.
No way.
What?
Loaf.
What? Guys, what the hell? Cute cat. Very cute cat. Terribly
Very
cute cat.
Very cute.
What about your cat? What's its name?
Cosmo. I don't actually know your cat's name.
Cosmo.
You never told me.
Tana. It means
right.
small
It's
one
gonna
in
be
Hebrew.
Wow.
Yeah, and I named her when she was small. I named her small one. I didn't look. I was with the Keynesian time low time preference thing. I was like, oh, clearly it's true now. It's going to be true forever. Little did I realize she would grow up and she would, in fact, not be small anymore. I should name her medium. But
Yeah.
yeah. And then in like 2 years, I'm going to name her like moderately large. It's like moderately large. Come here. But yeah, I think I've seen the best cat name on Instagram Reels. I think the best cat name is what do you think it is?
I don't. The best cat name? I don't pay attention to cat names.
Well, I've seen two that are really good. One of them on Instagram. Oh, one of them was on Instagram. A cat called Cumshot. Just a really good name.
Okay, but I've seen that.
The other
Yeah,
one.
based. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not Shane Dawson, but it's like that's a good name for a cat. The other one is Gmail. That's just like a good name for a cat. Gmail. I like it. There's this element of like worshiping the technocracy, where is it? No, not technocracy is like the Fed. Technocracy is like the techno oligarchy.
Yeah.
And
The neoliberal.
as a neoliberal, that's a good
techno-oligarchy,
thing. And it's also just like total consumerism. It's like that's good. Stuff like that. But yeah, I might name one of my future pets Gmail. I think that's a good one. Unless Gmail is not around, and then I might name it something like I don't know. I'll think about it. But yeah, either way. So what are you reading right now about tariffs?
Again, I'm reacting to this debate, and then I don't know what I don't know how much I'll read.
Oh,
more
but you
about
were
tariffs in
reading
the future.
something when I joined.
Well, I think
Oh
it
wait,
was
the Zazie guy, the Zazie, whatever. I'll join the
Yeah.
Discord, so I'll link my research. I've got a pretty huge research document on this subject. Wow, we can go through it sometime. Wow.
Well, I mean,
That's
they
awesome.
said all they want is like the average rate to be from like 1.5% to like 3%. So I'm assuming they just want a tariff like certain specific goods that are not tariffed right now. I don't think it's going to be that big of a disagreement, but
Why even tariff when you can just subsidize like domestic industry?
a real truth.
I don't know. Like, let's say we had to fucking chips or something. Just I don't like tariffing it. Just like subsidize it domestically or something. Seems more effective. Why not just I don't know. It just seems better.
Yeah. I think the thing I will read, I think it was probably the thing I was reading was was Cato, did tariffs ever make manufacturing great? And they were like, we didn't find we don't find any evidence that like it actually led to increased labor productivity in the industries that were tariffed. Like we don't really.
And again, we have studies. We have studies that show, that it's like. Also, if the guy joins, I'm definitely gonna question him on the studies. It's like, oh, what's a p-value? Like, I just want to see.
Okay.
The people who are like making the research documents. But you should link the research document. I'll check it out. I save every research document I find. Like, yeah. Even like libertarian or like socialist ones. Just because I hate losing links,
Yeah.
Whoa, my cat is behaving. But yeah.
What's the point of
What's your
matching the
cat name
tariff
again?
rates of Cosmo? How do you, bro?
Cosmo, that's right. Cosmo. Like
What's the
like
point of-
with the cartoon thing, right?
The two thing? What?
Linda and Cosmo, is that her name,
Oh,
right?
you Cosmo and Wanda? You mean the?
Wanda. Okay, Wanda.
Yeah.
Dude, I watched it like 10 years ago.
What's the point of matching the tariff rates of China and Mexico? Like just as a retaliation? Is that the goal there? Or is it? Do we think that be like economically beneficial?
I mean, I want the guy to join. I want to ask him like a few questions. I'll be nice. I promise. Like, I don't bite. Also, what an immense W for the 14th Amendment yesterday.
Oh yeah, the judge. Yep. Thank God.
Yep.
I mean,
And I see
see
Kyle
what
Kalinske
the-
talking about it, and it's just like, oh, it was a Reagan judge. Democrats do nothing. It's like, bro,
Dog,
I agree
kill
Democrats
me.
are incompetent, but it's just like, that's just by luck. That's just by, like,
Yeah.
stroke of luck that it's just like a Reagan Republican. These people are so horny to bash Democrats when they don't need to. Like, nothing good comes out of just saying, it's a Reagan judge, lol. Because, like, what if it was, like, a Biden judge? Would he be like, I don't know. Biden got us here in the first place, so that's ironic. That's what he would say. I don't know. This is so stupid. Well, is this Zazy guy joining, or can I just leave? I don't know.
I don't know. I'll tell you if he does
How
join.
long does it take to join a Discord?
I don't know. He might be busy or something right now, but
Yeah. By the way, Destiny's behaving so disgustingly, right? Like banning Pixie and J-Stickle and whatever.
yeah, I
whatever
saw
his name
that.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, some really gross stuff. I'm tempted to join his chat and be like, Ed Destiny, ban me, but I might not do that for now. Yeah, that really shitty stuff, But
Yeah.
whatever.
We'll see. I keep checking to see if my mutual friend of him has gone down. It hasn't yet. It's still at 8. So we'll see.
Okay. Who are they? Let me see. Is it Econoboy still?
Yeah. Well, no one has unfriended him.
Who are they?
It's always been 8. I'm on stream remote, but it's you, Econoboy, Lactoid, Sarah the Raging Tomato, the Soy Pill's in there, San Sola's in there, Danabo's in there. Might be, yeah. I don't know who I'm missing.
That's
I can
it?
just disable stream remote. Hold on, let me see who I missed.
Okay.
Oh, Wick is in there. Wick is the one I missed, yeah.
Wick. Okay. Look, Wick is nice. He's nice as a person.
Yeah,
But I don't think he knows what a PPF is. I don't blame him.
probably not.
I'm just saying I don't think he knows it.
Econoboy touched me at Minecon 2013.
That's true. And that was justified. It's your fault. Wait, how old were you at the time? How old was
Does it fucking
Econoboy at the time?
Got a message.
You was too young to know better.
Maybe.
But yeah. No, Econoboy is seriously goated. But right now, I'm just thinking, like, who's the content creator who, is big enough and productive enough and focused enough? It's got to be Deepak. He's just the GOAT. I mean, the guy is interviewing senators, party leaders in Canada. He's having a neoliberal turn, okay? He made a segment in his new podcast yesterday where it's just like, guys, I used to be anti-nuclear. Now I see I was a little wrong. Nuclear kind of
Base.
easier to build there, than I thought, right? I just regurgitated opinions from 20 years ago that were not really researched well. And also, I used to think, I didn't expect him to say that ever. I used to think Medicare for all was the only way. But then I realized, countries like Germany, Netherlands, right? They
managed competition based. Crazy.
That Medicare for all, So damn. And also, I forgot what else he said, but he's just like being based. Now he's just got to renounce wealth taxes, be like wealth taxes are gay, and be
Never
like,
gonna happen.
social wealth funds are cool, but they're not socialism, Brudig. They're not socialism, and he'll be like officially the goat of goats. Like the guy is awesome.
Sure.
But yeah, the problem with David Pakman, he's just like he's too Trump bashing. Like he should I don't know. Feels like when Trump makes his billionth rally where he just mumbles about trans people. At some point, you shouldn't cover that. At some point, it's just noise, But yeah.
Can't pop
He has a lot of
my
valuable
wife is
analysis.
sleeping right next to me and I can't actually speak. I can schedule a time to talk though. Are you asleep right now? Yeah, next time I stream or whatever. It might, whenever the sleep schedule's up. I mean, you can link your document and we can look at it for a bit, but
No, wake your cat up. Wake your cat up. They don't
his
deserve
wife.
sleep. Oh, I heard cat. Wake your wife up. Wake her up. Wake her up. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm just saying, if I went to sleep and my partner, I wake up and she's debating free trade, I'm marrying her again. I'm divorcing her just to marry her again. Okay.
Based.
Wait, no. If she's debating protectionism, I'm divorcing her. That's it. But if she's debating in favor of free trade, I'm marrying her again. Not marrying a protectionist. God forbid. Friends don't let friends date protectionists. But yeah. Well, either way, if we're not gonna get a BC debate, then I'm gonna fuck off. But what are you reading as a book? Are you reading any books?
I might read. I don't know. I might read more central banking stuff. Sam sent me a ton of stuff to read, so I might check out. I don't know. The first book would probably be that like monetary and fiscal history of the U.S. or whatever. I would probably.
Oh boy, Blinder. Oh boy.
Is that a good oh boy or bad oh boy? What's the?
I think as far as I know, it's okay. He has just like a very unique take on the 70s inflation. But yeah, I've never like read it. I just know it's a.
I could read that, I guess, yeah.
On some stuff. I don't remember if it covers COVID too, but
might not.
Yeah. I mean, what's the most utility maximizing topic to debate right now? Is it central banks? I'm
Definitely
not sure. Yeah,
but
like
Trump
I don't
know if you saw. Trump
central bank reading.
Trump said that he was gonna.
Mm-hmm.
Trump said he was gonna make the Fed lower rates. So I feel like I want to champion the establishment.
Yes.
So.
Yes. What's like a word for torment that starts with I?
I don't know. I don't know. Why do you need that?
Well, let me ask ChatGPT.
Okay.
Give me a synonym.
Screw you, go with it. Okay.
For that starts with infliction. Okay.
That kind of
Cock
works.
and bull infliction. That's CBI.
Wow.
We gotta lower that.
Wow.
We gotta lower that. We don't want cock and bull torture in this great country. The founding fathers never intended there to be cock and bull torture. We gotta lower it, guys. We gotta lower it. But yeah. You know what? We also gotta lower the CPI, and by lower it, I mean just use PCE. Just use PCE. Don't lower prices. Use PCE. It's already, PCE is goated. And if you're like soy, use like GDP deflator. Okay, still better than CPI, but like, yeah. Well, either way. Wait, cats or dogs?
I'm a cat person. More of a cat person.
Yeah, okay, bye.
Okay, don't know if that was it. I don't even know if he has a dog. He has a cat. Okay, Jesus. Okay. An hour, 30 minutes in the stream, and we are 16 minutes through. Goddamn, we got so fucking sidetracked. All right. What were we talking about?
No IRS, right? No taxes sounds great, and maybe getting all our revenue from the IRS. However, if there were in a situation, I'm a little bit fearful, right? Because I see a situation where we never get rid of the IRS, and now we have the IRS and the ERS. Is this like a concern that y'all consider like more governmental power? That's not just what y'all ponder. Not fine, go ahead, then one of y'all two can take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just obviously absurd that we're going to get all of our revenue from the ERS. I mean, first of all, again, I don't think that's even if we could watch Thomas Hill video instead. Oh, fuck, I totally forgot to finish watching that. I'm not going to, I don't steal content from people I respect, okay? Like unlearning economics. I don't think that's
that y'all consider like more governmental power. That's not just what y'all ponder. Not fine, go ahead, then one of y'all two can take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just obviously absurd that we're going to get all of our revenue from the ERS. I mean, first of all, again, I don't think that's even if we could do that, I don't think that's a good idea. But B, like the income tax raise is like $2 trillion a year. You're going to raise, even with 20% universal tariffs, you're going to raise at most like $600 billion. Like you're not even going to be able to supplement the income tax.
I'm personally more of a fan of the idea of doing a federal sales tax, and that way all of the illegal immigrants that the Democrats have brought in can pay their fair share in taxes too when they purchase products. So I'm thinking that's kind of the future and where that should go, but that's...
Federal, again, these people never deserve to have me say something like, we should come to a middle ground here and do a debt. No, I'm not ever... Oh, what's up?
You said you don't steal content from people you don't you respect, but
Uh-huh.
What about The fact that you watch like so much Piers Morgan. You mean to tell me you don't respect this putrid, gross, garbage, disgusting, filthy pig? You're telling me you don't have respect for that guy? That's so crazy, not fun. You're canceled. You're canceled. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Oh no. Damn. Oh crap. Not fun exposed. Yeah, I guess. What was I saying?
Pay their fair share in taxes.
Oh, yeah, I'm never going to come to a middle ground with people because they don't deserve it. Federal sales tax is actually not like a super horrible idea. Like, we should, like, you know, I'd prefer to have it be like a VAT than just like a regular sales tax, I guess. But like, it's like not a, like, whatever. Like, sure.
Too, when they purchase products. So I'm thinking that's kind of the future and where that should go. But that's just my personal opinion on fixing that issue you're talking about.
It's helpful.
I don't think we have to ultimately replace the IRS with the ERS. I think they could serve two distinct functions, but they probably could be the IERS. I just thought of that like 5 minutes ago. But ultimately,
also, like, it's just fucking. This tells you exactly who opened up for it. They could be the IERS. Just thought of that idea, guys. Let's have the. I don't even know what that entails. Does that just entail that the IRS collects tariffs? Because, like, yeah, I mean, we already have an agency that collects tax revenue. I don't see like why we have to make a separate one, even if we don't want it to be handled by Customs and Border Patrol. Just give it over to the IRS. Like, dog.
I do think that the idea of transitioning from our government's going to rely on and just dip into the taxpayers' money, as opposed to just like this pretty pool of money over here, this untapped revenue in foreign profits being made in our markets. I just think that transitioning in that direction is one of the ways that we alleviate the tax burden, one of the ways that we catch up on our.
And again, like it's still American taxpayers paying it, and a lot of it, depending on what you tariff and how much you tariff, you're probably going to have a net increase in the burden of the taxpayers at the bottom brackets, because again, tariffs are regressive taxes.
I mean, if we want to kind of change the topic from like the functionings of the ERS specifically, and just talk about like the efficacy of.
Yeah, we should probably.
On fixing that issue. Federal sales tax.
You're gonna. I don't think that's a. I mean, it's just obviously.
The charts. I see a situation where.
1708. No, you don't understand. Other countries are gonna pay the tariff. I know, it's so fucked, dude. Welcome back, Red Radius. God, kill me, dude. Okay, 1708. But they all know. I don't even know. I honestly don't know what point they're trying to get across, because I know they all actually know that U.S. taxpayers pay tariffs, and I don't. But like, obviously, we can agree the U.S. taxpayers are the ones who pay that. 2, there is some incidence on other countries because they lower their export prices. So it's fair to say, like, yeah, obviously, we're going to see a reduction in. You know, some companies will lower their export prices because of the tariff, right? Probably not to the full amount of the tariff, but that doesn't. I just don't see. I don't see how that gets you to taking foreign profits from these companies. Like, it's not like you're actually like taxing the profits they make and like using that to fund shit. You're just making them lower prices and taking revenue from people in the U.S. to make it. Like it's
you never get rid of the IRS, and now we have the IRS and the ERS. Is this like a concern?
It's annoying. It's annoying. Also, the incidence is like incredibly. It's like I've never seen the estimated incidence over 10%, and the majority of them are like really, really low. But anyway,
the chart considered out like more governmental power. That's not just jump on it. Not fun.
Okay. Anyway,
our government's gonna.
We
our
want
own
to
priority, right? Like about like the efficacy of different forms of taxation. Look, if what you're saying is actually your priority, right? Like, okay, Pentuple, like, hey, we want to take money from these like foreign corporations and we want to distribute it to our own citizens. We already know for a fact there's a 1,000,000,000% better way to do that. In Norway, they have
what's the better way?
In Norway, they have something called a. Well, DBCFT is one way, but in Norway they have something called a sovereign wealth fund, right? Where they basically.
Again, I think I said this earlier. I mentioned DBCFT here. I was DBCFT, like, people use this as like because technically it taxes imports, but I mean it's trade neutral. But you could use this as like, let's come to a middle ground and do this base tax, okay? This destination based cash flow tax, okay? The based in there means that it's based, okay? But again, they never deserve. They're so fucking stupid that they don't deserve me to call it a middle ground. Okay, it's not a middle ground. It's just a better policy. It's just an infinitely better policy as opposed to your fucking retarded one. Okay, and two, Pentuple could not track what a social or sovereign wealth fund is. There's no fucking way he could track what a destination-based cash flow tax is, man. Social, your MMT hate. Covenant, okay. I forgot.
Take a bunch of sort of domestic resource rent, and then they use that money to buy a bunch of foreign equities and corporations. And so now you don't have a compliance problem at all, right? Foreign companies will willingly give you part of their profit share because you own part of their company. And using this method, right, which is not distortionary, which doesn't affect the domestic economy, which gives literally
hold on,
thousands.
Can you just clarify this? Yeah, sure. I'd like to clarify because you seem to be more in depth in knowledge of when Denmark or wherever does the sovereign wealth fund. I'm under the assumption they naturalize this natural industry. Is that correct?
Norway has. They have a national oil company, but they also have a series of taxes in order to scrape off the top of essentially their resource wealth as well.
Buddy, sure.
Yeah. Okay. And look, I mean, I think that, and this is one of the reasons why I say this is dumb policy from the Trump administration, is because, look, I don't think that's unreasonable logic. Hey, the United States is such an influential company or such an influential country, shouldn't the United States have a piece of sort of international trade and international transactions in general? It's like, that fundamental logic, I don't have a huge problem with that logic, but tariffs and the ERS are just like the worst, most...
Also, again, I mentioned this way earlier, but like, I don't know if it would have been better just to be like, do we agree that like we get a piece in that we benefit from trade? We still benefit from trade with these countries. Please. Like,
evidentially sort of void ways to actually accomplish that. And the last thing that I was going to say, not a problem, but before Gibbs asked me a question, was that Norway, through doing this, within one generation, now has an amount of corporate capital income from foreign corporations that equals about a third of their government spending. In America, that would be the equivalent of about $2 trillion. And again, that doesn't destroy the economy. It doesn't lead to huge allocative inefficiency problems like tariffs do. But the reason why I say Trump is stupid and doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about is because he's never suggested that. He's never come close to suggesting anything so coherent. He's reliant on a tax policy of basically the early 1900s. There's a reason we moved away from that tax policy. It just simply isn't thoughtful. It's not the best way to do things.
So let me just ask this to y'all then. All right, so I think you kind of clarified. You just think that you're not necessarily inherently opposed to the idea of like tariffs and the External Revenue Service, like in and of itself. Like you just think that's a way less efficient way compared to
every tax has its advantages and disadvantages. Tariffs are just a particularly terrible, awful, no good form of taxation.
All right, so like I know that non-FON is very, very much against tariffs as a whole, right? So I'm gonna let him like maybe give a spiel, and then I know y'all. Then I'll let the righties go, and y'all can respond to everything. Y'all just turn both at once. Cause I feel it's easier that way. So go ahead, non-FON.
What do you want me to spiel about? I mean, I don't.
Whatever you got.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like, again, whatever problems we have with domestic tax policy, tariffs are especially bad because they invite foreign retaliation. They lead to retaliatory tariffs on us that like hurt us. They're also, there are other issues. Obviously, they're regressive. They're distortionary. I don't believe that they have the impact that, I don't believe that they increase net jobs like I believe, like presumably these people do. So there's all of that. And I don't think it's good to have an agency specifically just to put in like the worst form of taxation. Like all based incredible points. They barely respond to any of these, by the way. They own all foreign. They own all this foreign capital that does what? Generates some profits, free money.
Okay, conservatives, my fellow conservatives, y'all have responses to these things?
I don't know. I'm not really sold that tariffs don't work. We've been using tariffs, and we have tariffs.
Barely addresses any of the points, and then he asks me a question and then refuses to engage. I love this part. I remember this part. Guys, we're so fucking awesome, man. They are so fucking cool. I love this dude so much. This guy's intelligent. You can tell he's intelligent because he refuses to engage. Do tariffs. I'll just say bring jobs back. Even though his point isn't just about jobs, but
I don't know. I'm not really sold that tariffs don't work. We've been using tariffs, and we have tariffs right now.
Okay.
They're accessing.
Also, it's just like I phrase my point badly. But also, like him just saying we have tariffs now. We've always had some
I'm not
tariffs.
really sold that tariffs don't work. We've been using tariffs, and we have tariffs right now.
Okay.
I don't understand how this guy's brain works because my brain works in like such a different way that it's impossible for me to understand. Like I would never like just say like just because like we have something and like I guess he presumably he does think the until Trump was elected the economy was horrible, but like just because like we have something and like people aren't starving to death or whatever doesn't mean that like that thing is responsible for that, right? Like you should preferably want some type of like empirical analysis, right? Or at least understand the theory that has like some causal mechanism, right? Like there's no
I don't know. I'm not really sold that tariffs don't work. We've been using tariffs and we have tariffs right now.
There's zero substance behind this. Zero evidence, zero theory, zero anything.
Okay. They're accessing our markets.
Wait. Quintuple, here's a question. Do you have any study, a single study published in a peer-reviewed journal that suggests that tariffs lead to a net job increase?
No.
So here's what I should have said. I shouldn't have specified. I kind of would have didn't like it. I should have specified. I should have just asked, do you have any evidence that tariffs lead to a net job increase? Do you have any at all? I went too harsh on just like specifying the peer-reviewed journal. I don't. It's not like he's going to have any evidence at all. So I don't know why we. You don't need other things. All Quintuple has is vibes. Okay, it's unironically all he has. No, so by the way, I actually don't know. Presumably, I mean, I could search through and find one. I have never seen a study that suggests that any individual tariff actually had a net job increase. But I've seen quote unquote studies, like from Robert Scott, that suggest that the trade deficit leads to a net job decrease. Obviously, I think Robert Scott's methodology is flawed because he doesn't take into account the foreign capital that flows in because of the trade deficit that creates jobs. He doesn't into the other assumption that like imports necessarily displace domestic production. It's just not true. Firstly, a lot of other countries just compete for who's going to import. So like, when China was brought into the World Trade Organization and we started trading with China, it wasn't necessarily that U.S. jobs were lost to China. It was that instead of producing shoes in Vietnam, some shoes were now produced in China, right? These are countries competing with each other for who gets to import to America, not like an overall, who is, not like we were producing shoes here and then shoes got produced in China, right? And also we just, the empirical evidence suggests that like, this just doesn't happen. Imports and domestic output tend to correlate with each other, especially because a lot of imports are intermediate goods. So like, between 1994 and 2000, U.S. employment rose by a net 12 million jobs, and the unemployment rate fell from 6.1 to 4%. Even though the volume of imported goods doubled during that time, and U.S. manufacturing output rose by 40%. So like all these things are going up, and including manufacturing output, and imports are also going up. Like, and then like when imports fall, usually it's due to like recessions, and that domestic output falls at the same time. So this happened in 2001. Like the same aggregate demand factors that drive the demand for domestically produced products do the same for foreign produced products, and like they don't seem to displace each other.
Well, so let me
I need you to look it up right now. So go to Google right now and go find a source.
So look, all right, I'll play a little devil's advocate for you for a second here. I'll save somebody.
Non-fond there real quick. Sorry, Gibbs. But they're making points about like, oh, like if the tax is like, if the tariff's too high, like these are things that are true if the tariff
also it's
aren't implemented correctly, like we've been saying.
God kill me. He doesn't answer my question here when I ask like what's a correctly implemented tariff, because I don't think he could have given me an example. I really don't think he could have. God, it's so fucking annoying.
You can't just blindly implement these tariffs.
What's a correctly implemented tariff? First, like, this is also what Trump is suggesting doing. Like, again, if Trump actually does 25% tariffs on either all of Mexico and Canada, or like 90% of the goods, while exempting some goods, like if we exempt food and medicine and oil, this guy will not apologize. He won't. He won't do it. But
American manufacturing, if you drive the market to purchase American products, I don't know why that doesn't just make sense. Like you.
Also, I try to answer this, and he absolutely refuses to engage because he knows he's going to get blown the fuck out. Like, so annoying. Economy does a good job, though, genociding him. Quintuple genocided.
You increase the cost of the foreign good, giving a market advantage to the American-made good. More people buy the American-made good, creating more demand for that good, increasing the manufacturing for that good. Why doesn't that make sense? I'm not an economist, so that's why Econoboy to help maybe explain this to someone who's just not an economist. But I would like Econoboy to answer. I really don't care what you think about anything non-fun.
Oh, okay. I have the answer, but okay.
I mean, look, obviously, I'm not going to say anything substantially differently than what Non-Fon's going to say. I mean, look, the reason this is, I released an article today that speaks to some of this frustration.
Well, what was wrong? Where did it break down with what I said? Like, you give a market advantage to the American manufactured good because the tariff doesn't apply to them, right?
Yeah. So
to the customer, or they have to eat it to continue competing in that market. Where am I getting this chain of events wrong? Just generally speaking.
if they pass on the cost to the customer, then I don't know we can really say that the American consumer is like saving money or not paying taxation.
Against the American product if they try to pass it off to the American consumer.
I don't think non-FONRI,
and the American manufactured one is not, right?
I don't think non-FONRI would argue that tariffs are a bad way to establish autarky. Right?
And again, it's so fucking annoying that we run with the implicit assumption that this is a good thing to do, that like we should want to do this. Like the entire last debate I had, right, was like me saying like, hey, you know, like maybe it isn't even good to do this, right? And Pentuple would just mute me, refuse to engage at all, as he didn't mute me this debate. He did for a little bit. He deafened for a little bit, but refused to engage with me at all. Would not even, I don't think he can, I still don't think he can define opportunity cost, quite frankly. I think if I asked him what opportunity cost was in this debate, he would not be able to do that. God, it's so annoying, but I can't bring any of that up because I know he'll just do the same thing. We'll have like the same autistic argument and he'll refuse to engage about anything. So I have to like min-max this shit. This is why, in real terms, they won the debate. In nominal terms, we won because we have way better points than everything. In real terms, they won. They did no research. They don't have to do any research. They say random shit, and they still come out of it feeling good somehow because ignorance is bliss. Okay, and kill me.
Right. If you want just a completely trade independent economy, then putting tariffs at 1,000% on everything is a great way to do that.
That would disadvantage or like harm these countries we're doing trade with. Like I said, we have to maintain these like positive trade relations, but we absolutely can say, hey, you need to pay a little bit when you're making this much money out of our markets.
So,
when this much money is leaving the market on this product that you're selling, and you're cutting off on American manufacturing. I mean, these things just seem like obvious to me, but I want you to like explain economically where's that breaking down.
So it's breaking down because it doesn't really have the distribution.
So he just said, I don't know exactly what it means by leaving here.
That would disadvantage or like harm these countries we're doing trade with. Like I said, we have to maintain these like positive trade relations, but we absolutely can say, hey, you need to pay a little bit when you're making this much money out of our markets. So when this much money is leaving the market on this product that you're...
I think he said his mic cut out, but he was like leaving our market. I think this dude still does not understand the balance of payments. I've had 2 debates where I try to explain the balance of payments to him, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. Experts, and he can't even define opportunity. I don't know where it happened in this debate, honestly, but climate change impact. Because you don't know.
We
benefit? I will be paying more for groceries, right? I will be paying more for products, and so will you.
But money won't be going overseas. It will be staying in the economy.
We discussed this last time. You don't know how the balance of payments works at all, which is why you're so fucking scared of actually engaging with any like economic argument with me, because you don't know shit about it. The money doesn't go overseas. The money either comes back through investment. Do you agree that we have a trade deficit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the law doesn't even know. The logical implication of that is that money is coming back to the U.S. via financial account surplus. But you don't understand the words I just said, so I can break them down for you since you never Google stuff.
Overseas, so like you're not quite the person I'd want to put in charge of this problem. So,
and like it's so. I'm so blackpilled. There's no point. There's no. Wait, respectfully. There's no. I don't know if in his brain. He came out of that interaction thinking he did good there. Like, God fucking kill me, dude. The fact that he doesn't engage at all and like just completely dismisses the point because he's like, I wouldn't put you in charge. I don't trust. Like, how do you do that? I wish I could do that, man. I wish I could do that.
Selling, and you're cutting off on American manufacturing. I mean, these things just seem like obvious to me, but I want you to like explain economically where's that breaking down.
So it's breaking down because it doesn't really have the distributional effects or the spillover effects that you think it does, right? So number one, it is true that if you tariff certain goods, the people within domestic industries who produce those goods are advantaged by that. The capitalists in the foreign countries are disadvantaged and the capitalists in the domestic country are advantaged. But all of these other spillover effects that we might expect, it raises wages and it reinvigorates American manufacturing, those are not really well bore out, especially when we start to think about the actual spillover effects, which is basically people just pay a lot.
Also, Econoboy. I don't think he's here. You're too nice. You should make it clear. He has no evidence. He has no evidence it helps manufacture an aggregate. He has no. Of course, he doesn't have any evidence. One, that evidence to the extent that that evidence does exist, he does not have it. And like, first of all, there aren't many studies that even show it actually helps manufacturing in aggregate. Even historically, like we just read the Cato thing, but even if that does exist, he does not have it. He doesn't have it. What's up, Thomas Smith? Boring.
A lot more for basic goods and services that they otherwise wouldn't pay for, right? Like, or they would pay a lot lower rate at the very least, right? That's what you end up having. You make people a lot poorer. Whereas what I'm talking about and the alternative that I've proposed doesn't make people poorer at all, right? We end up basically making people significantly wealthier without any of these distortionary effects. And it's just smarter, better policy. Again, I know it was a little bit shocking for you when I said Trump is a complete idiot that doesn't understand what he's talking about. But the reason why I said that was because, again, Trump does not think thoughts like this. He doesn't consider things like this.
I mean,
right?
you can say that, but no one can possibly. How am I supposed to believe you?
That's what I had a comment specifically. That's specifically
Why do you say things like that?
I explained why I think Trump is stupid.
Disagree with the way.
I think there were there's like 4 points here that I wanted to get out, and I was only able to get 2 of them out. So just real quick, guys. The reason tariffs often tend to hurt manufacturing in aggregate is because you, one, appreciate exchange rates. So tariffs, ideally, at least insofar as they, bring manufacturing back here, basically reduce the demand to hold the US dollar. Other way around. But they make the price of the dollar go up in thoughts on Trump trying to revoke birthright. I mean, seems cringe. Doesn't seem. It seems cringe and seems probably unconstitutional as well. But basically, it causes the price of the dollar to go up in world markets, right? That makes it more expensive for other countries to buy American-made products. A lot of manufacturing companies export their products overseas. By the way, a lot of exporters also create jobs. A lot of companies engaged in exporting also create jobs. But, away from the jobs point, that hurts manufacturing because you appreciate exchange rates and it becomes harder for them to export to other countries. Secondly, the big one with a lot of, Trump's tariffs, like on steel, is you're tariffing an intermediate good. So, not a kind of what econ 101 is. There's this really good article that goes over and empirical studies to back it up. Basically, the standard model assumes that we are tariffing like a final good, but there's something called an intermediate good, which is a good that is used to produce another good. Steel is an example of this. A lot of manufacturing companies use steel to make their shit. In fact, as I mentioned later in this debate, for every 1 job producing steel, 80 jobs consume steel. So if you place a tariff on steel, you may protect some steel manufacturers in the US, but guess what? You will hurt the 80 other jobs in manufacturing industries that use steel. So it's like the standard econ 101 model tariffs. You do see this like add a producer surplus is basically increased domestic production, right? Like we go from here to here in domestic production. This is the model of a tariff on an intermediate good. Basically, all you're doing when you tariff an intermediate good, it's just taxing the business. You're just increasing their cost of production. That's what you're just taxing the business. That reduces jobs, typically, right? When you saw it, shifts the supply left. So there's that as well. That's a big reason why Trump tariffs fail to actually bring any manufacturing back. Third is that, you just reduce the amount of money consumers have. Like, they have to pay more for shit, so they spend less. or they can't buy as much shit anymore. You reduce their real consumption possibilities. This is true sample of real. Reduce their real consumption possibilities. If they have to spend more on fucking nails, they're gonna spend less on other manufactured goods, right? There's one other thing, but I also don't want to say. Intermediate goods, exchange rate appreciation, Reducing consumer spending. Retaliatory tariffs. There's retaliatory tariffs as well. If we tariff a country, that other country often tariffs us, and that also makes it harder for exporters to sell their goods overseas, right? So, that's why tariffs actually usually fail to reduce manufacturing in aggregate. They also struggle to reduce the trade deficit because of that exchange rate appreciation and retaliatory tariff reason. So,
you view that just based on, I see how you can see that, right? But you also have to understand that Trump for a very, very long time has played a character.
What's up?
You should bring up the point of like, if you like tariffs so much, why not do them within states? That I think that's a brilliant point.
It is a good, yeah.
Yeah. I think like it just showcases how bankrupt they are. But like, they may say, like, I don't know what they would say. Maybe they would say, oh, it hurts the other states.
Because that's America.
Yeah, no, they may say, oh, it hurts the other states, but I don't care. So it's like, oh, you want to hurt Canada? It's like, you think that's a good thing?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. No clue. It's like, also, yeah, it may hurt China, but it also hurts us, and here's the proof, and you're not going to respond. The problem, also, you didn't lose in real terms. Like, they had a higher ROI in terms of how they count. Okay, sure. They put zero effort in and got like a non-zero amount of happiness out of it, probably. So they got an infinite ROI. Okay, but like in real terms, you still won. Like, there's just no way to watch this debate and think they won, and there's just no way to watch it.
No, you're not viewing it from the high human capital stand. I agree. The nominal terms, okay, is that anyone who watches this debate realizes that we had infinitely better points, but the real cost, okay,
they
is the
didn't feel
thoughts.
Embarrassed. They don't have shame. They don't have the shame.
Yeah, they don't have
particles in
shame.
their
Yeah. It's like, yeah, they don't have shame, and like, there's so many, like, I should have insisted on finishing more because I did not get to finish a lot of my points, and God, it's so annoying. But I should have done the classic sample. I don't know why I don't get to finish.
I don't know why you don't let me finish. Dude, I'm such a good debater. You know it. I'm a Trump crusher. I crush MAGA people for breakfast. It's true. My body is a machine that inputs bad arguments and outputs good arguments. But yeah, what do you think about this? I just want to get your opinion before I fuck off again. Here you go.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg
Wow.
came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers of all
Yeah,
time. Everybody's
some heavy
coming.
stuff, right?
Probably the most intelligent thing he's ever said. Yeah, they whole came.
That's true. I think a couple did answer some of your questions, though.
I mean, I don't
Like,
remember
you
like
asked him, like, do you have any source at all? And he was like, no. So I think that was like.
Oh,
answering your
yeah.
question.
I mean, I'm being hyperbolic if I say like he literally never answers, but like he always tries to deflect it. Like, it's insane.
No, I know. I mean, again, look. The way my mind works is, let's say I'm debating someone on, like, I don't know. Let's say, let's go with tariffs. And let's say I'm a protectionist, and they would say, well, actually, comparative advantage. Let's say I'm retarded. I don't know what comparative advantage is. If I hear a term I don't understand that I know is used in the field, I go into fucking shock. I go into PTSD. I'm like, oh my God, did I just like make a terrible argument and my opponent knows the theory and I'm going to get crushed? They don't have that. They're like, oh, they used a term I don't understand. Nerd. It's like, that's so crazy to me. This thought process is crazy to me. But, whatever. I'm just saying, that's what like is crazy, right? Like, you ain't econ, but you can, what would have been funny? I think that's why when I debate, I do like presentations. If it's like a structured debate, I didn't have many, but it's like, if I'm gonna do one on economics, right? I'm gonna do like a presentation. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm just going to scroll through studies. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everyone can pause at any one of them. I highlighted it for you. It shows the part where it shows I'm right. Each one. I'm just scrolling fast because there are so many, but feel free to pause and read each one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just like that, just like for like 20 seconds. No, very rhetorically effective. And then, go into the arguments and then be like, but, ultimately they don't care. They don't have any sources. They don't have anything. They're going to like deflect. They're going to not cite anything. They're not going to be intellectually curious in any way. They're not going to answer our questions. Nothing at all. That's how Trumpists work. They cannot do anything. And I predict it's going to go exactly like that. That's like how I debate. Very aggressive, but very also correct in every way. But yeah. Like, but yeah. That's why, like, dude, you don't understand how good it feels to just like in your free time. It takes 5 minutes to just screenshot studies and like highlight the parts where it shows you were right, and then just like put them all in like one fucking folder and presentation, and just like press space a bunch of times. But yeah.
I should do that. Yeah.
And then what their response would be already? It's going to be like, oh, everyone can find the study that agrees with them. Everyone can find the study that shows everything. You can find a study showing that the sky is purple. Then find one, retard. Find me a study that shows the sky is purple. Show me. Go ahead, do it. What do you mean? Also,
I've never even had someone cite a study at me in a tariff debate before. Like, I'm prepared if they cite either like the Robert Scott guy's work or someone who has the exact same methodology, where it's like trade deficit equals job loss, or if they cite the Coalition from America, not even a study, it's just a model. Yeah, I'm prepared for both of those, but they're so stupid that they don't even that one's even cited them yet.
Yeah, I think Pentuple accidentally cited the prosperity one when we were in the StreamYard debate sometime. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was another person.
No, Pentuple doesn't do those. Yeah.
Someone did. Yeah. Either way. But yeah. Terrible. They have nothing. All they have is just like Googling tariffs good study, and then not even citing any peer-reviewed stuff.
No, don't worry. Pentuple uses Grok. I actually can't. I don't know. I don't know what he's up to nowadays because I'm still banned in his chat. But
yeah, I mean, I visited his chat when you guys debated, and like, didn't seem like he muted you, but he didn't show his screen, so I don't know if he's using Grok or anything. But it's just like, also, it's annoying that you can just, if you're a Republican, you can just say stuff that feels right without having any of the knowledge. So, for example, he's like saying, oh, no, of course it goes up to a degree. We got to maintain good trade relations, blah, blah, blah. Like, what? Shut the fuck up.
I know.
Shut the fuck up.
Like,
you don't know anything. Why are you talking like you understand anything about trade? Shut the fuck up. Kill yourself. What are you saying? No, and in Minecraft. In Minecraft. I would never mean that in any way. But, yeah, just shut up. Stay quiet. Put duct tape over your mouth and shut up. Yeah. Like, my God, why are you talking? It's just like, imagine I'm talking about, like, the Fed. And someone is like, yeah, I understand. We need to, like, they're like, the Fed should not exist. And it's like, they're saying, like, yeah, we got to have, like, a good economy, but it's also, like, we got to also have the free, like, they're not saying anything. They're just, like, saying platitudes, but it's, okay, shut up. It's, like, very sad. But, I don't know. Very sad. My God. But, yeah, they never cited anything, which is sad. And even then, you go by the majority of studies or the best quality studies, you go by literature reviews, you go by meta-analyses. You could just shop for days for, like, studies that show tariffs are bad. There are so many, right? It's just like, probably it's like such an easy thing to show that they, like, journals are not even interested in publishing these, right? That's why, like, the IMF has to do a report and stuff. Like, it's, like, so trivial. And, so that's not how I debate tariffs, right? It's just like, that crushing majority of economists agree tariffs are bad.
Let me get it up. They lied about COVID, though. It's the same people who lied about COVID.
Yeah, Gibbs is fucking. I don't understand how Gibbs does this. It's like so gross. It's so gross. That Gibbs is like, well, what do you say to people who feel cheated? What do you say to people who feel cheated by Trump? The guy who's the biggest fucking liar ever. Do they care about that at all? No. Well, what did economists lie about with trade? Oh, they said what? They said globalization was good. It was. Okay, are we gonna count that in favor of them? Oh no, because what? Because fucking orange retard? Like no, no. So gross, dude. That's why. That's why facts don't matter to them. So sad. Like I don't get this debating economics without citing a single thing. Dog, what are we doing? I debated like Sam on the environmental Kurtzner's curve. Okay, do you know about it?
I feel like it was in the Unlearning Economics video about the air we breathe, but I forget what it is.
Okay, I think maybe it's just like the environmental Kurtzner's curve is like basically saying the richer your countries, it's like a parabola, right? So like the more it pollutes, but then after a certain point, when it becomes rich enough, the less it pollutes. That's like the basic formula. And I don't know what Unlearning Economics thinks about it. He probably doesn't like it because like Seoul and people cite it often. But I think it has solid evidence. And I cited it, like I just spammed it. Like I didn't even do the research. It's all in the Social Democrat library. And the capitalism page, they just have like 10 studies about the EKC. So I just spammed it. Because like even then, even if I don't read something, I feel like compelled to cite evidence, right? I cannot just like...
Yeah. I know, yeah.
Without like demonstrating there is evidence in favor of my position. But they can just say stuff. They can just say, oh no, we bring back manufacturing. It's like you give a good objection, and they just like don't address it. That's crazy to me. It's so basic too. The exchange rate points. They don't address it. That's like so frustrating. But like, yeah. So maybe in that way they won because like they don't even feel they lost.
Yeah,
but
I know.
That's not. But it's about the audience, right? It's never about the content creators. Like, you're not going to debate Ben Shapiro, and Ben Shapiro's like, yeah, I agree. But the audience...
You watch 10 years from now, okay?
You will never debate Ben Shapiro. You will never debate Ben Shapiro. The only way to do that is to DM people, like, other people's nudes without their consent. That's the only way to do that.
Yeah. I'll get started right away, yeah.
I can help you with that. Either you send me other people's nudes, or I send you my nudes, and then you share them around. Unconsensually. I don't agree. You should never do it. But yeah. But either way. Just like causal inference is my passion. That Destiny did it and he succeeded, so it must be what made him succeed.
Exactly, yeah. That checks out.
I mean...
Pentuple would say
we have
that checks
tariffs
out.
right now, right? Yeah, we have tariffs right now.
I'm not convinced they don't work. We have
I wonder
tariffs
if they
now.
would apply to the income tax, right? Oh, we have the IRS right now. Oh, we don't have the IRS right now. And yeah, it's like, oh, yo, that's such a powerful logic. Conservatism proven, right? Conservatism is about not changing anything. So, I mean, we have the current state of things right now. Let's go. But yeah. I mean, I don't know. The thing I'm thinking about right now is how can I like find a way to read them quotes by Marx and get them to agree with them by like telling them it's Trump or something. Trying to think of how to do that because Marx wrote in like a 19th century way.
Yeah.
So, and Trump writes in a fucking Neanderthal way.
A toddler way, yeah.
Yeah, like fucking ooga booga crazy. Like, yeah, very low IQ stuff. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah. Well, either way, are you gonna watch the entire debate? Oh, why not watch the? Oh, because you don't want to watch UE's stuff on stream.
Yeah, I respect him too much. Yeah.
I might rewatch the first Soul video. The second one is so good, though. He also foreshadowed a Henry Hazlitt video. Oh my God! Please, we need it. We need a UE, please. Fuck, that'd be goated. But like, yeah. If he does a Milton Friedman episode, I'm gonna unsubscribe and block him. But
damn.
Yeah. Also, I didn't watch his stuff on worker democracy or like value. Is it good?
I like the value one. Yeah.
Is he like pro labor theory of value?
No. He talks about the transformation problem and the.
It's Steedman, right? I think, right?
Who? Steedman.
Steedman, Marx after Straffer.
Oh yeah. He cites that guy. Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Okay. Talk to
And he continues to play that character to his advantage almost every day. And every time he's in front of that camera, and sometimes it works for him and a lot of times it doesn't, because he says dumb stuff and he gets in trouble for it, right? And sometimes he talks about things he doesn't know exactly what he's talking about.
Can I ask a question?
Knows a piece of what he's talking about.
Do you think that when Trump, you cannot possibly believe that when Trump...
I don't know, how long do we talk about this for?
Okay.
No, but I think stop using that character, using being volatile. He's
Fuck. This
do you think
that
in front of that
Wait,
character?
give me muting powers back, please.
Need a character?
Please. 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 Please.
Why?
Please. I want them.
You don't need them right now.
I need them.
You have powers to do other things. Or do you? I don't know if you do. Actually, you probably should be. But
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what you need them for.
I need them, okay?
You don't need them.
Okay, buddy.
What's happening here? I'm reacting to my debate and I'm chaptering it too.
And I see how you can see that, right? But you also have to understand that Trump, for very
like 2707. Oops. 07. Trump. Is Trump dumb again?
very long time has played a character, and he continues to play that character to his advantage almost every day. And every time he's in front of that camera, and sometimes it works for him, and a lot of times it doesn't, because he says dumb stuff and he gets in trouble. No, in character, so that they don't know kind of what they're getting. Yes, tariffs work, but we need the professionals to take care of that. The people who do know stuff about it. Does Trump know any and everything about tariffs? Absolutely not. Does he know as much as you do about tariffs? Probably not. He's a real estate guy.
Okay, wait, real quick. Can I?
Sure, get off. I would have moved it somewhere. But go ahead.
Okay, I think I can like do tariff work here, and then I think we stay on this for a little bit.
Okay, just real quick. I need to respond to Neville. Okay, there are very clear mechanisms by which tariffs will actually hurt manufacturing in aggregate, even if you help some specific businesses within manufacturing. So, for example, you appreciate exchange rates. Tariffs typically lead to the price of the dollar in foreign markets increasing. Who do you think that hurts? That hurts American exporters who sell their products overseas. A lot of manufacturing companies export products. There was a study done on this. You have no studies. You have nothing to back this up. It's just complete conjecture.
Base hard.
I think tariffs work.
It goes hard. Base correct.
You have nothing to back it up. There's a study.
I still haven't really understood why the price.
God, I should have insisted on finishing here, because I tried to cite this study like 3 times that it says, by the way, the equivalent export tax of Trump's steel tariffs was like a 2% export tax, and then just ask him, do you think that a 2% export tax would help American manufacturing?
It's going up doesn't decrease the demand for that product. Isn't that like a common
I'm telling you why, even if that happens, you can still hurt.
Also, oh my God, he's just not listening, dude. It's again, invincible ignorance, and he is intentionally not listening. He doesn't care. It's why in real terms. Okay, in real terms.
So this is
relative demand in the market.
So you lead to exchange rate appreciation.
I don't know what you've been saying this whole time. You speak 3 million words a minute, and nothing you say makes any sense. I just want to listen to Econo Boy.
Let me just move this.
Wow, nice one, bro. He doesn't listen to Econo Boy either, which is the funny part. But
I also agree that Trump leans into the character. I don't know how much is real, how much is not. But whether I look at this last election, he reminds me of a guy you talk to at the bar about politics. It's like you can imagine, and that gets people elected for good or bad thing. But that being said, I think he's very effective at hiring people around him, and at least in this real world to get stuff done. Sometimes, most of the time, effectively. Sometimes he's got some big losses, but whatever. That how much is not. But a little bit here, right? All right. So I also
2947. What will Trump hire good economists?
agree that Trump leans into the character. I don't know how much is real, how much is not. But whether I look at this last election, he reminds me of a guy you talk to at the bar about politics. It's like you can imagine, and that gets people elected for good or bad thing. But that being said, I think he's very effective at hiring people around him, and at least in this real world to get stuff done. Sometimes, most of the time, effectively. Sometimes he's got some big losses, but whatever. That being said, though, I want to come back to something you said, Econo Boy. Whenever you brought up Norway and how they do the nationalization of their things, and how they have sovereign wealth fund. Even if we look at, I would say,
I forgot they talked about this
look at the United States, right? I don't know that we could comparably compare. It's a fair comparison to like expected.
Because they're homogenous. Econoboy's never heard this argument before. He's never been told that Norway can do welfare because they're homogenous.
Is incapable of implementing makes sense. There's some economic jargon. It isn't do what Norway does, but there are various ways to social states to do, right? So
I guess I'll have
Same
to.
revenue, maybe like 60 million people. We could comparably compare. Sovereign wealth fund. You know, sometimes he's got some big losses, but whatever.
3012. What's up, Squid? Can the U.S. do a sovereign wealth fund?
That being said, though, what's your thoughts here?
And this argument just it just doesn't make sense, right? Like at any stage, it just doesn't make sense. Number one, there's economies of scale to things. Typically, scale of centralization for governments would lead to a more efficient ability to do things, not less. Forget about that. Even if you don't buy that, it's it's hard to do these things. America has a lot of resource wealth. The taxes and the duties that would be imposed on resource producers would be taxing economic rents, and that's obviously there's some economic jargon going on here, but basically that's a tax on unproductive activity, so you're not affecting production. There's nothing actually distortionary about these various forms of taxation. And with regards to forming a state-owned enterprise, some people will make, the United States couldn't form a state-owned enterprise. This isn't a complicated process, right? The United States, if they wanted to form a state-owned oil company, now I'm not saying that the United States should necessarily do exactly what Norway does, but there are various ways to socialize resource rents. And if the U.S. wanted to form a state-owned oil company, they could raise the money with, either seniorage, or they could raise tax revenue, or however they wanted to do it. Frankly, the United States have various mechanisms by which they can raise a ton of money, clearly. And they could buy out the stock of a currently existing oil company, just like any other private investor can do. And then that oil company becomes the American oil company, and it just runs literally completely the same.
Now we have the 5,000 IQ.
The only difference is that the equity is owned by the government.
Is doing that mutually exclusive with implementing tariffs? I don't think tariffs single-handedly save our country from $40 trillion of debt, but I do think it's going to get us moving in the right direction. And when you're really tariffs, we don't sell cars. I just Googled this.
What if we did a really good thing and a really bad thing?
We have tariffs on our cars that are sold in Europe, and in Europe we don't see a lot of Chevys and Fords and stuff like that. So should we implement those retaliatory tariffs if you think that countries will apply them to us?
Pentuple. So the argument is not Nanfan and I are not making the argument that tariffs don't reduce demand for foreign goods. They obviously do. The question is whether or not that's desirable. Okay, so let's just use a basic example. Okay, let's say that China just makes better shit. Let's just say that that's true. Maybe they do. I'm assuming that there are some things that Chinese manufacturers make that are better than what Americans can make. Just like how I would assume that we shouldn't do.
I guess
just Google this.
I don't know. We might have to divide it up a little
We
more.
have tariffs on our cars that are. I don't think tariffs single-handedly save our country from $40 trillion of debt, but I do think it's going to get us moving in the right direction.
3258. What should we use tariffs for?
And when you're really tariffs, we don't sell cars. I just Googled this. So
at least he admits to using Google, unlike me, right? Who used Google without telling people, according to Pentuple, which is definitely true and accurate statement based on the fact that I've streamed all of my research and it's all publicly. Actually, some of it's not publicly available. Most of it's publicly available. I have to update it a little.
Should we implement those retaliatory tariffs if you think that countries will apply them to us?
Pentuple. So the argument is not Nanfan and I are not making the argument that tariffs don't reduce demand for foreign goods. They obviously do. The question is whether or not that's desirable. Okay, so let's just use a basic example. Okay, let's say that China just makes better shit. Let's just say that that's true. Maybe they do. I'm assuming that there are some things that Chinese manufacturers make that are better than what Americans can make. Just like how I would assume that we shouldn't do all of our business out of the state of Texas. I'm sure that people in Oregon, Washington, California, well, most of our business, but not all of it, right? I mean, just geographically, because of specialization in industry, cultural reasons, because of what they might have been raised in and the desires that they have, there are reasons that people in other places make better things than people in current places that you might live, right? And so there's a reason why we wouldn't necessarily want to say, hey, this good comes from China, why don't we just make it here? Well, the answer is because we just might not be able to make it as well as they do because they have specialization that we don't.
So let me move this a little bit.
That's what the role would be.
I think this is so. I
God fucking kill. Well, the ERS would figure it. The smart people, Trump buyers would figure it out.
we're also not focusing on the political aspect, like the diplomatic aspect of this, as much as I think we should personally.
Kill me.
So I think
I love you, Gibbons, but fuck you.
we're also not focusing on the political aspect, like the. Diplomatic aspect of this, as much as I think we should personally. So I guess I'm going to move it there a little bit. Not fun here. I know he hates tariffs. He's basically, you argued you're a globalist before. I'll let him correct me or whatever. I think global trade is good.
I'm the ultimate globalist. I'm the only true globalist.
Yada yada. Now, from a conservative standpoint, I see something like what's happening with Panama as atrocious, where they're getting, I don't know, 60-70% of the revenue from what I think is was a terrible trade deal back with when they took the canal back under what's it, Carter. Like I'm not a fan. I looked it up. They're getting like 55,000 a ton.
I didn't get to mention this in the debate, but I wrote a blog post about this. Using Trump's logic, we're winning in trade with Panama because we have a trade surplus with Panama. If you're like Trump, you think that trade deficits are subsidies. Panama has a trade deficit with us. We have like a $10 billion trade deficit with Panama. Panama has a $10 billion trade deficit with us. So they're subsidizing us to the tune of $10 billion a year. And the Panama Canal makes $5 billion a year in US dollars. It's like 4.99 in Panama dollars. I think they're pegged to each other actually. But yeah, so clearly we're winning in trade with Panama. Don't know what you mean. Like,
on some of these ships,
I'm just using Trump's logic.
We make up like 70% of the trade. What do you say to people that are saying that ERS is a signal to these countries?
What's up, localist?
Hey, we're not playing around. We're going to implement things to like benefit us diplomatically. This is a threat. It's not just an economic tool. Like, do you think that's a viable thing, or is that going to crash the economy? We'll start with Abby here. Go ahead.
I think that's a part of it. I think what everyone wants to do is they want to always pick out one thing and say this is the thing and it's going to be the thing that kills all of us or makes us all broke or ruins the country or tanks the country. Or they pick out this one thing and say, okay, because of this one thing, the whole thing is trash. Throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
So true. That's exactly what I'm doing. You explained exactly the logic of the liberal here. That's throughout all of my researching. I'm throwing the baby out with the bathwater is what I'm doing. I'm picking out one little thing I don't like.
Good negotiation is, and that is one thing Donald Trump is very good at, is negotiating. And I think that's the largest piece of what the tariffs actually are. Now, are there going to be tariffs implemented? Absolutely. He did it the last time he was president. We can guarantee that will happen. But is it going to be like 150% tariffs like he will sometimes say? No, right? But you can imagine him just mentioning tariffing.
Also, again, neither of these people, if Trump actually goes through with 25% tariffs on the majority goes from Canada and Mexico, if not all it goes from Canada and Mexico, they ain't gonna apologize. They're not gonna do it. They ain't gonna apologize.
Canada and Mexico made Justin Trudeau pinch his butt cheeks so hard he jumped on the first flight he could to Mar-a-Lago to go grovel.
Do you think
and ended
that
up becoming the governor
JFK
of the
files
51st
will
state.
MLK
So it was like a laughing
and
stock, and that's my
RFK?
whole point
What?
of he trolls specifically to get what he wants.
I saw Trump signed an order to declassify them. I don't have anything against declassifying them. I don't take the conspiracies about the JFK assassination or MLK assassination very seriously, but it's not like I haven't done any research into them.
That's a large part of what's going on with his tariff rhetoric.
But that's clearly not actually what's going on at all, in part because you guys started this debate not by saying that tariffs are important for geostrategic reasons. Again, Nonfon and I don't know about Nonfon, but we probably agree that there are instances where, for moral reasons, for geostrategic reasons, that you'd want to selectively institute tariffs. But that's literally not at all what Trump has been talking about. He's been talking about what you guys have been talking about, which is
of course you believe that,
replacing
localist.
parts of the tax code with tariffs, right? That's not
Again, you can't simultaneously say these are only going to be
an agency that handles it instead. And, like, instead of having Trump executive deal with these tariffs, wouldn't you like to have an agency with professionals actually dealing with it?
Also, it's so fucking like the agency, first of all, would be under the control of the executive branch. But obviously, like I mentioned Trump is probably only going to do tariffs via executive action. I'd be surprised if any substantial legislation comes about tariffs through Congress, right? Even most Republicans in Congress are not nearly as on board with tariffs as Trump is. There is a Democrat, actually, that is on board with them. Some Democrat in Maine is a dumbass protectionist, but it's something that is so true, localist. What kill me? Kill me. They don't care. They don't care about truth.
We're on the ERS. We're talking about.
I'm the only one who's on the ERS all the time.
Well, we literally specifically moved off of the ERS. So that's clearly not.
Also, he did move off the ERS when he talked about, well, tariffs are going to bring manufacturing.
We talk about Donald Trump. Let's get ERS boring, right?
Well,
these have been in your head for years. Is that over yet?
Well, just to be clear, you said, you did admit that you're not prepared to have this conversation about, I haven't looked it up, I don't know, it just seems like it makes sense. Like, okay, that's fair enough.
True.
Specific tariff. I don't think anyone in this channel is going to be in that position. No offense. Like, it's just none of us are.
I am in that position.
Global economic experts that.
I am a global economic expert.
Can tell you the downwind and downfalls of every single tariff that we could possibly implement. These are going to be.
I can do that.
Things that are studied. There's going to be like memorandums written detailing every. every single like
Okay,
possible
but
consequence of this level tariff.
God, this is so
So
funny.
these things have already been studied. The professionals who have studied this, you reject. You don't read them. You haven't read them. You have no plans to read them. So shut the fuck up and Temple. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just admit it.
Forming the ERS. We don't even need. What do you want? We don't.
Thank you, Convoy. I love you, Convoy. Oh my God, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, 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 beautiful. Do you have any clout, or are you just some rando? What do you define as clout? I wouldn't say I have significant amounts of clout.
We don't even need to hear what you have to say. Like it's like a charity. We'll listen to you anyway. We're forming.
Oh, COINTELPRO Fred Hampton. That means causal influence is my passion. That means the FBI must have killed everyone, right? If they killed Fred Hampton, they must have killed everyone. They must have killed MLK2 and JFK. Wasn't it the CIA who killed JFK? What do you mean? Like, it was what do you define as clout? I have 1,000 subs. I have good relations with Gibbs and Wick, so I'm on their panel sometimes. So I'm not like a completely random person, right? It's like I'm connected in this space, at least, if you care about this. But this gray sweatshirt dude is embarrassing. He does every time, Ricky. He does every time. That's why he's scared to one. He will never 1v1 me. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, you guys are like contradicting yourself. All you guys are like. All you guys are like.
Hold on.
All you guys are contradicting yourself. All you guys are. I guess I'll probably split it off here because I think we stay in this for a little bit, but I don't know. Tariffs used as revenue. Or like all you guys earlier, like
hold on.
all you guys are, yeah, just real quick. All you guys earlier said, you know, we're going to use the IRS to start moving away from the IRS. We're going to use the IRS to.
That was one proposal.
Sure, but now everyone is saying like these are actually just bluffs to get countries to negotiate. Like any tariff that uses the.
That's not what I said. I actually said.
So she said, is it gonna tariffs? She said first, tariffs are going to be used for diplomacy. And two, she said that he's at least, but he got 4 viewers. Homie thinks homie think he Ben Shapiro. Well, again, clout is like relative. I don't know why you say I think I'm Ben Shapiro. I just like streaming. And when I say I have, none of these people are close to Ben Shapiro. I'm just saying there are people who care about this nice, fun community we have here, and I am a small part of this community, okay? So, if you had respect for our beautiful Twitch poll community, you would appreciate my little piece of it, okay? Anyway, she said, is it going to be 150% like he sometimes says? No. You said tariff use it, right? Oh, well, if Grok says it, look, good, that your epistemology is so great, dude. Yes, wow, you have a perfect understanding of how to reach conclusions, man, from the evidence, yes. Extrapolate from one killing of Fred Hampton, and then use Grok to determine the rest. Yes, you are so... 5 of them, dog, reevaluate your life. I mean, first of all, on my end right now, it says I have 7 on YouTube Shorts, 4 on the YouTube horizontal stream, 3 on Twitch, and there's some on Twitter. It's hard, I don't know how many are currently watching on Twitter, because it doesn't tell you. No one is on Rumble. Is anyone on Kick? No one's on Kick. But we have 4 on Twitch now. But like, I mean, it's not like there's, I don't know what you mean. I just have a fun time streaming, even if I'm only streaming to 4 people. I don't know why I'm getting hate for this, man. It's
a piece of it, right? Didn't I say it's a piece of it?
Yeah,
you can't say, see, that's my whole point of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You're trying to be like, it's completely this. No, that's a piece.
Well, you understand there is going to be a trade-off between how long it's.
So you're saying it's completely this? No, I'm just saying there's a trade-off between the two. I'm not saying it has to be one of them. I'm just saying the more you do one thing with any individual tariff, the less you do the other with any individual tariff. Like, there's a trade-off between these two things for any individual tariff. I mean, in aggregate, again, I guess you could dedicate some tariffs to do X and some tariffs to do Y. Now it's unlikely that would happen, but
tariff is in place. Like if it's used as
dude, let him stream. Real so. I appreciate it. What's up?
Negotiating tool and how much revenue that tariff raises, right?
This is like we keep saying the same thing. It's like things that like the professionals would figure out. We're not saying to implement it. We're not debating. Hey, we should just blindly implement a 25% tariff on all goods. That's not what we're doing.
Again, He'll never apologize if that happens.
What Trump is saying.
Hold on. Let me take over here. Hold on.
This revenue.
You're
Foreign
breaking up.
profits being made in our markets. It's that simple. Like, you can dive into the randoms all you want, but that's not like what we're here to debate.
All right,
Nobody's here to debate that. You don't know what you're talking about either. None of you guys know what you're talking about either. You don't know the downfalls of every single different level of these are things that will be.
Also, it's so. First of all, I do. Okay, every single one I've studied extensively. Okay, I do. I know every future tariff that will be implemented too, and its exact effects. Okay, but also like what a. Clearly, one of these people has more knowledge. Well, actually, I mean, Contemplate has even more knowledge than me. Like, like to say, you know, I don't know anything because I don't know all past tariffs and future tariffs and the individual effects of every individual effect of every single one of them is absurd. I obviously have way more knowledge than him. Contemplate has even more knowledge than me. Like, goddamn.
Memorandums that are like 20 pages written by the ERS agents, and you'll get to see them one day. Because guess what? We live in my timeline now, bitch.
He threw it out.
God, this is so funny too. Did you see the plural of beef? The plural of beef is beefs. Did you know? That's just not true. There's no way I reject that being true if it is true. Welcome to the stream, Kauai.
Again, he threw out. He's like, oh, what's a long, unreadable report? Oh, 20 pages. That's an inconceivable length of a report.
Yeah, I would think I'd probably cover a good bit of it.
By the way, like any of these studies that I like have cited are gonna be like over 20 pages, man. This is the IMO studies over one, but this is just the steel tariffs. Fuck. How many? Okay. Well, here this is 30 pages. This is just, I believe this is like 50. This is 33 pages. So this is more than 20. Let's see this one. This one's only 9. It is a working paper though, I guess. This is not even the study. Where's the actual study? Oh, these are estimates. That's not a study. Okay, recent study. How many is this one? Oh, it's a. This might not be. Oh no, 31. Most of these are over 20 pages. Yeah, I think this is not a study, but just like a survey, economic experts, analysis. This might be over 20 pages too. Oh no, it's not even. That's not pages again. So funny. 65. Although this. Oh no, this is just the washing machine ones. Like 65. I looked it up. I just looked it up. Thought you were BS. What? Oh wait, on the beef thing, there's no shot. I'm not even gonna look in it. I'm gonna pull up in Tuple and not even look into it because if it is true, it's not true. So
one tariff. Like,
so one thing. Hold on. I'm taking over. Stop.
Make it 100 pages. Send the interns back to make it 130.
How many pages do you think I've read?
Hold on. Stop. Thank you. One, for example, you got like it's an echo. I think it's coming through, and maybe your mic's gain is too high, and it's catching your headset, and that's why I think you're cutting out.
Might be the case.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Say something while I'm talking. Like hello.
One, and we're getting ERS anyway.
Yeah, cool. I think it's fixed. Yeah. So let me just. Holy shit. All right.
The best part is we can reconvene in a year after the ERS.
Beefs or no, I reject. That's not true.
Has been formed, and taxes down.
Fake news. Fake news.
To
be clear, we would never accept. You don't like.
Thank you. We'll come back to that. I know y'all want to go at each other again in a second, but I'm running the show. I want to go somewhere else with this real quick. Just for funsies, humor me, please. All right, so Abby brought this up, and y'all kind of talked about it, and then y'all glossed over it, and it's really where I wanted to go. And so thank you, Abby, for picking this up. She brought this up in her opening, or I don't know if it was opening, but earlier, about Trump being volatile, right? The people not knowing what today, and y'all called it a bluff. I took umbrage with this recently. When I said it's not a bluff, I think that he's willing to do what it takes, right? And that's kind of what he's concerned. Like, they don't know what he's willing to do, and it's usually a negotiating tool to like get him by the balls. Like,
how are we back on?
That's kind of what he's concerned. Like, they don't know. Recently, when I said it's not a bluff, I think.
I don't know.
She brought
41, 46. Are Trump's tariffs? Big bluff.
This up in her opening, or I don't know if it was opening. Do not agree.
Pickle.
That focused on the economic game. What is?
I mean, I would like the concession that one, we should want free trade, and this is just a way to get to free trade or a way to get countries to negotiate with us. And two,
don't even get to it. So I should have insisted on finishing. I want the concession that there is free trade, and we should just focus on how to get there, and we can have different ways how to get there. There's another concession I usually want. I honestly forget what the fuck it was at this point. Fuck, I don't know. There was something else I wanted, but God, it's so annoying I can't finish.
There was a mythical global alliance, and everyone came together in the whole world and held hands and sang kumbaya. And decided, yes, tariffs are bad. Then yes, I'll give you that.
So, Economy, did you have
I don't even know. I don't know what our point is here, man. I specify later, but like the case for free trade is basically unilateral. These people are not able to demonstrate that it is a net benefit to tariff a country, or economically a net benefit at least. Forgetting the diplomacy for a second. Is a net benefit to tariff a country just because they're tariffing us. They can't demonstrate anything because they're dumb and wrong and stupid and refuse to engage with anything.
I don't know if you said you're done with you.
No, I wanted to take a little bit of break. My wife made some soup and I wanted to taste it.
Hey, there you go. So here's the question. Here's the question I'm posing.
Vegetable beef, classic.
Hey, there you go. That's good stuff. Especially this cold weather. Crock-pot meal's the way to go, I'll be honest. Big fan. I will say, yeah, it's cold for Texas. All right, we don't get cold often. I will say this, though. So I was saying earlier, I proposed on other panels that the ERS would basically be an enforcement agency to enact diplomatic will. The goal might not necessarily be economic. Like, say, for example, Mexico threatened them with the tariff. The ERS would be, in theory, the ones that were going to go enforce this. Now we got remain in Mexico, so we made other goals. Do you not see the ERS as like a potential tool to be used diplomatically? Are you so worried that the economic negatives are going to be really just soul-crushing to where it's not even a viable tool?
I mean, it really just depends. I think it really just depends on the entity. I mean, I think that when you're talking about China specifically, I mean, I think there's probably an upper limit on like how much you would even functionally be able to tariff China, unless you really just had the view that like we just shouldn't trade with China and that shouldn't be a thing. I mean, that would be a very difficult thing I think for the U.S. economy to kind of absorb overnight. It would just be really hard. Now, insofar as the first thing that you said, like, okay, well, and there's been like some various statements to this effect as well. Like, okay, well, like, what about like the specialized expertise, like concentrating all of that in one place? I mean, I mean, the Federal Reserve, for instance, they have all these different regional banks, and these regional banks have different expertises. For instance, the Reserve Bank in Dallas, in our neck of the woods, they specialize in U.S.-Mexican economic relations, right? It's like, okay, well, if we really wanted to understand like what the impact of tariffs on Mexico would be, it just seems like we've already got a group of people who are like perfectly fitted to answer that question, right? I just don't know, on the question of the ERS, I just don't know the utility basically of having an external revenue service such that Trump has proposed. Now, to be fair, again, I mean, all that Trump has said in his executive order is like that the ERS should be looked into. Like it was like, hey, these various departments will look into establishing an external revenue service. So we don't ultimately know what form this will take. But just like on its face, like a government agency in charge of basically specifically collecting revenues and tariff policy, I just feel like we've got a lot of other people that are already positioned to handle this. So.
And I'll say, in that regard, I'm going to just liken it to doing stuff at work, right? If I need a project done, so say I need to reset an entire store, I could have the staff
blah, blah, blah,
into
blah,
the
blah.
store and say, hey, that fixing hard work, less terrorist organization.
All can be adversarial, and if they're using these like their own bad tactics against us, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just believe countries like whatever you're about to respond to? And to me, can you tell me like why?
So 4819, that's what we're going to discuss. What should we do against countries, I guess, acting in bad faith, against hostile nations?
You don't think that like do you believe countries all can be adversarial, and if they're using these like their own bad tactics against us, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just let them do this and try to like hope the free trade wins out? Or are we supposed to fight back? Like, because trade wars do happen. Like, I mean, you can argue whether they're good or bad, or et cetera, et cetera. And I think they do happen. Do you like what do you think our weapon should be if not this? And then go ahead and respond whatever you want to go to as well.
Yeah, so I mean, well, just firstly, again, like the big issue is not with like taking people in other departments and moving them to a new building with ERS on it. Like my big issue is that we're creating an agency just to implement like the worst form of like taxation. When it comes to like trade wars, I mean, my case is essentially a unilateral case. Like there's a quote from some economist, putting tariffs up on countries that tariff you is equivalent to like dumping rocks in your harbors because other countries.
He's definite at this part.
Rocky ports. The majority of the harm done with tariffs is on the country's own citizens. They decrease productivity, they decrease jobs, they increase prices, they do all these bad things. It doesn't seem like they even have a great history when it comes to like negotiating with other countries. Like to my knowledge, no country reduced tariffs after Trump put his tariffs up. We had a lot of countries like China and Turkey put their own retaliatory tariffs up that hurt U.S. farmers. There might be some case to be made for some type of currency intervention because if China does like manipulate their currency, maybe we should do some type of sterilized intervention to make China's currency the value of what it should be relative to the dollar. But the case for free trade is unilateral. I don't think it's a net benefit to impose tariffs on us just because other countries are imposing tariffs on us. And by the way, These the ERS, all these professionals at the ERS could write a study. They would reject it because they reject the studies we already have. As if it doesn't align with their conclusions,
true,
they
based,
would
accurate,
reject it.
based,
Let me
true,
ask you this, and
accurate,
I'm gonna
correct.
turn it over to somebody else. But let me ask you this follow up here, though. I see this a lot, right, from people in my circle, right? And the expression "there's good, bad liars."
God. Can we trust experts?
Good liars, bad liars, and statistics comes up a lot, right? And I think there's a universal, I don't know about universal, maybe that's not the right word, but there's a very large movement that wants to reject, like, the current academia. And because it seems like academia has given in to, I don't know, let's just for lack of a better way to put this, leftist ideology. Do you, like, how do you sell that to somebody, say, hey, these studies
All
indicate
the economics PhDs are all indoctrinated into leftism. Okay, every economist is it's hidden leftist now.
Well, it seems much more like
Kill
a lot of
me,
these people
kill
much
me,
more
kill me.
that it's not that complicated. It's much more simple, and y'all aren't debugging this. How do you sell that to somebody?
Well, I mean, the issue is, like, Pentuple literally doesn't understand enough about economics to understand any of these studies, and the fact that economists address the concerns, the very concerns we're talking about.
How do you respond to the questions I asked and then openly state that I don't want to engage with you with?
If you want to engage with me, you want to engage with Economically, and Economically did reply to you.
You're saying things that are wrong because you're using absolute words, too. I mean, you completely said something untrue. You literally just said that there is zero evidence that threatening tariffs on another country will keep that country from imposing tariffs on us.
Also, God, I can't believe she's like, you're using absolute words. You said there's zero evidence. I said I did not use absolute words. I said, to my knowledge, no country lowered tariffs because of Trump's tariffs. But in her framing of the France example that she's about to pull up, I didn't do a ton of research into it yet. I should probably do it. But isn't even accurate because it was also part of a like a bigger deal. U.S. compromises with UK, France, Italy, Spain, and Australia on digital service taxes and trade actions. This was part of the France's, like, undoing of the digital service tax or whatever. Was also done with countries that we didn't impose tariffs on. Now, we did threaten a bunch of tariffs on France. And they did eventually get rid of the digital services tax. But I think, did we ever threaten tariffs on Australia? I don't think so. Agreement to determine a tariff that's threatened against 5 European countries. Is this the same? Yeah, UK. What else does it mention? Oh, Austria. So maybe we did do it on Austria. I don't know.
And that's wrong. That's entirely wrong. It happened.
But also, I literally said, like, maybe you know something I don't. Like I said, to my knowledge, it was definitely not an absolute statement. God, it's so annoying.
Right.
I don't know if I said there was zero evidence. I said they have a bad history.
You said it's happened 0 times. You were like, it's happened 0 times. And I was like, what? Huh?
I said to my knowledge, you might know something I don't know. I said to my knowledge, no country that Trump raised.
Also, same countries agreed to beginning on January 1st, 2022. Although it was on October, it announced it would terminate tariffs. So in October we announced it. Okay. Wait. Well, hold on. This was after Trump or Biden was president during this time. Hold on. Even this was. Oh, this is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, we received for India and Turkey, who I don't even know if we tariffed India and Turkey. I would have to know more. But like, the tariffs were put up by Trump, but the deal was under Biden, and then we also, I don't know if we ever had tariffs against India. Trump tariffs India. Did we? We might have. Okay, I need custom range from. I guess I'll do. 2016 to I guess 01 2021. Mini trade war for India we had, I guess. National security tariffs. Weren't any of them for the digital export or digital taxing? 8 digital tariff level. 6-digit steel products. What?
Tariffs on reduced
I don't
tariffs.
know what this even is, man.
Words.
And we walk through it slowly. You tariff the foreign good, right?
Also, she didn't link
Which means that
anything.
either-
Also, now it's so annoying. I don't know how Pentuple just goes back to this like we didn't address it. Both me and Econoboy address this, and then he's just like, "No, I don't. I don't want to engage with you. I'm just gonna repeat it and not listen." I don't understand how you can do this without being embarrassed. I don't understand how you can do this without shitting your pants, dude.
To eat the cost to maintain the same market price, or they have to pass it on to the customer, which increases the market price. If the price goes up, the demand goes down, right? Is that a basic economic principle?
Yeah, again, I don't dispute that part. Economists don't dispute that part.
Okay. So that demand going down for the foreign product that doesn't apply to the American product increases the relative market position of the American product to the foreign product, right?
Yeah, we don't dispute that part. We're disputing the parts where we talk about.
You have been saying that there's no way that tariffs can help American manufacturing. What I'm trying to break it down very, very simply and asking, where does that break down?
Let me reply. The reason the reason tariffs often fail to help aggregate manufacturing, even if they help certain parts of manufacturing, there's a number of different reasons. One, as
I don't understand. He just... It's so fucking frustrating to watch him do this.
reduce their tariff.
I mean, you completely said something untrue. You literally just said, and that's wrong time.
No country that Trump
Threatening like what?
afterwards.
Anyway,
you might
Because
know something I don't know. I said, to my knowledge, no country that Trump raised tariffs on reduced their tariffs afterwards.
52. 1. Can tariffs bring manufacturing back?
You tariff the foreign good, right? Which means they either have to eat the cost to maintain the same
manufacturing, even if they help certain parts of manufacturing, there's a number of different reasons. A lot of manufacturers export their stuff. 2, wait, I have to finish this because Pentuple will cry about it if I don't, okay? 2,
I'm not going to cry. I don't care what you say. I can't wait to hear.
Do you want this slow? Explain to me where I go wrong. I don't care what you say.
This is the audience. You have the potential to care. We saw that with Trump's own
increase the relative market position of the American product.
Notice how he literally won't engage. He literally won't listen or engage with me.
There's no point in engaging with you. I've said it 4 times. I don't want to go to these little fucking stupid rabbit holes.
You are asking me how tariffs can be manufactured. Let me answer. What do you mean,
I live in your head.
All right, stop. Sorry about that. We had to calm down. Who's Rob? All right, I'm gonna go to Abby. Then I'm gonna go to Econoboy here because, what do you think here? What are your thoughts here on what they said? I heard you trying to get it up, and then I know Econoboy's got a lot of thoughts. So go ahead.
Well, he said not to my knowledge, so I'll go ahead and inform him that it did happen. It happened in France. France was basically saying, we're going...
I guess we'll do 53, 52 tariffs as successful diplomacy.
And inform him that it did happen. It happened in France. France was basically saying, we're going to put a tariff on digital services, Amazon, Google, all of these things. It would really wreck American companies. France was threatening to do that in the trade war that we kind of had with France. Trump came in and was like, hey, Macron, what's up? If you do that, that's fine, but I'm going to put a hard tax on wine and champagne coming from France. A hard tariff. I'm going to throw a tariff on top of it, and he's like, hey, don't do that, and then all of a sudden...
Because tariffs aren't taxes, right, guys?
It's like, okay, never mind. We're not going to either impose those tariffs. So that's another way in which tariffs are absolutely necessary. If you have other countries that are imposing tariffs on large industry coming out of your country, and you're refusing to put tariffs back on that other country, it's literally just taking money from the American taxpayer and then giving it to other countries because they know that if something happened, we would back them up, national security, whatever it is, and then we're not reciprocating that.
Hold on. We're going to Econoboy. Hold on. Nope. You have to wait. Sorry. We're going to Econoboy. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, I feel like we're repeating ourselves. I mean, again, I don't think that Nonfon and I would disagree that tariffs are useful for...
Oh, what's up? Hello?
I don't know how to make them understand. It's just so hard. It's just like, I've been trying to think of analogies, right? But what can I say that has not already been said? So it's just like I'm thinking of like, if I stop blood from coming to my hand or heart and instead direct it to my liver or something, right? Or to my appendix, okay? Then I'm helping my appendix, but I'm hurting my body because I'm preventing resources that would be way more productive in other areas from reaching their incorrect goal, Oh, but you're helping the appendix, so you're helping your body. No. Well, I'm helping my appendix, but I'm hurting my body. What's so hard to understand? Oh, you just like fucking... Oh, my bad. You just help manufacturing. That's it. Nothing else. It's not like it's going to be more expensive to consumers. That doesn't hurt jobs, right? It's not like, oh, you tariff steel. Oh, 80 fucking other jobs get hurt. Oh, yeah, we can ignore that safely. Oh, exchange rates? Oh, no, never heard of that, right? It's just like... It's so retarded. It's just like... What? I don't know. Sometimes I talk to progressives, and they're like, I'm pro minimum wage, okay? But that's just because I looked at the research. Sometimes I talk to a progressive, and they're like, we need a $20 minimum wage. I'm like, what do you think the conservative argument against minimum wages is? Right? Or like the economics argument, at least. And they don't know. And rent control. What do you think the argument is? And they don't know. And then, I look at conservatives, and they're like, oh, tariffs. For some reason, I don't know what happened to Reagan.
Yeah,
Reagan did some tariffs.
Yep.
But and it's like, what do you even think the theoretical argument against what you're saying is? No economist has ever fucking considered what Pentuple, the retard, has to say. Yes, thank you. My bad.
500 IQ Pentuple. No economist has ever walked through the logic of, that you help the U.S. manufacturer with tariffs.
What? Oh, the stated intention of every person who ever did this policy? Oh, I've never considered this. Oh, I never even crossed my mind. Oh, you go, buddy. It's like, so what do we do with that? How do we respond to that? It's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's so stupid. But yeah, I don't even know. Like, I'm trying to think, like, you can walk them through a straight line. It's like, do we agree exchange rate appreciation hurts exports? Yes. Okay, great. Do we agree if the tariffs increase exchange rates? Like, no. Okay, let me walk you through it. Here's a study. Here's the theoretical reason. Do we agree now? No. Okay, let me walk you keep until you concede. And then, okay, so there's a component to tariff that is considerable and significant that you don't address at all. You can just gloss over. What about all these studies? Oh, you don't care because COVID. Yeah, okay. At this point, it's just like, I'm not telling anyone to do anything with it, but buy rope. Ropes are cool. You can do stuff with it. I don't know what you would do, but just like at that point, what's the point? Just shut up. Just stay silent forever. It's just like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, you understand, but this is why they win in real terms, okay? Because they should be silent forever, but they aren't. But they aren't, and they don't care.
I lose a debate on something, I feel terrible ever opening my mouth about it again. Okay? Yeah. When I was a non-vegan, I lost debates on veganism, and I was like, oh my god, I don't want to debate veganism. I get destiny. If I got fucking dog walked and destroyed every veganism topic, I would not want to talk about veganism either. Right? So why do they not have this, part of their conscious? Or why do they not have shame particles?
I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. Not funny. You said it all. But either way, I'm gonna go learn some Bach. Okay, you know how great Bach of a composer he is.
Nerd.
Fantastic.
Nerd.
Fucking bro, you fucking read studies all day. What do you listen to? What music do you listen to?
Like good music.
Oh, the good music. My bad.
Like the one with basically any song with lyrics. Yeah,
influenced by Bach. That's influenced by Bach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, get fucking debunked. Real time.
Wow.
Real time fact checking. Okay, I'm replacing Zuckerberg. Let's go. But but yeah, either way. Yeah, I mean, you should just listen to some Bach or Schubert, some good stuff. But either way, I'm not here to what do you call it? Preach
Classical
or
Pilly.
whatever. Yeah, maybe. But either way, conservatives are so blackpilling. They're just they have so much impunity. But yeah, whatever. Yeah. Well, what do you think about the Fauci pardons?
I mean, pardoning Fauci probably makes sense. I
think I don't like pardons, but it's probably the best use of a pardon you could do. It's like, okay, we have a terrible, crazy administration coming in. I don't know why Pisco is like shameful, so corrupt and shameful. It's like, I don't like pardons, but that's like, yeah, you got to protect people from like a crazy lunatic gonna abuse justice, which you will.
Yeah.
Wrong. Yeah.
The Fauci ones, I think, make sense. I mean, they pardoned his whole family, which makes it makes a little bit less sense, I guess. But
they're gonna go after them. Well, why? But yeah,
Probably.
I don't know. Well, not anymore, right? But yeah, maybe I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Either way.
They might find a new crime.
That he pardoned all the January 6 people.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why. Yeah. Why would I ever apologize for it when Trump is pardoning?
Also, I mean, to some extent, you're still not getting it now. You're not getting it. Okay, the girl there, she said the France thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying, well, I should look into it more. No, you shouldn't. Even if she's right. Let's say France reduced 10 tariffs. China and Turkey did them. She doesn't feel like, oh, I need to look into China doing retaliatory tariffs. I need to look into Turkey doing their retaliatory tariffs. I just gotta learn more. Non-fun mentioned 2 things. I only mentioned 1. I gotta look into them. I'm getting crushed. That's not what she's thinking. So why are you thinking that? You're a dumbass if you think that. Non-fun. You're a dumb fun. Okay.
Damn.
So you're not getting it. It's about fucking shamelessness, okay? It's about, address my point. Don't call her a bitch, but in my head. but yeah, it's just like, address my point, lady.
Lady.
Girl. It's just like, yeah, come on. I mean, what is it? Why can Pentuple and the girl there just say stupid shit for 5 minutes, and if they mention one thing by accident, it's like, oh, I gotta read 10 articles on this. No, you don't, because your point still stands. She didn't even rebut your point. You said to my knowledge, like you said, okay, if it's true that no country has reverted their tariffs, then it is a point in your favor. But if it's not true, it doesn't mean that shows the opposite. Sure. Because you can still show more examples of countries that did tariffs in return, right? Retaliatory tariffs are a thing, way more than just a negotiating tactic thing. And if it is a negotiating tactic thing, why are you economically defending it? And why did Trump not reverse his tariffs? Why did he do tariffs on his last day in office? Why are you doing this, right? Such an obvious lie? Well, I know why. Well, you know why too. You know why too. I know why. You know why. It's because they lie. They don't believe it. They don't think that. They're lying. They're enjoying saying ridiculous shit.
By the tariffs we put on France and the other countries were the retaliatory tariffs. We put them up on France in a retaliation for France having some digital service tax. So you've at best made an argument for retaliatory tariffs and not starting a trade war.
Yeah, because okay, reverse the logic. You just learned China did tariffs in return. Okay? Look in the chat. I talked in the chat, in Gibbs's chat while you were debating. Yeah. And someone there said, if tariffs are so bad, why does China have them? Well, according to it's a contradictory logic, because according to their logic, it's if a country puts tariffs on us, we better reduce our tariffs so they reduce them back, right? That's the logic the people on the panel are saying, but the people in chat are if China has tariffs, we got to have tariffs also, right? That's So you can justify literally whatever as long as you're
Yeah.
a conservative, right? You can justify contradictory positions. You can say, oh, China retaliated with tariffs. We got to do our own tariffs. We just got to. But if we do our own tariffs, they got to reduce them, right? That's how logic works. You literally justify contradicting conclusions from the same evidence, right? So you just live in shameless irrationality if you're a conservative. Nothing at all commits you to facts. Nothing at all commits you to understanding. No good faith, no belief in what you're saying, no conviction. It's just jerking off because you're in power and you like power. That's all conservatives care for. It's gross, and that's what we got to live with for 4 years now. And probably 8. Democrats are incompetent. But yeah, very sad, very sad. But yeah. So, get the right conclusions from a debate. You don't need to research the France thing too, like after 10 articles. You just gotta like, oh, China, a way bigger market, did tariffs in return. What do you got to say about that? Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna return the favor. Right? Think of it like this: they're doing discursive tariffs on you, right? Like you export. I'm sorry. Let me think. That you export arguments to them, and they're taxing you for it because tariffs are taxing the exporter, right? Yeah. And they're taxing you for it.
Yeah.
And your logic should not be let's reduce our tariffs. It should be let's retaliate because that's what your argument is, right? Be consistent, right? So you retaliate not with like lowering tariffs and actually engaging with their argument and researching it after 10 articles because they didn't. What you should do is do a retaliatory tariff and look. No, adjust my argument, lady. And that's what you should do in return, okay? Think of it like discursive trade, okay? And yeah, it's a negotiating tactic, not fun. It's a negotiating tactic. I gotta work on that. I gotta model markets. Gotta model discursive markets
market
according
for
to a trade
arguments.
theory. Yeah. The argument for market and the markets for arguments. That's a good one. Yeah, one time I was watching. Look, one time I was in a Discord server. I think in Quackity's Discord server or something. And some guy linked to me Andrew Tate's like dating course or something. He was like, "You are a beta. You gotta watch this." Or what? Cringe. That was like 3 years before Andrew Tate became super famous, right? And And I saved that video because it was so obviously ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. He said crazy shit. And then in 2020 or something, I watched it again, and I knew economics then, and it's so funny. He's like saying stuff like, why do women, not care about like DMs anymore or whatnot? Because male attention is a currency, okay? The male attention is a currency. And now we have a lot of it. And what happens when you print a lot of a currency? It gets like inflated. The value of it goes down. So now girls, back then they didn't have a lot of guys to talk to, but now they have a bajillion guys blowing up their DMs. So now male attention, they can get it from wherever. So your male attention is not valuable. What they do lack is male non-attention. So you got to ignore them. And you got to ignore, like he says stuff like that. Some ridiculous, stupid shit, right? And it's funny, you can model dating markets, right? Like you can probably do some dating market economics. I'd be shocked if no one did it already. But it'd be very funny. Be very funny, to be like, we have like maybe even some Marxist stuff, right? With like dividing them into two classes and like doing like some, I don't know, fundamental theorem of Marxism.
Bro. Exactly.
Yeah. Someone got to work on it. I have projects for the next 10 days to work on, but I might work on it one day,
Yeah.
I'll be like economists, okay? I'll assume perfect rationality and perfect competition because that's definitely what they do, guys.
That's the most reasonable.
I'm an econ understander. I am an econ understander. I'm not a sociologist who's never read an econ paper in his life. That's right. And too many such cases. But many such cases. My bad, that's a Trump quote. But either way, just my point, I just joined to yap a little bit, but get the right conclusions from the debate, okay?
Okay.
You don't need to read 10 points about
this is correct.
Because you won that point completely. Any rational viewer should be like, oh, you mentioned China and Turkey? She was like, oh, well, what about France, And
Yeah.
we
Well, Convoy
tariffed
does mention
wine
that, yeah.
bottles, and then with digital stuff, what? We fucking tariffed steel, lady. Steel. What are you talking about? Wine bottles. Shut up. Shut up.
And another,
Shut
I
up.
should have mentioned specifically that, especially she brought up revenue later on too. That, hey, by the way, like 92% of the revenue that Trump raised from these steel tariffs that you like so much had to be paid to farmers who were affected by the retaliatory tariffs that China put up. Like,
let's go. Yeah,
literally 92%.
so
It's
fucking-
insane.
I mean, but also, in my head, it's still kind of like I'm debating someone who didn't just say we should completely abolish the income tax and didn't even understand what a marginal versus effective tax rate is. Right? In my head, I'm not talking to someone like that, but I am, right? You are talking to someone who just made that mistake. So to some extent, it's not even like they're computing what you're saying, right? It's like,
probably.
Yeah, you know, it's like I can hear someone playing a piano, and I can tell them, "Oh, play with
I
more
got distracted,
rubato or
Isaac.
something." And if they're a good pianist, they'll understand what I'm saying. But if it's a toddler, they won't. So what's even the point of talking to someone like that, right?
Okay, so.
And then the baby can say "Goo Goo Gaga" and press F sharp, and I'll be like, "Oh my god, I got to research that for 10 days." No, I won't. No, I won't. Like, yeah. So you gotta think. You gotta use your brain. You gotta use your brain, and you're good at that. You won that debate in real terms and nominal terms, and total Econoboy and non-fundably was a great
Accurate.
debate. Okay, Econoboy should get over his like socialist stuff. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why you gotta steal social wealth, sovereign wealth funds every opportunity he gets. But yeah. He should lose a little less debates to Jason Harrison. That's my take.
That's true. That is accurate.
Yeah. If he,
You're lucky
if I
it's
find- if I find him
3
in a
a.m.
VC,
and
I'm
he's
gonna
not.
throw him with that
He's
again.
not watching right now. At least he's probably not watching.
Probably not. But if I ever see him in a VC, I'm gonna troll him with that again. He got so triggered last time. He got so triggered. I was like, look, all I'm saying is that you should lose less debates to Jason Harrison. He was like, what? I didn't lose. It's like, okay, bro. Whatever you say, bro. But yeah. Whatever. Oh, before I go, if you have free time, okay? Please, I'm begging you. I'll do it with you, okay? Read the Benny Morris article on Elon Popping.
Oh, I do need to do that, yeah.
Please read it. It's
Okay.
so good. It's so good. Please. Yeah. Also, reach out to Benny Morris. That'd be fun. But either way.
I don't think Benny Morris
I
is
know
going to
people.
come on
Maybe.
on non-FUD channel. Dude, even Cam
Better shoot
Higby
your shot, right?
won't talk to
Better
me
shoot your
anymore.
shot. I mean, he's on some random shows sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Invite Norman Finkelstein, okay?
Finkelstein might do it. Who knows?
He might. Be like, yeah, invite him and it's like, Mr. Non-fan. You're so stupendously wrong. Yeah. It'd be funny. I would just like ask him, you said the Houthis should get a Nobel Prize. What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? Like, oh. Yeah, don't you think that's like bad? You know, they kidnapped like fucking innocent, unrelated Chinese people. Don't you think that's bad?
Yeah.
He's like justifying it. Like, just do that for like an hour, you know? Just be like a
You
normal
condemn
person.
The Houthis, you must condemn Israel
Yo,
100 times over.
Too fast. You're saying it too fast. If
My bad.
you condemn the Houthis for what they bravely did. Yeah, it's like that. But yeah, whatever. Read the article. It's a good article, okay? Good article. There are two articles, but I think it's Politics by Other Means, the one with the long paragraph.
Yeah.
I can read it with you. It's really good. It's jaw-dropping, okay?
Jaw dropping. Okay.
It's true. Bye.
You see, this right here, this is Sample. He still thinks that I won, okay? Because he's not on this side of the intelligence spectrum where I am. Okay? I'm joking. Also, Isaac, your mentor is a socialist. Econoboy is not really a socialist, but he talked to Matt Brunegg too many times, and now he says that he's a socialist, I guess. Or no, he doesn't say that he's a socialist, but he just says, he's... So he's still like a social democrat, but like this guy's getting more and more socialist by the day. I don't know what he's doing.
For geostrategic reasons, right? I mean, for instance, I wouldn't mind if we had like 100% tariff on, I don't know, chocolate.
So I guess my question is, what do we do in that situation when a country's adversarial? Like, what do you propose be done in that situation? Like, they use like trade tactics.
Well, I mean, I guess it's a nuanced issue. Like, for instance, when it comes to China, right? Like, China, they tariff, obviously, they have a bunch of tariffs on American goods because they have, they specifically don't want American goods to, like, enter their country for various reasons. They feel like they need to protect their industries. But, think about...
Here, I feel like how...
Like, I guess my question is, what do we do in that situation when a country is adversarial? Like...
Again, I don't think that Nonfon and I would disagree that tariffs are useful for geostrategic reasons, right? I mean, for instance, I wouldn't mind if we had like 100% tariff on, I don't know, chocolate.
So I guess my question...
What to do? Man, we keep going back to the same topics, don't we? So what specifically is he more socialist on? Well, he's really big on having a sovereign wealth fund. He shills for that every opportunity he can, okay? And that is, that's, government ownership of, he'd say foreign shares, obviously, but you also, he wouldn't oppose the government investing in domestic firms as well, right? So that's, giving the government ownership and control. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be control, but some type of control over, over companies, right? Some level of it. Obviously, he doesn't want the government to completely own every company or anything. But, he's going to be, Ian Hartman, the Como flag behind him. Can you not say hobo? Yeah, it's a kind of that's my goat. Anyway, he's going to be, he's not like, I forget exactly where he stands on like wealth taxes. He's not super pro wealth tax, but he's like doesn't think they're as bad as I think they are. I think they did a whole episode on 3 wonks about what tax policy did best. I think he weighted what's so bad about that. What, a sovereign wealth fund? I don't think it's sovereign. I think a sovereign wealth fund's probably good. There's nothing necessarily wrong about that. I think he rated the wealth tax as like a 5.5 out of 10 or something. But I don't know. He's probably going to be more. What's your definition of a wealth tax? Like just a tax on the net assets of a wealthy person, right? That's what I would say. As far as I'm concerned, literally Rob, Elon, and those shuds are real. It's Como. Do you not know what that means? I'm assuming. I guess not. I thought you were just trying to say homo and it wouldn't let you, so you had to put. Oh, slang for child molester, real. I thought you were putting a C in front of it. Because they did it. That's exactly. Well, actually, he does have the Texas flag up there, so I see what you mean.
What do we do in that situation when a country's adversarial? Like, what do you...
Not companies to choose from when you buy your deodorant. Let's say, you've only got 2 companies to choose from. Well, intuitively, you probably say, well, the average quality of my deodorant is probably going to go down, and I'm probably going to pay a higher price for it because there's less competition.
Which is bad for move out of a communist country and move to a capitalist country.
Well, but I didn't mention communism or capitalism.
Another win for capitalism. Let's
example,
go.
Right?
But hold on there 1 second, Econoboy. I think that there's something kind of even out there though, which is like, for example, what do you do in this situation? I know that China has ownership laws for foreign companies where if you own a company and you're whatever, you have that lease for whatever 10 years time, 20 years time. I don't know the exact specifics, but I know they vary. But after after that amount of time, you become like 90% Chinese owned or the controlling fact like share owned or et cetera, and that seems like they're sitting here using their governmental powers to take advantage of a free trade, right? So when you're a country like the U.S., what do you propose we do in that situation? Like this TikTok came up, like do we manifest destiny? TikTok and like take it from them like by force? Do we try to sell it? Do we ban it? Like this all kind of falls under stuff the ERS. Like how do you deal with something like where they're openly like flaunting the political power for economic gain?
Well, I mean, I don't want to get on a tangent on TikTok. Obviously,
I'll just use this example.
Yeah. I mean, in general, right? If we find that if we have reason to believe that China is doing things that sort of manipulate the trade balances of countries and like engage in sort of less than free market policies with regards to their trade planning, then you have reason at that point to use the threat of tariffs to try and get concessions and try to sort of mutually sort of de-tariff your goods or whatever that is. But again, like what we have to keep going back to is that is just like so not what Trump is promising, right? Trump is saying he wants universal basic tariffs. He even floated the idea of having a UBI funded by tariffs, which is kind of a funny thing. But anyway, he's not really talking about strategic tariffs. I mean, we saw this in his first term, unprecedented expansion. Not.
I don't even know why we got derailed into this fucking thing. Kill me. I cannot. It is unfathomable to me. Okay, I think I pronounced it wrong. Unfathomable to me. Okay, that someone could believe that it is more efficient to raise revenue via tariffs than via socializing resource rents. Really? Oh my God, kill me. True. Why are people, what the hell? Why on earth would this be illegal? Why would it be? Stop being illiterate, read replies. Where does he explain his position? He doesn't. Okay.
If it's funded by tariff, certainly not. But
wait, what? I was gonna say if we're gonna do UBI, that's the only way we would ever agree to UBI.
Well,
I could maybe get on board with UBI if it was funded by tariffs.
Hold on.
Just to be clear,
let it finish.
Anytime
You're drowning in taxes, my friend. Save us.
I shouldn't interrupt.
I should have. Maybe I should have asked this earlier. Like, do we think that they aren't taxes? Like,
Go ahead, finish that. We're gonna come back to the UBI thing. By tariffs.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, insofar as we support a UBI, tariffs raise a trivially low amount of revenue, which again is very distortionary and ends up paying people back less than what they probably end up paying in higher cost of goods and services. We can even look at the state of Alaska, right? The state of Alaska does the same thing that the state of Norway does, right? They socialize low amount of revenue, which again is very. I mean, just to be clear.
Sovereign wealth fund versus tariffs.
Insofar as we support
if Gibbs did a poll at the end, what do you think it would look like? In his chat, I'm fairly certain that me and Accountable would still win, but it would probably be, I don't know how many people he had watching. It would probably be like either 60-40 or I think more likely like 70-30 for me and Accountable versus some, but I'm not sure.
UBI tariffs.
I feel like people would see that we did better.
Raise a trivially low
in nominal terms, not in real terms.
Low amount of revenue, which again is very distortionary and ends up paying people back less than what they probably end up paying in higher cost of goods and services.
Yeah, we can even look at the state of
Alaska, right? The state of Alaska does the same thing that the state of Norway does, right? They socialize resource rents. They put it into a giant pool of stock and equities and fixed income for their citizens. And what do they do every year? They give thousands of dollars.
When we be on a Conaway's pod, which one? I don't know. I'm not intelligent enough to be on 3 Wonks or Live and Learn.
Dollars of capital income, a UBI to their citizens, and it's not distortionary, and it really helps the welfare of their citizens. Again,
to be clear, I just copy everything. Micah says on 3 Wonks. I'm not the guy who comes up with this stuff. I'm just the guy who copies what I see Micah say. Yeah. It's just, that's all I do. That's all the stream I like right now. Well, the only thing in my brain is every single thing Micah has ever said on 3 Wonks, and those are my position.
That's a red state. That's a Republican state. I wouldn't exactly call Alaska socialist or communist, but they do that, and it helps their citizens, and it does so without these great.
What do you think is better? Oh, I think I should either grift to be socialist or right winger. On Twitch, I feel like you would be better grifting as a socialist, just because that's what the atmosphere promotes. That there might be too much competition though. Maybe you could try grifting. If you stream to Rumble and grift as a right winger, that might end up working out.
Distortionary economic effects. I'm just saying, hey, why not Alaska for America? We can do that. That's a lot smarter policy.
Well, you did the thing again. Like you did the thing again. You did the thing. But the second time
So
you done this, I'm gonna tell you what you did.
Did you know we can't compare sovereign wealth fund with Norway because Norway homogenous, U.S. has too many Asians and black people in it. How are they ever gonna wrap their head around a sovereign wealth fund?
Don't worry, I'm gonna give this here. I have to tell you what he sees. And if you compare a really small, like population-wise area where they have an example of like an extreme large amount of like resource, like Alaska, it's oil.
America has a lot of resources.
I'm gonna give you a win. I think to help you out here, even though you don't need it. Alaska, bad example because I think they kind of like the Denmark. They're small. You know where you could have gone is Texas, where we do it with education with oil. We did the same thing, and we A&M benefits, Texas benefits. Thank you for the rating, by the way, Chai, and the sub. Appreciate it.
Take Texas as an
state income tax.
Take Texas as an example, right? Like
Maryland does it with the lottery.
Go ahead. We'll let you go. You can't really
lottery.
I'm just saying, like, use that as an example, right? Like Texas as a means to fund like a huge.
The lottery is not a resource rent. I mean, I guess we might just be saying Maryland funds their education with the lottery, which I think North Carolina does partially too. But like it's not that's. I don't know. I don't think the lottery is that distortionary, but even though it's probably still net negative, but I don't think it's that distortionary, but it's not as efficient as resource rents.
Pool of resources to fund our education system.
I think almost every state, from my understanding, a lot of states do that, yeah.
They don't say, oh, we need to tax goods that are coming from Oregon and New Mexico and Florida.
What's up? Hello?
Clearly, you like the homogenous point is so fucking stupid. I can't. So fucking like, it's where do you even start? It's like, oh, I was gonna do a social wealth fund, but I forgot that we have like 15% black people in the country. My bad. No, we can do that again.
We were
like,
so close.
What are you saying? What do you mean? They have high social trust, therefore the stocks will be bad. What are you saying? Don't fuck. Analytically, if we have a social wealth fund, well, assuming that the sovereign wealth fund itself doesn't affect the market too much, then if they invest in the same things, they would get the same returns. So it's just like we absolutely analytically can do the same thing. Now, explain to me very carefully how fucking brown people make it so your sovereign wealth fund invests worse. Please explain that to me very methodically. Like, you won't. Like, what the fuck? It's so... I hate this. My God. Also, ethnic diversity doesn't erode social trust, okay? And you know what does erode social trust? Republicans. MAGA Republicans,
Bro,
okay?
accurate.
They do that. So, yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Either way. You know what the optimal state population is?
No.
It's 1. I'm in ANCAP.
Wow.
Yeah. I've derived it a priori.
Oh, that makes sense.
I've had a dream. It was revealed to me. But then I proved it. No, it was revealed to me in a dream. But then I proved it from first principles nonetheless. Okay?
Oh, okay.
I did both.
You deduced it,
Yeah. Like, I woke up one day and I was like, whoa, God revealed to me the Riemann hypothesis is true, but I don't have a proof. But then I also just, like, drank coffee and actually proved the Riemann hypothesis, like, a minute later on my own. It's true. I'm not going to submit it to a journal because I want mathematicians to have a chance. But I did it. Also, you think P equals NP or no?
P equals what? MP? What?
P equals NP.
I'm not smart enough to... Oh, not P?
Don't... Whatever. Disappointing. Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay. My bad.
You're
bad.
fair. I hate you.
Oh, this guy. If that damn university doesn't erode social trust, then why is it you only see shampoo getting locked up in diverse communities? Real, true, causal inference is my passion.
Because that would just be like, that would be dumb, right? Like, that would be terrible policy, right? Instead, they do like anything else, which is typically, speaking a lot more evidence-based, has a lot more reason to believe that it'll work, has a lot more empirical backing. There's just a lot of reasons to think that tariffs aggregately are not very effective. And on the point of like, oh, well, their strategic nature, again, like Trump is just not promising strategic tariffs. The last thing I was going to say before Gibbs jumped in was that in Trump's first term, he had an unprecedentedly high level of tariffs on China, and the only sort of temperature thawing that happened was on the tariffs that Trump and China went back and forth on. There was actually no like net new trade concessions from either country as a result of the tariffs, and so I just don't think we can. Like, we might be able to bully France, we might be able to bully Canada, our allies, right? But we can't bully like a billion-person company or a billion-person country like China into doing the same thing, and I'm not even sure that it's valuable to do so. Those are just important things to keep in mind.
So, and I think bullying is a strong. I think bullying is a strong word in that regard. I mean, I get the impact you're making, but at the same time, those countries have tariffs on us, and they're our allies. So I don't see why we should have no money from them when the whole thing, and we all know this is.
Sample, this guy is not gonna accept the study. Like, this guy is literally anti-Semitic. This guy he did not logic into his positions. This guy Ian is an anti-Semite. He constantly berates me for being Jewish, even though I'm not even Jewish.
They're allies with us because we have a reputation as having a big, bad, ugly military, and if you mess with us, we're going to kick you in your face, right? So we provide them a certain level of security with them knowing
Hold
that
on, one second,
happen.
let me pause you. I apologize. I'm going to turn right back over to you. I hate to interrupt you. I feel bad. But thank you so much for the raid, Wick. Oh, actually, let me just do.
Oh, I think I remember the Ian Hartman guy in chat. Yeah, he just hates Jews. Yeah, my bad. My bad. I thought there's a reasonable person that disagrees with me. I forgot there's literally 0 people who are reasonable who disagree with me on anything. Oh, I'm joking, but it feels truer by the day, Yeah. My bad. Hey, Ian, I'm Jewish, and I'm just justifying ethnic diversity. How does it make you feel? Does it make you believe even harder in the conspiracies? Let's go. Just so you know, I'm open borders for Israel too, okay? If that makes you feel better. No. I want total closed borders, total homogeneity, total ethno-state for Israel, but America needs to be diluted and polluted with immigrants. Total infinite immigrants. And come to think about it, right? All our competitors, right? India and China, they don't take in so many infinite immigrants, right? Because they realize, but I have control over your government, so I can coerce it to do my bidding. How does it make you feel? You're powerless. You're totally powerless, and I'm controlling it. How does it make you feel? Like, being a Nazi must be so emasculating, right? It's like you're a total bitch of the Jews. You're my bitch, Ian. You're my bitch. Get fucked.
I'm not, Ian. I've told you I'm not Jewish before, and you keep it. It's not like totally unreasonable for you to look at me and like ask if I'm Jewish. That's not totally unreasonable, but you continually call me Jewish, even though I've told you before I'm not Jewish.
Little housekeeping. Thanks for the sub, Shy. Thanks for the raid. Sorry about your dad. It's terrible. No, I'm not gonna buy your hair extensions. It's my birthday week. You can send me some money and any other degenerate things you want to send, a la Destiny style. Just kidding. Don't do that. Secondly, Wick, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Big shout out to Wick. Check him out. He's badass. Good stuff. You know what I like about these people? Wick specifically. He's a go accountable. Even though they come in and they argue with the righties and like.
Wow, what's up, Tony? You totally look to it. Okay, you don't. I literally. Are you lit? Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth when I said it's not totally unreasonable for you to like look at me and think that I'm Jewish at first and ask? But I've told you I'm not Jewish, and you have repeatedly called me Jewish. Jewish XQC is actually so real.
I hate echo chambers. They're fucking boring. Good stuff. So, shout out to Conway for joining us. Shout out to Wick for raiding us and everything else, all that. And everybody else. Go ahead, Abby. Continue. So, gotta do some housekeeping there.
So I would, but I've lost my train of thought at this point.
Well,
wait,
that happens. I apologize. You gotta be current with this on the streaming. Excited with these people raid you and all that good jazz. But yeah, I mean, I'll move this conversation down a little bit. Actually, not fine. Did you have something you wanted? I felt like you had something you wanted to go before I move it.
I don't remember this point now. I'm good.
All right, cool, fantastic. Here's the thing, right? So Right, I would consider you an economic expert, but like at a micro level, right?
Lots of them like to lie about it. You think I'm lying about being? I can pull up my DNA results, man. Let's go.
Kind of like non-fun economy saying, where it's kind of like, hey, it's very complicated, it's very nuanced. But some would argue that it seems very much like, hey, it's so simple. Let's just do X, Y, Z. Do you agree with this, or no? Because you mentioned the sales tax thing here in Texas, and I know that's kind of maybe your inspiration for the IRS. You want to care about elaborating on that?
Well, no, I mean, I agree in the fact that the ERS is needed so that we can have a bunch of people come in and say, okay, which tariffs are going to be good, the same way Pentumble was saying, right? You're going to need people that know things, that are experts on this. I mean, Biden wasn't an expert on tariffs either, right? It's not like we place economist experts as president every single time. It's not how it works. They surround themselves with people, hopefully, that have the best intentions, not always.
Fuck. Account locked for excessive password failures? I tried twice. Okay, I guess I can't use 23andMe. Okay, well, never mind then.
Every president has had bad people in his cabinet or...
Also, dog, kill me. She gets fucking... Dude, it's so annoying. It's so infuriating. It's so infuriating. Because she gets blown the fuck out on these points. But she doesn't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't care. Sam made a good point. Like, she says this, and then I mentioned like 3 of Trump's top economists who like all made like egregious like horrible errors and like are all like blatantly wrong and like blatantly contradict the entire rest of the field of economics. And she's like, 3 people? How many people are gonna work at the ERS? It's like, first of all, one, if I hadn't been able to name them, you would have said that they don't exist. But even if I can name them, 3 of them, you're just like, well, actually, there's gonna be more people. It's actually all okay and chill. Like, oh, kill me.
And okay, which tariffs are going to be good?
I know that's kind of maybe your inspiration for the IRS. You want to care about elaborating on that?
Well, no. I mean, I agree in the fact that the ERS is needed so that we can.
104.34. Can we trust Trump's experts? It's also a good chance you might not even know you're Jewish due to your family being secular Jews. I took a DNA test. I was not Jewish.
Have a bunch of people come in and say, okay, which tariffs are going to be good, the same way Pentumble was saying, right? You're going to need people that know things, that are experts on this. I mean, Biden wasn't an expert on tariffs either, right? It's not like we place economist experts as president every single time. It's not how it works. They surround themselves with people, hopefully, that have the best intentions. Not always. Every president has had bad. That makes a few of those things were. But now he's had some time to kind of.
Hey, Bonnie, that wasn't for me.
You guys like don't trust the experts we have currently. Like tariffs are.
So if he says we need the ERS, I'm all for it.
You guys like don't trust the experts we have currently. Like tariffs are like probably the place where there's the most economic consensus.
God, it's so annoying too. I don't know why Gibbs intervenes here. I can't finish a fucking sentence, man. I'm saying I'm not gonna sentence. But like literally, imposing new U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum will improve Americans' welfare. Oh hey, 65% strongly disagree, 28% disagree. Weighted by their confidence, 76% disagree, 24%, or 76% strongly disagree, and 24% disagree. Like dog. What do you mean, dog? Look at all these people, all these like PhD economists, all these well-respected economists in their field. Did the dark branded cutout come with a gay flag when you purchased it? No. That there is. Like, we know what people.
Sorry. That was from Kai Bonnie. That wasn't from me. Wow. She told me to say that.
We know what people Trump are like putting in office. Like the Treasury Secretary, like Steve Bassett is his name or something. Like he was up there like arguing that tariffs are actually free because exchange rate appreciation like fully cancels out the effect of tariffs. And like one of his advisors literally like in 2016 just made like a basic accounting error because he said that imports subtract from GDP. These guys, Stephen Myron like doesn't even know if he wants to strengthen the dollar or weaken the dollar. In part 3 of his unhinged essay, he says, we gotta. tariffs are actually free because the dollar strengthens. And then in part 4, he says, actually, we have to weaken the dollar a ton because we need to make that helps U.S. manufacturing. These people are not the best experts. The majority of economists disagree with them. You are just selectively picking these 3 random experts that you like for some reason.
I didn't pick 3 specific people. I was talking on a theory level, and you like to drill down into really
I was talking on a theory
details
level.
and then nail those details on people,
God, I don't understand why she says it's like it's a bad thing.
which is really odd because it's not. I'm not talking about
showcases
those
you don't know what you're
people at
talking
all.
about.
No, I'm not talking
John
about
Vaughn, the holy
3
expert, is here.
people at
Everyone
all.
shush.
Hold on.
We're talking on a
I just
much
know high
broader
school level
level.
economics.
We're talking on a much broader level, and you want to
you
talk
don't
about
know
something
anything.
that one person
Nah, you don't know anything. Even though I literally won't engage with you ever.
might be involved with it said.
Because he knows too much. He won't engage me because I'm such low intellect compared to the actual tariff expert Pentuple, actual global trade expert Pentuple. It'd be impossible for him to even get me to understand what he's talking about. Too low intellect.
How long
You said
ago?
you trust Trump's experts. I gave you examples of 3 of Trump's experts making egregious errors.
Well, hold on.
Those
So
are 3
actually,
people out of how many? Because how many people? How
Those
many people
are-
are going to be? How many people are appointed to the ERS? Do you know? Because I didn't think
let me
they
just reframe
nailed
this.
that down yet.
Let me just reframe this because I think that's something Pentuple and Abby are hitting on. I want to get Combo's response to this too. Is y'all.
Can we trust other economists?
Oh, I think Nonfly, you're taking a traditional hey, this is what the
fine.
experts are saying, right? This is the facts, right? This is it's undeniable. These are the stats, etc., right? And when we look at this last election, right, I feel like there's right now you're just arguing. How do you argue this?
I try to nail them down on specific things and walk them through exactly. I've had whole conversations with people where I spend 30 minutes walking them through tariffs lead to exchange rate appreciation, and then we spend 30 more minutes tariffs lead to inefficient resource allocation. And I try to nail them down on all these specific things, so eventually you can get the macro
What
picture
do
of things.
think? Are you wasting time uploading Twinkie beta male content on the internet at 4 a.m. rather than getting a job? I mean, my mom does kind of want me to have a job, but they are generally. I do my college shit, and as long as I'm doing good in my college shit, they don't really mind what I do when I'm not doing my college shit. I'm working on getting my license, so they like that I'm doing that finally. Don't know what to tell you.
It's hard to have this entire conversation of whether all economists are secretly hidden leftists.
Go ahead, Economist.
I think that the problem is that people haven't replaced skepticism. Okay, how do I put this? When I went to school, I was told that you do have to be skeptical of these things. But
This was, by the way, Arcana Voice. I love Arcana Voice so much. He's not as harsh as he needs. Or actually, I don't know if being harsh would have worked here, but this is a brilliant explanation. Total Arcana Voice genocide. Okay, totally destroy them, and it's phrased so beautifully.
part of that was not that we just ended the conversation there. It was, you have to be skeptical, and here's how to
Yeah, they do, Ian Hartman.
do your
Don't
own
worry.
research. Here's how to conduct your own studies. Here's, I don't know how many classes I probably took half a dozen courses on statistics and research design, and that was at the college level, but even at the high school level, right? I mean, you learn how to write research papers, and you learn how to get good sources and these kind of things. And I mean, that's a fairly basic part of education. But what it feels like to me is that a lot of people have said, I'm skeptical of the experts. That's in period, right? But they don't actually end up doing a lot of their own sophisticated research, right? There's not really a lot of follow up with that. And instead of being skeptical of the experts, they've traded a skepticism for the experts for a lack of skepticisms for basically alternative media figures and alternative facts, right? How many people who they listen to people like RFK Jr., Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro. How many people listen to these commentators and basically just parrot what they say without actually looking into the facts for themselves, right? There's obviously a percentage of people that do that.
Ben Shapiro actually has a not horrible take on tariffs. The little bit I watched him, obviously he does this thing where he admits to doing this, where he grades Trump on a curve, and he won't really actually condemn it, but he at least gets into the rational ignorance part of it, where it's like most government policy, which is kind of true, whatever. Tariffs, benefit a very very select small group of people and have very diffuse negative benefits on the rest of the population. He at least gets into that part, and it's hey, maybe tariffs are actually bad for most people.
And that's a big problem because that's not skepticism. That's the opposite.
Shoot a laugh in your face.
You're kind of assuming that everyone sorts out. Like every time someone receives a new piece of information, they're immediately deciding whether that's true or false. Like whether for whatever reason. But I think a lot of people want to just get information and just have that available to reference if they ever want to. It's not necessarily have to adopt it or reject it. Well, I'm just saying it's like
that's the opposite. That's just I just want information that I agree with. I just want like the most convenient facts.
Like, from that alternative media. I'm saying you're saying they're going and giving more credibility to the alternative media. I think that they're just getting more from the alternative media to deal with, as opposed to just this like filtered down, curated version of everything. And like the experts, like the reason people don't trust the experts because they've been wrong. It's not just because we're
what you just said. Okay, we're getting a filtered down version of
the different people. When you say that,
it shouldn't though.
Well, that's the problem.
It's so annoying too because like. There's not even citing our economist here, but like Pentuple, usually when people do, economists didn't see 2008 coming, therefore like their like retroactive studies about tariffs must be wrong. Like it's a whole lot easier to like, not that it's easy, it's still hard to like do research into the effects of something that like actually happened than it is to like predict future things. But like, dog, kill me.
That's why people don't trust anybody, because you've got this set of experts that say this, and you've got this set of experts that say this, and it's probably somewhere kind of in the middle.
But the credibility matters. So when you go the entire election cycle saying that Kamala's miles ahead, and then she wants to stop your vote, the credibility's gone.
Just shut the fuck up for a second. Okay, like we just have to consider what Abby just said. Some things are just true. Right, so like we hear this a lot. Oh no, it must be in the middle. People disagree. We heard this on climate change for a long time. Oh, we've got the news. Piers Morgan show. We've got the guy that doesn't believe in climate change, and the guy, the scientist who does believe in climate change. Oh, the truth must be somewhere in the middle. It's not. Climate change is just a thing, and it's man-made, and that's just a fact of the fucking matter, right? And if you disagree with it, you ain't got the facts, right? Like some things work that way.
If we take the vid, for instance, there were different experts on different sides of COVID, and they shut down one side entirely, and that's what started people not believing experts. That's what started the
Sample would be so mad at you right now. Obviously I don't agree with a lot of Richard Wolf's like, worker co-op shit, but he's not horrible. Sample doesn't think that. He's gonna come in and yell at me and say Richard Wolf is horrible, evil, but
that's not what started that. What started that was sensationalism.
What?
Media. No. What started that was sensationalism.
No, it won't end. Given what won't end?
About COVID was wrong.
Okay, so go ahead, Nafon. What were you saying?
It's so hilarious. You guys get so fucking angry when I try to have these conversations with you and I try to like nail you down on a specific thing, like whether or not like there's a trade-off between the amount of revenue a tariff raises and how much we bring manufacturing back.
Okay,
but then I can't cite experts either because all experts are rigged. I don't have to cite experts. I can walk you through. I can hold your hand through it and we can read Greg Mankiw together. Okay? We can read the economics textbook together. Okay? I'll do it with you. But you don't do that. Then you also reject the experts. It's invincible ignorance.
So just to all right, I'm gonna
based. So based.
Fly a little bit, because I think that'll be fun for a second. It's just to push back on you, Nafon, right? Like, I feel like I'm pretty.
Gibb takes so long to say what he wants to say.
It's not that. How you can sell that to us?
I think Accountability did a good job explaining sort of like the selective skepticism. I also, like I said in my opening, like we can talk about like whether it's a good diplomatic thing. I just usually want the concession that like free trade is a good thing, and then we'll talk about how to get there, whether it's most effective to like have these retaliatory tariffs as a negotiation tool.
I think unfortunately,
you're just trying to reach a word count on the last day, throwing in like 15 sources, thinking you deserve an A.
So fucking.
Ask me a direct question. God damn it! Stop. Hold on. I do want to have this conversation. Well, I'm gonna let you ask your question.
Legitimate question.
Yeah, 1 second. Let Econoboy respond real quick, and then you ask that question because they might go off at the edge. I want to know what to respond with.
I think unfortunately the skepticism in experts is more a result of our political polarization and the demonization of each side of the political aisle. Obviously it's not that the left or the right has a monopoly on that. Of course I would argue that I think the right's been a little bit worse on that issue. Of course that's a whole other debate. Let's just forget about it. It's both sides issue. But the point is though is that I think that that's really the symptom of this. I think that people in general have been more victims of a social media and news media ecosystem, which frankly itself just doesn't really care about facts or presenting information in a dry, accurate manner, and rather cares more about presenting information.
Fair trade is a good I don't know what fair trade means ever. Obviously it'd be ideal to have like standards around like intellectual property and things. I just don't think like a lot of this stuff about like fair trade or whatever. Like I just don't think you can. Anyone's able to demonstrate that it would actually be like a net benefit to. Like for example, tariff China because they steal some intellectual property. Now it's probably a margin, right? Where like if they're stealing so much intellectual property, it would be the case where that'd be a net benefit. But like again, like the case for free trade is usually pretty unilateral.
Obtains clicks, that obtains watch time.
Elaborate on how that statement is incorrect. I don't know. I don't know what statement.
And unfortunately, that's why we see this radical disconnect between basically what actual reality is and what people tend to actually believe. Not that that's always disconnected, but obviously there's a huge problem with, I mean, like, you know, for instance, like vaccine skepticism has just like exploded in popularity. And I'm sorry, but this is just one of those things. Look, vaccines just work. They just do, period. There's no argument to be had in that regard. And if you're not getting your kids vaccinated, you're leading to probabilistically worse health outcomes for your kids. And that's not good, but that's not as a result of people being like individually malicious or not caring about their kids. That's as a result of our sensationalist media environment and our polarized political landscape. So to answer your question, Gibbs, like, how do we stop that? Like, you know, I wrote an article about how we should completely reorganize news media, but I mean, outside of doing that, you know, I don't know. It's kind of hard, right? I don't know.
Feel free, by the way, feel free to leave the article. I love to read. I like to read all the good stuff.
Why do you never hear progressives talking about medical debt forgiveness? I feel like some progressives do talk about that. Even Kamala Harris ran on doing that. Kamala Harris had in her policy platform forgiving medical debt in the same style that North Carolina did, because our governor, Roy Cooper, did that. He forgave a lot of medical debt. I mean, Roy Cooper is somewhat moderate, but like he's still like a Democrat. You would consider him progressive for sure, because you consider any Democrat progressive, presumably. But
question.
Well, and I would say I don't disagree with that, to be entirely transparent. I don't. And I think the fact that people's trust was so eroded due to them jumping out of the gate so quickly with facts that they weren't 100% certain on, and allowing pharmaceutical companies to kind of take charge on that, I think was a bad decision, because we do.
No, she didn't. So like if I pull up her platform like right now, are we not going to see that? I don't know if I don't know where the PDF is. She might have taken it off of her website. But I'm going to look up Kamala Harris medical debt forgiveness. Harris wants to forgive medical debt for millions of Americans. Vice President Kamala Harris is calling for the forgiveness of medical debt of millions of Americans. People know as you owe at least blah, blah, blah. The economic plan. Okay, let's see if this has it archived. Fuck you. I don't know if it links. I don't know if it. Maybe. Well, actually, hold on. Does this link to the actual website? No. Okay. Medical debt will be removed from consumer credit reports for all Americans under a final rule announced Tuesday by Vice President Kamala Harris. Is this something they actually did? Like, clearly she had this in her platform. You just
you now have people that think all
that.
vaccines are crap, right? And like you shouldn't vaccinate your kids against polio or smallpox or measles, which is insane. So and it's not the right swing, but I think that specific issue is somewhere in the middle. It's now straight facts that we were.
Oh fuck! Really? Hold on. It'll definitely be archived.
Were lied to about a lot of things with COVID. Some things no, but a lot of things yes. And I think it was due to money. So that's on that point. But my original question was.
Okay. Fuck.
When it comes to experts on both sides, right? You're talking about you want specifically free trade. That's it. No tariffs. Period. None whatsoever. But there are also that's kind of how you've been coming at it. You're using a lot.
Also, like I definitely said it earlier in this debate, right? Like I agree with Conaway. Like there are cases where I remember specifically saying that. Yeah, here we go. It would be good to do currency intervention even. And they would work with states to forgive medical debt. Like, yeah. She clearly had that in her platform, buddy. Okay, well, thanks for breaking. Furthermore, nearly 41% of Americans are burdened by medical debt. Help them enter agreements hospital to relieve medical debt from more Americans. Yeah, she had in her platform to forgive a lot of medical debt.
Of absolute words, so that's kind of where I'm taking it. And there's a lot of economists that disagree with that. Even people that are in favor of free trade, they say, hey, free trade, but tariffs in certain places, they can be useful. So I don't see how you can be like, super free trade, that's it, no other options, and think tariffs are the devil, and then say the experts say you're right, when there's experts that say you're wrong.
When I'm citing experts, first of all, not usually I don't just like cite them on like a broad like macro thing.
Also, I don't know, maybe this is a foreign concept to them. If I'm citing an expert's opinion, usually I'm not, I mean, it's fine to do, it's not like necessarily wrong to do this. Kind of actually did a pretty good job explaining like why it can be okay to do this, to like, you know, if experts are all saying something is true, that gives you pretty good reason to believe that something is true more often than not, right? But like, if I'm citing an expert, I'm usually not like citing the expert on like the entirety of tariffs. I'm just citing the expert on like one specific part of tariffs, on like, you know, how much, you know, what the pass-through rate is based on a study they did, or how much exchange rates appreciate based on a study they did, or like a lot of these like micro issues and not like the entire like macro field.
Citing like a
that disagree with that. Even people that are in no tariffs, period, none for money. So that's on that point.
I guess, what do experts say? We showed tariff.
My original question.
I'd be fine with tariff. It's like micro issue.
That was my point. Whenever I was. But not Peter Navarro. So we weren't talking about Peter Navarro.
I believe
Peter
he's
Navarro
previous
was
advisor.
the director of the White House National Trade Council, and he's all for tariffs and implemented them well, might I add.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
God, I remember listening to that. I should have pushed back. I should have immediately said, wait, what tariff did he implement correctly? Say it, tell me. And then whatever she cites, you probably, I mean, I don't know exactly what she would have cited specifically, but just have the studies, which I had the studies. I have the studies loaded, like, you know, if she said washing machines, I have all those studies. If she said, I think I only have a lot of washing machines, but if she said the steel ones, I have like 8 different studies on the steel ones that like I'd be prepared to demolish her on, but whatever.
Peter Navarro said earlier, I said made an accounting error when he said import subtract from GDP. I'm saying you are picking these 3 experts that you think are doing better when I have a documented example of this guy you just cited making a basic like Econ 101 error. He doesn't understand how we calculate GDP even.
Well, hold on. Like, I get what you're saying. It's a big error, right? It's bad, right? But we've all seen The Wolf of Wall Street. What's his little bullshit line? He's like, I wish they remember me for all my losses because I have so few.
Is this a crying session because Trump won? That's exactly what this is.
Like, yeah,
Welcome.
once you get to the top, if you have one big mistake, everybody's going to remember. You know, I mean, you never want to be Drew Bledsoe and then go down and have Tom Brady step up.
That you think are doing better.
He's all for tariffs and implemented them well.
I'm saying you are picking these 3 experts. Earlier, I said made an accounting error when he said import subtract from GDP.
For all Bledsoe and then go down and have Tom Brady step up. You get to the top. I'll see The Wolf of Wall Street. What's his little bullshit line? Hold on.
Oops. What experts should we trust?
Like, I get what you're saying. It's a big error, right? It's bad, right? But we've all seen The Wolf of Wall Street. What's his little bullshit line? He's like, I wish they.
Happens. People make mistakes.
Well, sure, but I mean, do y'all remember what was the guy? Was it Kramer? He did the Mad Money and he had all the buzzers.
God, I wish I was in band so I could hear what Couple is saying here.
Like Kramer? Y'all remember Kramer?
The guy with the keys with the election said there was absolutely no way Donald Trump was going to win, and he did. You know, and he was always right. He was right about everything. His keys were infallible. So it happens. People make mistakes.
Well, sure, but I mean, do y'all remember what was the guy? Was it Kramer? He did the Mad Money and he had all the buzzers and the stocks.
I'm assuming he's doing an impression of me there because that's exactly what I do and look like.
But like for close to a decade, he was like the online TV economist. Like I just don't understand how y'all can say, oh, they're infallible, but you're like, or not infallible, like at the same time. Like it seems like a double standard. Go ahead.
It's not that they're infallible, right? Again, it's what I said previously. Like it's about trusting the process and evaluating the process by which we determine the truth and information. So I'm a big believer in the scientific process. So scientists who engage in the scientific process and try to evaluate things using that process and come to conclusions using that process, that doesn't mean that process is perfect. It doesn't mean that it's not susceptible to human error. It doesn't mean that it's not susceptible to bad faith, right? And people that are malicious in their intent. But it does mean that the process itself should be trusted, right? And I think that when we have multiple experts' opinion, when we have like many different experts who have engaged in that process and come to similar conclusions, I just think that gives you a really large reason to believe that those conclusions are true. That's it, right? And I think that when people put their trust in alternative media figures like Joe Rogan or RK Jr., I just use those as a couple examples, those people are fundamentally just not engaged in the scientific process. They are not engaged in that process. And so when people trust people like Joe Rogan and RK Jr. for information, other than, outside of people like, medical experts and scientists and things like that, I would argue that they're making a process error. Not that it's wrong to trust people who aren't don't have a PhD in whatever subject, but they're trusting people who are fundamentally engaged in a process which we do not have strong reason to believe is effective at delivering true, basically true statements. And there's a lot of reason to believe, in fact, the opposite is true, that these people are more likely to be incorrect than people who engage
Trump
in that type of process. It just
Naruto,
happens
real
to be the case, last thing I'll
accurate.
say, that people who engage in that process for a long enough period of time, they typically get PhDs, they typically get medical degrees, they typically become heads of government agencies. And I don't think that's because it's some deep state conspiracy. I think it's just because that process has proven to be very effective.
It's a good
And people
concept,
in governments
overall
and people in large
underlying issues, not
corporations,
several
they tend to
countries
want,
on it.
people who are
Is
very effective.
on the
and I think that's why we see this sort of correlation between education and elites
we need
and the
tariffs
process that
and
people
taxes on business.
But I think that's
to get back on
what
track. I just don't think tariffs would really help in that, at least for the most part, not help. I mean, again, there were some specific tariffs that I would be in support of, but overall. FDA said OxyContin wasn't addictive. Wow, you just debunked everything you just said because they got something wrong. Wow, congratulations. Yes, your epistemology is so great, dude. Yes.
we were saying with the ERS to begin with, to take kind of back there, is that they're going to use the ERS not just to collect on all of these tariffs, but also to determine with experts, okay, what's going to be the right tariffs to put in place? What exactly is the exact amount? Is it 12.3? Is it 8.2? Whatever they decide on, and then implement that. That's what we're trusting to happen, right? Is that we're going to put the right people in place. We're going to form a government agency that's specifically around this. They don't have to also worry about border protection while we're trying to deport millions of people and secure the border, and they got a national emergency there. Separate it off from U.S. Customs and Border Protection and make it a very efficient way.
Yes. Oh my God, Wes Taylor, your epistemology is so great. Yes. Bring up the example of where even the Pentagon and CIA were telling the Office of Special Plans that what they were saying wasn't true. Yes. Wow. Wow, good job, buddy. Good job.
To gather on those tariffs so that there aren't misses, so that we don't make mistakes this time around.
I mean, I've already mentioned why I think the wrong people are already in place, and who do we think the economist Trump is going to be? Are they going to be the respected economists that do the research that flagrantly contradicts with the research of the research and quotes of the economists that Trump has already chosen? No, it's going to be yes men. Trump's own economists don't even agree on the plan yet. They said that they wanted to do
Let's probably make this some chapter.
To happen, right? Is that we're going to put the right people in place. We're going to implement that. That's what we're trusting to happen. There is if they're going to use. But I think that's what we were saying with the ERS to begin with, to take.
Will the ERS have good economists? Thanks. It's called situational awareness. So real.
Kind of back there is that they're going to use the ERS not just to collect on all of these tariffs, but also to determine with experts, okay, what's going to be the right tariffs to put in place? What exactly is the exact amount?
Elton John.
Is it 8
What? I think you're just trolling me right now, but don't think he's dead yet.
Whatever they decide on, and then implement that. That's what we're trusting to happen, right? Is that we're going to put the right people in place. We're going to form a government agency that's specifically around this. They don't have to all.
Okay, wait, watch this.
Said no, that these people are trying to do whatever they can to appeal to Trump's whims because Trump doesn't understand that trade deficits aren't subsidies. Well, not.
People in my circle group, hey, I say quite often, right? They would liken this much to the oil field, right? Or working on.
God, I didn't realize how much fucking time we spent on just talking about whether or not we can fucking trust some experts, dude. What's up, Israel Rivera?
Refinery. And basically they would say, hey, everything's good in theory until you get an engineer that thinks they need to put a bolt on the inside of a tank with no door on the exit. And I'm like, okay, yeah. So it sounds like what you're saying is all these things, theory, X, Y, Z. And then when I look at this at the micro level, I go, that doesn't make sense to me. All these things you're saying, if someone's adversely working against me, I need a way to check them. Right, I need a way to guarantee there's a way to offset my stuff. And it seems like, hey, on the basic ones and twos.
How many times did I already saying this thing we can discuss this, but I just want the concession of free trade is good first. I just want that concession. Can we just talk? Can we? I just want that. I just want that concession. I want that concession so bad. That's all I want to talk about right now. Then we can talk about the best ways to get there. Well, we might not even disagree. Who knows? We'll never find out because we'll never get there because you guys won't concede.
How this works, right? If X is more expensive here, it's going to be more expensive here. Yada yada yada. Much kind of like what Pentuple was getting at. And whenever you're saying these things these experts, engineers are supposed to be experts, but maybe sometimes they should be talking to the welders about how to put the stuff together, or hey, maybe they should be talking to the plumbers or the guy on the ground, the electrician. And it kind of feels like you're arguing this meta theory, but that theory doesn't match up to the day-to-day actions of what's happening here. What do you have to say to something like that?
Well, I mean, again, I'm happy to go
Keep
into
grinding it. I appreciate it. It's
some of these
real.
individual things and nail down on these specific points, but you guys don't like when I do that. And like,
Go ahead.
we're-
Go ahead.
You don't know how to do
To
it.
answer your question specifically, right? Like,
Sure, hold on,
do
let
it
me answer,
the
we'll
way-
get back to you now. Yeah, go ahead.
if you're talking about like I don't think anybody here would disagree that horizontal basically management is probably a good practice, right? Like you shouldn't just be in your ivory tower just like refusing to, so stuck in theory that you're refusing to look at the world around you. But look, as somebody who, I've spent a lot of my time in both environments, right? Both in the practical environment of applying my education, but then also in did a lot of education myself. This is just a concern that's pretty universally understood. Like, I in my experience, sure, there's a lot of people who might say, I don't know, like, what's the point of working in business? Or, I don't think I need to do that. Or, who gives a shit what some welder thinks or whatever. Like, there's an amount of elitism in society. Obviously, that's true. But I would also say that, which party and which political movement is more likely to engage in horizontal management, right? Who's more skeptical of hierarchy, right? Who's more willing to say that there's a solidarity between workers, no matter, what function they serve? It's people on the left, right? I mean, this is leftist rhetoric, right? I just don't typically hear a lot of genuine elevation.
That's interesting because also you think about for the left, you would like more big government, and you also seem to be pretty against establishing another agency.
Well, it's so fucking stupid, man. Like, I kind of brings up a good thing, but like, thanks Israel Rivera for the sub. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. It's obvious, so obviously, you're for big government. No, I'm for the government doing things that I think are net benefits, okay? The government can do things that aren't that isn't a net benefit. I'm obviously not for the things that I think the government can do, but wouldn't be net benefits. Obviously, that logic works. I don't know what this.
And the government's power. How do these two go hand in hand here? Then, it's the reverse of what I was concerned about with the Republicans.
Why do you think it's contradictory to say that the government should have more responsibility, but we should also manage things more horizontally and power sharing? I mean, why is that contradictory?
What does horizontally mean? Are you talking about like state governments at this point?
No, more for the worker, the lower.
No, everyone's input. It's not efficient. That's why.
Well, obviously you
It's
can't
only
have
big government
total
if they don't
horizontal
like it,
democratic
yeah.
management, but Gibbs is talking about that's not what Gibbs is talking about. Gibbs is saying like, hey, shouldn't you have some amount of input from people on the line and from people who don't necessarily have Ivy League degrees? And of course I think that's true. But I don't know. I mean, like when I look at Trump's inauguration,
you don't
right?
find
Really quick,
go ahead.
if I could just when I look at Trump's inauguration, right? I don't see a lot of plumbers and carpenters and people who work on cars. I see billionaire after billionaire after billionaire who I don't know if there's a less in touch group of people than American billionaires, right? I mean. Democrats are guilty of this too. I'm significantly further to the left than Democrats are, but I just don't think a cabinet filled with billionaires is more likely to basically be touching grass than the opposite. Like career professionals who we might say have some expertise in what they're talking about, right? I mean, just look at who Biden appointed versus Trump. Like, I feel like there's a serious technocratic sort of difference between the two groups of people.
The problem isn't how much money the people have, and I think people are so focused on the fact that these are billionaires because we've somehow demonized billionaires. Like, oh, they got to pay more money and they should be paying for all this stuff. It's not about the billionaires. It's about what they did to make those billions, right? If you look at a lot of these people, they're not. Some of them come from generational wealth, but a lot of them are entrepreneurs. And they come from, you take Vivek Ramaswamy, for instance. Vivek Ramaswamy, highly intelligent, built a wonderful company.
It's so dumb that she doesn't even address like any of the points Econoboy made. It's just like, why are you demonizing rich people? Why are you demonizing entrepreneurs? Like Econoboy's point was like, Democrats seem to be more likely to engage in horizontal. He's an empanada. He made him dumb. Yeah, I know. It's Democrats seem to engage in like horizontal decision making a lot more than Republicans do. Trump's administration has like 14 billionaires in it. A ton of billionaires are in Trump's inauguration, okay? And she's just like, well, but, and he said like, obviously, this point is obvious. There aren't many people that are less in touch than American billionaires. You're already in one of the richest countries in the world, and you are literally the top 0.01% of a country that's already the top 1%. Like, no one is less in touch than them. But she doesn't address it at all. She's just like, well, the left demonizing rich people and entrepreneur, like dog.
But intelligent, and he's kind of jumped into it. But the thing that they all have in common, for the most part, most of them, they're not politicians. They're not career politicians. That's where the trust is eroded. It's not necessarily with elites. It's not with billionaires.
So
it's not
true.
It's with the looking down on the average person, one. And then also, it's the people that have made a career in politics. Those are the people that the American public has lost trust in. They want something new and something fresh, and that's what Trump has brought to the table with the people that he's appointed. And we've yet to see, it will be determined on whether that's a good decision or not. But as you said, we're going to trust them to put the right people in place.
Let's go back to something that came up earlier, and I thought that was pretty interesting. Because this kind of reflects that dynamic that I was kind of trying to get at. Where to me it seems like the left is going against something that it usually would want, which is why don't we talk about tariffs, funding universal basic income? That seems like something Republicans
so
behind.
fucking dumb, Gilby.
To me, it seems like the left is going against something they usually would want, which is
2-3 tariff-funded UBI.
why don't we talk about tariffs?
Gilly. Dude, it's so
universal basic income.
how broken is your brain if I mean, your brain isn't broken. Well, no, your brain is broken. Your brain is broken if you have a high conviction take on it and don't understand it, which Pentable does. That you don't even know what a resource rent is. Pentable does not know what a resource rent is, okay? Yet he is such a high conviction on tariffs, which he also doesn't know anything about the fuck about tariffs, and resource rents, that he believes it would be more efficient to use tariffs to raise revenue, which is already a way more distortionary tax than a resource rent tax. And then you add foreign retaliation on top of those tariffs, and they get even worse. Like, dog, your mind is broken.
That seemed like something Republicans could get behind. Other countries paying for it. Hey, that sounds good. But y'all seem to strike that down right off the jump. What were your thoughts on that? Let's go with non-fun to start here.
I mean, if we want to do a UBI or any government spending, there's more efficient ways to raise revenue and there's less efficient ways to raise revenue. You know, Conway was talking about socializing resource rents. Those are basically, unearned economic payments, right? Like, to say, would it be better to fund a UBI with, like, resource rents and land rents, or with a DBCFT, which also, by the way, makes foreign countries pay? Like, that's just absurd to me. Tariffs are not an efficient way to raise revenue. Like, that's the big issue.
Pentable.
I think it sounds kind of sick. I've generally been against universal basic income because it just sounds like redistribution of wealth. But if it's coming from tariffs and I'll open that door.
That's true, big strong.
That'd be kind of sick. Maybe that can work, but I don't know.
Listen, redistribution
that seems like a fever dream.
And Pentable, okay?
No, wait, I also just want to make tariffs. But I would be in favor if it turned out.
We don't understand in terms of who pays tariffs.
Or Mad Lad. Jesus, I can't read.
Paid by U.S. consumers, even if some of the incidence is on foreign nations, right? Like, the money goes from U.S. consumers through the treasury or the importer.
You just say that.
I should have said, I even clarified here the importer, but he just hyper-focused on, well, the consumer doesn't always pay because sometimes the company eats the tax. Like, no, I'm obviously just, the way they're talking about it literally makes me think he doesn't understand that the people in the U.S. pay the tariffs. It sounded like he didn't understand that.
That depends on the tariff and on the product.
Well, I understand the incidents.
The other variables.
No, that doesn't.
What's going on here, Lil? I am mad at people, so I'm reviewing a debate where I got mad at people.
Depend on the tariff. The incidents will depend on the tariff, but like in terms of who is actually paying for it, the money
it depends if the
comes from
company
US.
decides to pass it off or not. And if they decide to pass it off, that's going to worsen their market position, which I argued earlier is equally advantageous to us.
If
Let's
whoever,
get out of here.
On top of that, if you're talking about combining that with reducing
I should have insisted on
the
finishing.
amount of taxes the American people have to pay, I don't see why.
Because, like, where obviously people in the U.S. pay tariffs, so you're not like reducing the amount people pay. You're just changing the distribution, probably from a progressive tax like income tax to a regressive tax like tariffs. Dog, kill me, dog.
There would be a problem there.
I
If you're
guess
talking
so.
about just doing the ERS and leaving it at that, and it's like, okay, now we're going to have all of these tariffs, and we're not going to do any tax cuts. You're still going to pay exactly the same amount in taxes that you're paying right now. That's not something I think any of us would get behind. It's essentially
Again, most people pay more with tariffs than income tax because income tax is progressive. Tariffs are regressive. The bottom quintile of Americans basically don't pay tax. They don't pay federal taxes because they're so low income, or not even like so low income, but like they're low relative income.
raising taxes. But in the combination of lowering it, that's a different story.
I'll address that a bit in a second. I just want to be ultra clear, Pentable. I'm saying whoever imports the product, the money leaves their bank account. The U.S. dollars leave their bank account and goes to the treasury. If it's a business that imports the product, they may pass that added cost onto the consumer. They may eat that.
Yeah, and
cost
it worsen their market
profits.
position.
Well, I don't.
And they lose their market position.
God, it's so infuriating that he just doesn't address the point at all. It just says something completely unrelated.
I don't dispute that, but
They
we
have
do
to raise the
agree.
cost. They lose demand on their product, like I was saying earlier. These are basic economic principles, and you love to throw out all that professor non-con.
In the U.S. that pay the tariff, right?
Soft spot.
I just need.
No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Anyway,
it depends, because if they pass off their price, then
wait,
people are going to buy less of that product, and the extra price is priced in when we have our manufacturing to take advantage of this.
Okay, to respond to what Azza said, again, tariffs cannot raise that much revenue. They're going to raise, even universal tariffs, assuming no.
What happens in the next 3 years
The
when you're
market participant is basically smart.
wrong,
Exactly.
and JD Vance is running in 2028, and the tariffs work. You're just like, I don't know why you do this to yourself.
Continue responding. Tariffs are not going to raise.
You're just going to kill your own credibility over it.
Hold on.
How much revenue do you think could be generated by
How does the student even think it's going to be? The debate was super frustrating to listen to. The conservatives kept conflating economic experts across fields that are totally unrelated, i.e. not trusting economists because they're cool. I know, Ben Brody. It's insane. It's insane. They don't respond to my points at all. They refuse to engage with me. Thank you, Ben Brody. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why I don't usually review debates. But oh my god, kill me, dog. It was so fucking stupid. Like, because again, I don't have to cite experts. This is not a complicated thing. You don't need experts for it. You don't. It's not that hard. I can explain it. I can explain it to you. I will spend however long it takes explaining these things to you. Any point I make, I will spend time explaining it to you. But they don't let me do that. They refuse. They get so. What we smoking on? Your mother. Owned. But anytime I get into a specific point, they're like, is your channel politically based? For the most part, yeah. I mean, I game sometimes, but yeah, basically everything I upload is politics. Sometimes you just live stream games as well, but anytime I try to drill down on a specific point, they're like, you want to focus on a specific thing, and I'm like, yeah, yes, you don't, yes, dog, kill me.
Bringing steel manufacturing back to the United States.
That's actually a good question.
That would probably be a net negative revenue because the number of oh, it's so funny.
Bringing steel manufacturing.
I'm not gonna waste. You're gonna kill your own credibility.
This is such a good. I love this. I didn't even do as good as I could have. There's another thing I could have brought up. But
you think could be generated by bringing steel manufacturing? Back to the United States.
Yeah, even if tariffs work, you're just like, I don't know why you do this to yourself.
Continue responding.
You're gonna kill your own credibility over it.
Hold on.
How much revenue do you think could be generated by bringing steel manufacturing back to the United States?
That's actually a good question.
That would probably be a net negative. So I explained here, it almost certainly would be a net negative because you harm American manufacturers because I went into like for every one steel producing job, who was this debate with? So this guy was on my team. His name is Boy. He's based. We love Boy here. Okay. This guy is a Twitch streamer named Pentuple. This girl is named Azure Baby or something. I keep forgetting. But she doesn't really stream. She just runs a big company, I guess. This is Gibbs. He's a moderator. He hosted a panel. He's another Twitch streamer. I think, well, depending on how you define popular, probably the highest average. Well, Boy's hard because he doesn't stream that much, but he gets a decent amount of viewers when he does do his rare stream. But yeah, this is Admiral Gibbs. Because we appreciate Gibbs. We don't agree with Gibbs, but we appreciate him. Okay. Because the number of jobs that use steel versus produce steel is 80-1. So for every,
what do you think it could do for certain areas that are incredibly.
God, I was so. I'm so glad she said this. Dude. What? But what do you think it would do to certain areas? Okay, you acknowledge that has to be a loss for everyone else, right? You have to acknowledge. Please acknowledge it's a loss for everyone else. Everyone is paying more for steel, including manufacturers who use steel as an input, whose factories are made using steel, who produce things like I don't know, fucking everything uses steel, like fucking computer mice that have steel in them, okay? Computers made out of steel. They're steel in them. Like, dog, obviously. And then, by the way, the steel tariffs, I think I agree with Gibbs. The steel tariffs that Trump did raise revenue. What are you yapping about? Tariffs. They did raise revenue, okay. About it's something like $35 billion in revenue. Do you know where 92% of that revenue went? It went to bailing out farmers who were hurt by the retaliatory tariffs that yapologist, that is from me, for real, that China put on U.S. farmers. This is the total government revenue from Chinese imports. It's 60 billion, over 60 billion, and most of it went to payments to U.S. farmers. Trump repeatedly insisted China pays the tariffs. This claim is false. Tariffs are paid entirely by U.S. importers. His advisors, this repeated no claim is false, tried to defend him. And the tariffs by arguing that China pays the tariff indirectly through currency depreciation and lowering export prices. These arguments are also false as well as illogical, blah, 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 blah. American farmers indeed laid claim to nearly all tariff revenue, which now totals $66 billion. In 2018 and 2019, Trump authorized payments to farmers of $28 billion to offset their losses from Chinese trade retaliation. This year, the farmers struggling under the twin crisis of trade war and a pandemic, bailouts have been way higher. Trump promised angry farmers another $19 billion in April and $14 billion in September, bringing his bailout to a grand total of $61 billion. Like, dog. So not only, again, assuming no retaliation, steel tariffs would probably be a net negative in revenue. Okay, probably be a net negative. But with the retaliatory tariffs, they're even higher. It's obviously going to be a negative. What do you mean? What do you mean? How much revenue are we going to bring out with steel tariffs? It's going to be. Remember to hydrate, dog. Don't worry, I have Monster Energy. What do you mean, girl? It's obviously going to be a net negative because you're harming 80 other jobs.
Where they do a lot of steel manufacturing.
Yeah, but you acknowledge everyone else is losing, right? You have to acknowledge everyone else is losing there, right? They have to pay more for steel, and all these businesses in other areas have to pay more for their inputs. Acknowledge that, please. I need to hear that come out of your mouth.
I don't know enough to be able to get into.
Come on.
So fucking stupid. I don't know enough to be able to get into it. Like, dog, what are you doing here then? Why'd you bring that up? Why would you bring that up? If you don't know anything, why are you here? You don't even need to know anything. Obviously, you know that. Obviously, if tariffs raise the price of steel, everyone else loses. You protect steel in the U.S., sure, but everyone else loses. People are paying more for steel. Do you live in a rural area, mostly agriculture and mining production here? I live in a relatively rural area. I think technically just like last year or 2 years, the last census they did, I guess 5 years ago now, we just finally got upgraded to technically being an urban area, but like we're barely up to the census's definition of urban, and that's not even where I live. It's just an area around me. What's a tariff? A tariff is a tax on an imported good.
I want to come back to that.
I asked a question. I'm asking a specific question about the revenue. How much revenue do you think could be generated? I mean, when you boil it all together, it's going to give jobs to people in those areas, right?
Yes, but at the cost of other jobs. At the cost of 80 other jobs.
80 other jobs.
80, for every one job that produces steel, 80 jobs consume steel. So for every one steel job you protect, you're hurting 80 other jobs. Some of those people are going to lose their jobs. We have a study on this. Not that you guys care about the empirical evidence from Justin Pierce to disentangling the effects of the Trump steel tariffs. You should all read it. That found that tariffs actually reduce net employment because of this very thing. If you tariff a good that businesses use for their products, that just acts as a tax on the business. Okay. You're taxing the business, so they reduce hours in employment.
All right, so I want to go to Econoboy. Then I'm going to come back to what you just said here, but I want to go to Econoboy, and then I'm going to say something after that. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, on the UBI point specifically, I just think that what's more helpful is not necessarily to talk about, like, oh, the dedicated, I don't even know, like, necessarily the framing on the UBI point specifically, but it's not necessarily useful to talk about, well, could we use this money for a certain thing, right? I don't think that's as useful as saying, if we want a UBI, how much do we want it to be? Let's just say that we want it to be $100 a month, like, to start out.
I guess I should probably make
point specifically, I just think that what's...
Acts as a tax on the business. Okay. You're taxing the business, so they reduce hours in employment.
All right, so I want to go to Econoboy.
137.22. I'm
going to come back to what you just said here, but I want to go to Econoboy, and then I'm going to say something after that. So
I funded UBI again.
Yeah, I mean, on the UBI point specifically, I just think that what's more helpful...
Can we get a desk pop? What? I don't know what that... I don't know what you are asking for. A desk pop.
Well, it's not necessarily to talk about, like, oh, the dedicated, I don't even know, like, necessarily the framing on the UBI point specifically, but it's not necessarily useful to talk about, well, could we use this money for a certain thing, right? I don't think that's as useful as saying, if we want a UBI, how much do we want it to be? Let's just say that we want it to be $100 a month, like, to start out. Okay, we want $100 a month UBI for people because we think UBI is a good policy. Well, to non-fund's point, it's just like, well, what's the most efficient way to fund that, right? Alaskans get the equivalent of about $100 a month, again, from the things that I've already mentioned, you know, the sovereign wealth fund that Alaska has, essentially. I think that's a lot more efficient. To non-fund's point, again, you know, we can look at revenue estimates for, you know, universal tariffs, right? And again, we know that universal tariffs would have very bad effects aggregately on the economy. So to Abby's point, obviously some people in some regions are going to be positively, you know, advantaged, like people that work in steel or people who work in aluminum or just like any domestic industry, let's just say, that's competing with foreign actors, right, are going to be advantaged. But everyone pays the cost of that. And what's stripped off the top of that, not just the cost that people are paying in addition because they have to pay more for the...
Like, there's such a fundamental misunderstanding how tariffs even work. Like, I want to hear exactly how they think it works. Like where and Jessica, when enforce a tariff? Yeah, I don't know. Don't ask Reddit. They weird. Real.
Price of goods. Is that a lot of profits are just being distributed to wealthy shareholders, right? Domestic shareholders are getting a lot of profits, in association with that. And sure, some
desk pop. What is this? And has anyone had a desk pop before? Gun. r/guns. I have no clue what the fuck this is.
that gets remitted to the state in the form of taxes on like capital gains, income taxes, but it is net negative, right? And even if we take the money from tariffs, it's just a trivial amount of money. Like if we took all the money from tariffs and just distributed it to people in the form of tax revenue, it's just a very small amount of money per month. You know, again, there's just better ways to do this. There's better, like, if the goal is we want to compete with foreign, manufacturers, there's better ways to do that than tariffs. If the goal is we want to punish foreign manufacturers, well, I mean, strategically, Trump isn't promising that. He's promising universal tariffs. If the goal is we want to socialize basically rents and profits from foreign manufacturers, there's better ways to do that. If the goal is we want to do UBI, there's better ways to fund it. There's holistically better ways to do like all of the goals that MAGA people have for raising tariffs on a bunch of goods are simply better accomplished by other means, right? They're simply better accomplished by other means.
What are those other means?
God, I say DBCFT here because, like, Econoboy. I don't think he's watching because it's 5 a.m. I love you, Econoboy. I love you, Econoboy. Econoboy, you're wonderful. Okay. But most conservatives are going to hear Sovereign Wealth Fund, and they're going to hear you explain it, and they're going to think socialism evil, bad, socialism evil, bad. You can maybe get conservatives on board with a DBCFT. I mean, a DBCFT was proposed by the Republicans in 2016. I assume I fundamentally agree with many views. That's fine, but I'm subbing for the alternate perspective. I appreciate it, Mad Light Corn Dog. Hell yeah. Thank you for the sub. Eventually, the notification will pop up. It's very delayed on YouTube, but eventually it'll pop up, and you'll see a funny twerking black man. Okay. But what was I saying? Oh, I mentioned a DBCFT here, but oh my God, thank you, Econoboy, for taking the lead here, because holy shit, if he can't understand a sovereign wealth fund, which is literally just like the government. I mean, they can get the revenue multitude of ways, but like the way they do it in Norway, they have a nationalized oil company. The oil company invests its profits in stock indexes and other funds, and that appreciate. Those go up in value over time, and it can be. I mean, it's used to fund a few different things, I think. But if he can't understand that, there's no way he's going to understand me saying, we have a tax on the cash flow of a company, which allows for the immediate full expensing of investments. Like, there's no way he'd be able to get that. And like, all the things with like tax credits. If you have a negative cash flow, well, maybe we give you a tax credit that can then be carried over to the next year. Like, there's no shot he would understand that.
Okay, no, everyone, just give me a second here. Quintuple. You literally must be trolling to say that we haven't mentioned other memes. You must be a.
This is me. You can hear me typing. This is me spamming Econoboy in DMs. www.
Dumbass to say, I've just not been listening this entire time. I refuse to repeat myself. No, it's probably hard to keep up if I had such a fucking small brain like you do. Jesus Christ, Quintuple.
Foreign companies are making massive profits in our country. How are you accessing that money to get some of the revenue out of those profits that they're making?
Okay, so I will repeat myself, I suppose, for the fourth or fifth or sixth or seventh time. No, it's clear you have problems understanding. That is clear to me at this point.
It's 5 a.m. here for me. It's just about to reach 5 a.m. I appreciate you stopping by, Mad Light Corn Dog. Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Glad you came in. Glad we chatted.
Or 6 times. Quintuple. If I can explain it.
I told him he needed
companies,
to do this. Okay.
They have this thing called stock. That's the ownership of companies. When you own a company, you own stock in a company. Do you want me to explain? I'm trying to give you the simplest, most brain-dead version I can possibly give you, okay?
Every foreign company that's doing business in the U.S. onto our stock exchange.
So
is that what you're...
Oh my God, I don't understand how broken his brain is. You're trying to force every company onto the U.S. stock exchange? Like, what? How does that follow at all? No, he's just saying buy stock in companies. What do you mean? They don't have to be on the U.S. stock exchange, even though, guess what? There are foreign companies on the U.S. stock exchange. That is a thing that exists and happens.
That would be an answer.
Crazy.
Let it answer. Yeah, let it answer.
So stock exchanges.
Do people think foreign profits are bad? Yeah, I didn't. Maybe the more I look back, the more I think I should have done this. I should have just asked. Wait, hold on. They're making profits, foreign profits or whatever. can we agree that they're only able to do so insofar as they benefit the U.S. and people in the U.S. demand their goods and services? Can we agree they can only do so by benefiting the U.S.? Like, do we agree that we also benefit here? I didn't really think of that in the debate, and then like I had a whole conversation with CTV about it, and it became a shit show. But the more I look back, I should have just been like, wait. You keep like why? Like, we can agree that we're benefiting, and I guarantee you what they would all Pentapple like would have said is, whoa, but they're getting a lot of money and we don't tax them. And I'm like, okay, wait. But we agree that we're benefit. We don't tax. Okay, but overall the U.S. still benefit, even if we could benefit more from taxing them or whatever. Like, let's say I agree with that. Let's say presuppose that we agree that we are benefit. Like, it'd be horrible. But it's 4 a.m. It's 5:01 a.m. where I am, Henry. Okay, I'm in a superior East Coast, so get fucked. Hey, there we go. It finally popped up. It's so delayed that he's gone now. But Mad Lag Corn Dog, thanks for the sub. Okay, my headphones just tell me they connected to my phone for some reason, but they're good. Jeez. Anyway. Yeah, I know. Maybe I should have asked him. Do we think companies make any profit is bad? Yeah.
All right. What I talk here, but let him go ahead and answer. Yeah, you asked the question. Let him answer it.
All right. So, stock exchanges are open, liquid markets. Anybody who has money can enter into a stock exchange and buy stock, and there's not really much problem with that. So, if America wanted to take tax revenue, like from resource rents, like I've already described, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Inferior East Coast and based in Texas. Why is everyone fucking in Texas, man? Superior East Coast, okay? EST is the best time zone.
10 times during this debate, and use that money to purchase the stock of foreign companies or domestic companies. There's a shitload of foreign companies on stock markets, either in their country or, in fact, this is going to blow your mind. There's foreign companies that are actually operating on U.S. stock exchanges. Now, that's probably an alien concept.
You
can take tax money and you can purchase stock, and then the government, which is to say the people, because we live in a democratic country, now has ownership of stock.
So foreign companies, business in the U.S. on the stock market here.
Payments and buyback payments, and that money, we can take all that money that private shareholders make, we can take that money, that very same pot, and we can just give it directly to people like they do in Alaska and in Norway and in many thousands and thousands of other examples of publicly owned investment funds. This is not a new concept. It is not unusual. It is in fact a fairly trivial thing for governments to do. Now, does that explain is that an alternative that you can understand?
The only hole left is that I don't understand if you think every company is on the U.S. stock market or every company should be. So, require that.
As I said.
He has no brain cells, man. He has no brain cells. First of all, even if Economically didn't specifically explain it, you should have a basic understanding of how stock markets work, man. You should understand basically anyone can buy shares on a foreign stock market, right? I mean, I guess sometimes you'd have to do a currency exchange, but like, you can purchase stocks on the French stock market exchange. Like, I mean, it's presumably, multiple stock market exchanges even within France. Like, and they can purchase shares here. Like, what do you think foreign investment? What do you think the financial account surplus that I always try to yell at you about Pentuple is? A lot of that is people buying and selling stocks. Didn't even get to talk about the balance of payments in this debate, unfortunately, believe it or not. But Economically literally explained it. He literally just said, like, hey, there are foreign companies on the U.S. stock market. We don't have to force them on the U.S. stock market. Some of them are already there. And also, there are a lot of foreign companies on foreign stock markets, and you can just buy stock from them. Like, he explained it already.
We don't need to force foreign companies to do anything different because stock markets are open. You can take money and you can buy things on either domestic or foreign stock exchanges. You do not need to do any radical reorganization of how we do the stock market. Does that answer your question, Pin? Are you going to say in 10 minutes that we haven't explained alternatives and that, I don't understand, there it is?
So if the foreign company isn't on a stock exchange, how do we deal with this company? How do we deal with that company in your answer?
To answer your question, how does a company get bought if it's not on a stock exchange? Well, that's a great question because not every company is on a stock exchange.
We're going to buy every foreign company?
Like, yeah, that's exactly what I said.
God, it's so funny. He got it. That's exactly what Economically said. We're gonna buy every foreign company. That's what a true socialist would do.
No, you're, Temple, that's what I said. That's what I said. We're going to buy every
You saying we're
foreign
going to buy
company.
shares of them, stock in them? What are you saying?
So, as I said, we're going to buy shares of foreign companies or domestic
And we're going
companies
to force them
that
to
exist.
sell us these shares?
No, in fact, because stock markets are so liquid, there's always shares available for purchase. Literally always. I can go on Robinhood right now, and I can
You think
buy
the government
stocks.
could go into
And guess
China and
what?
buy up
When I buy a
companies
stock on
because of that?
Robinhood, I'm not holding a gun to someone's head and forcing them to buy stock. I'm just buying a share that's open for sale because that's just how things work in this country.
Right,
You
so
know,
what
like,
about a
it's pretty
company
normal thing.
that is a foreign company that is not on any stock exchange? Not every
If
company
a
is on
foreign
a stock
company
exchange.
does not want to sell its shares, the U.S. government can simply buy other shares for sale because there's like billions of different shares.
I can't follow what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Okay.
You can't follow.
Did you guys follow? Did you follow what he was saying?
Everyone shut the fuck up. Not fun understanding.
I'm lost to join late. I mean, you should have been able to follow what just happened. But this is a debate that I had about tariffs, and basically, you know, they were like, we need to do tariffs because we need to tax foreign companies. That's not really how tariffs work in the first place. Tariffs tax people in the U.S. a lot more than they tax foreign nations or foreign companies. Also, the U.S. benefits from trade with these people. But a kind of where it's like, hey, if we want to share foreign profits, maybe we should do a sovereign wealth fund where, you know, we take money from either like, you know, consumption tax or socializing resource rents and invest that money in domestic and foreign companies. This is what Norway does. There's other examples of publicly owned investment funds, but Norway, I believe, has at least the biggest relative to their GDP or, you know, relative to their population, certainly. We should just do something like this. And Patuple cannot follow. That's such an alien concept to him. He cannot follow it. His two brain cells cannot handle it.
Can I actually follow what he was saying there?
I know very well what he's talking about.
Okay, Abby shaking her head yes. Gibbs, did you understand what I just said?
Abby, can you bridge the gap of understanding?
Okay, so all four of us understood exactly what the fuck I'm saying, and you're the dumbass.
Help me find the hole.
I understand it. I just don't
Agree, yeah, I understand, agree, I understand.
income. That's
But you
where
understand
I-
it, right?
Yes.
You can conceptualize what I'm saying, you know? Yeah,
And you don't have to. Here's the gap. You don't have to be able to buy every single
What's up,
foreign company
Toastfire?
to have a market like the largest market share. You can just go to another company and get rid of them. I mean, you dump them in the market. This is where the gap is.
Let me try bridging the
But
gap.
I don't agree with needing to do that because I think universal
the gap
basic
is?
income is actually detrimental to the health of the American people. I
This was so funny, man.
think it would be awful for the health of the American people. It would lead to rampant depression and anxiety without purpose.
Why don't we already do
People
this?
would-
First of all, there's no Pantufle stuff. Like, why don't we already? If they're just so good, why don't we already do it? Like, dog. What do you mean, dog? There are a lot of good things that we don't do. There are a lot of good things that we do now that we didn't do before. Like, this happens. How time works. Like, what do you like, dog?
I pay for.
Person in 1864. If it was good to ban slavery, why haven't we already done it?
I got all my bills
That's a
paid
whole
for.
bunch of
We
reasons
deal with that now. People get their bills paid for and they go great, and then they don't want a job, they don't get a job.
There's also what she's saying is like an objection to UBI. UBI like is a way more contentious issue than fucking tariffs. Okay, you can make pretty good arguments against a UBI, right? Like there are there are a lot of good alternatives to UBI, right? there are, in terms of raising revenue, there are a lot of good alternatives to tariffs, and even in terms of manufacturing, there are good alternatives to promoting American manufacturing. There are good alternatives to tariffs, but there are a lot of like things that are very similar to UBI, like welfare programs that you can make an argument for being preferable to UBI. There aren't many things that are very similar to tariffs that you can make the argument are like preferable to tariffs. But her argument is it's one I've never heard before. First of all, the things about like depression, there's no evidence for. All the evidence I've seen actually suggests the opposite. That mental health actually improves when people are given unconditional cash transfers.
And then they wait.
She has nothing to back it up. It's just conjecture.
They don't take care of themselves. They don't seek medical attention. They sink into.
Literally, I've not seen a single study ever that suggests that health outcomes, physical health outcomes, are worse due to UBI. We've done a ton of studies on this, both in the U.S. and in Africa. Health outcomes almost always get better. I don't know if there's anyone that doesn't even find no improvement in health outcomes. Health outcomes are almost always better. people seek more treatment. They have more,
Depression because they don't have purpose. So universal basic income is a very slippery slope.
Well, let me try to
Why don't we already do what you described? Why don't we already do that?
Policy
does.
aren't doing the things that are good. We're doing things bad currently. I suggest a change in policy.
Also, Norway does what he wants to do. Alaska does what he wants to.
And it's different on smaller, and that's the thing. It's talking about scale. When you scale certain things, they don't always work on a very large scale. In Alaska, it may work because Alaska is dark for a lot of that time. You may not be able to work, so they do need to supplement income during those dark periods. I know a lot of times there's certain businesses that shut down in Alaska.
Alaska can do UBI because it's dark. I don't even know how true it is that a lot of Alaska shuts down when it's dark. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of businesses that do so. I'm sure there are also the majority of businesses that don't do so. But really, this is that's the big reason why it's working in Alaska is because it's dark. There's no sun for half the
during the dark season. So that universal basic income can help. But that's not the case across the United States. You have areas where large swaths of people would just decide, since their needs are met, they have no reason to have a job, they have no reason to do anything other than sit and watch TV, and then we slowly spiral into idiocracy.
We don't really see this in the evidence either. We see some studies find a little bit of a reduction in employment. Some studies actually find an increase in employment. But you almost always across the board, the reductions in employment are found in new parents and in students and in the elderly. Those are people we probably shouldn't want working anyway. We don't really want people to be working until they fucking die, right? It's probably net benefit for society to have some people, retire when they're 80 years old and their bones are aching, okay? It's probably good to let parents spend time with their newborns, okay? And their toddlers. It's probably good for the parents. They probably enjoy it. The child, not only does the child enjoy it, the child is probably going to have better outcomes later on if that's allowed to happen. Students probably also want them focusing on their studies. A big reason why people drop out of college is because they don't have money. They're financially stressed. And they spend too much time working. This is a good way to solve that. And also, the student issue, if you really want students to work or whatever, just raise the age for getting a UBI to 25 or something. There's no reason that a lot of UBI proposals are at the moment you're 18. If we really have an issue with students getting a UBI, then just raise the age to 25 to get a UBI. So that way most people are done with college already, or raise the age to 21 or 22. That's probably still a benefit for society. It's just
looking forward to the great garbage avalanche of 2095.
Well,
so I think we have to give people a purpose.
Let me just try to come back a little bit. Yeah, I mean that what the temple's asking.
I'm not going to pretend to understand something. I may have missed a point that I needed, but I genuinely don't get it.
I don't think actually. I think to be fair, I understand what Econo was saying. I don't know that he actually answered the concern that I think you're trying to ask. If this is not what you're asking correctly, but let me try to address this. And this is kind of one of the things I've repeated non-far a few times is, all right, there are situations where, yes, from an economic standpoint, I can see the free trade thing, all free trade being good. Listen, I'm pretty open-minded. I'm pretty laissez-faire. Whatever. I don't really like regulations. I don't argue regulations are, taxes of their own kind of thing. Free cost consumers. It's a whole different. I'm pretty with y'all. I don't like a lot of government interference. I mean, I brought that up. Now, the issue I'm having though, and maybe this is the issue that Temple's trying to articulate, is when I see somebody and I guess China's the real big example, is when their government plays unfairly, right? They have a company where they say I go put Gibbs Corp in.
And now we're back. Now we're back to this.
The issue I'm having though,
what to do about unfair trade or trading practices.
Maybe this is the issue that Temple's trying to articulate, is when I see somebody and I guess China's the real big example, is when their government plays unfairly, right? They have a company where they say I go put Gibbs Corp in China. They're going to go, okay, we signed you to a 30-year, 50-year thing. After 50 years, all your trademark technology now belongs to us, or your trademark product, or whatever, and you have to share a majority shareholder position, or a, wherever, maybe we have full ownership, or whatever, but it's a clearly unfair deal to where the Chinese government gets over, and then they basically open up your direct competitor next door, and they put you out of business using your IP, or using your method, or using your exact product. And these countries, they don't play fair, and they have advantages in that case. So whenever we're a government, whenever y'all say, oh, free trade, let it happen, I do have some of the concern of what I think the Temple was trying to get, where it's okay, you're saying this, and this makes sense, but you're not acknowledging that these are sometimes malevolent actors. Is that what I mean?
No, I mean, again, like, I think Nonfun and I would agree that, you know, again, like, free trade is like an ideal, right? It's like, okay, like, ideally we would get there someday, you know, with some level of integration. I mean, again, like, take the United States, for example, right? Like, you know, originally we were 13 colonies, highly skeptical of each other, and we literally created complete free movement of people and capital across borders. That's the United States, right? You know, again, there's no friction between going from, like, Texas to New Mexico, right? And so we can't obviously do that with China for various reasons, right? Like you said, the government has, you know, we have reason to believe that the government of China is not acting in good faith. The Chinese government obviously probably has reason to believe the same about our government currently. And so there's reasons to think that we can't just immediately just like, oh, just get rid of all tariffs, open borders, you know, kumbaya kind of situation, right? But again, like, I think that that's really the criticism foundationally of Trump's trade policy is that he, in terms of China specifically, right, I think having a tough on China stance is good. I think Joe Biden continued a lot of that stuff. He doubled down on it, in fact, with a lot of his investments in domestic manufacturing.
There's also, we moved to closings like right after this, so there's no, and didn't get to go into this at all during the debate. But also, you know, there's like, if you want to combat China, targeted tariffs are a lot more effective than broad tariffs. I think No Opinion is a really good article about this because things like you lead to less exchange rate appreciation, so you can actually lead to, you know, reduce the trade deficit more, or at least reduce the trade with the goods that you actually wanted to reduce trade with more via targeted tariffs and with broad tariffs. If you just broadly tariff everything and exchange rates appreciate a lot, that's going to cancel out a lot of the effects of tariffs, and people are going to keep buying, say, batteries from China because the price actually didn't go up that much. You know, that would maybe that happens if you tariff everything from China at 10%. But if you were to just tariff batteries at 100%, well, exchange rates wouldn't appreciate that much. People would just buy other shit from China that isn't batteries. That's preferable if you don't want to get batteries from China, you probably don't want that. But we can. I mean, it goes into like, you can actually reduce a lot of specific dependencies, like, oh yeah, the intermediate goods as well. You avoid with targeted tariffs, like. And then you only want to tariff certain countries as well, because, like, you know, if you don't want to trade with China, it makes sense to tariff China. If you don't want to trade with China, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to tariff China and Vietnam, because then there's not really any benefit to moving production towards Vietnam, right? If you tariff just China, well, people are going to say, hey, if we just move to Vietnam, we don't have to pay the tariff anymore. People are going to start demanding those tariffs in Vietnam. That doesn't happen if you just tariff everyone. You probably don't want to do that, right? Like,
country. And Trump's probably going to do a lot of the same thing with China. So China specifically, like, I don't mind a tough on China stance, even with regards to trade policy. But Trump, again, is not necessarily promising, hey, I'm going to be tough on China. He's promising universal tariffs, even on, like, Gibbs. I mean, he was asked the question on the first day of his presidency. He was asked about tariffs. The first thing he mentioned on tariffs was tariffing Canada. Canada is literally, I mean, if there's a country that's the closest ally to America, whatever country that is, like, it almost certainly has to be Canada. Like, why are we trying to extract concessions from Canada? If anything, we should be doing the opposite, because we have reason to believe that Canada will work with America in good faith, right? That many other European countries or Australia or these, you know, basically the developed world, the Western world, would do those things. So it's just not a fitted policy coming out of the Trump administration. It's blanket. It's total ultimate skepticism. And I don't think that that's right, because we just don't have reason to not trust many governments across the planet. You might say we have reason to not trust most governments. You might say we have reason to not trust many governments, right? Especially China, North Korea, and Iran, all these places. But that's like standard conservatism. That's not what Trump's offering. He's offering like ultimate skepticism, even with countries that we're supposed to be integrating with, not closing our doors to.
Well, all right, that's a good segue into this next part, which I think we're about to do closings. I got another panel I have to run in a moment. So let's go ahead and do some closings. We'll start with Pit Temple, since you kind of
I think I already have. I mean, well, I can just fit it, jam it in.
Eloquent speech right there, whatever monologue. Right, let's go to you, Pit Temple.
We'll watch the closings. But I am good on the chaptering.
Let's go non-fun. There you go. Give us closing thoughts and who you are, where to find you, what you do.
Open Temple's not going to hear me insult him. I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, all my predictions seemingly came true. You know, I said that they were going to hyper focus on like localized cost. They did that. Azure did with the steel. Azure Baby Your Name did that very evidently. Refused to even answer for net benefits. You refused to even answer if there was any trade-off between amount of revenue brings in versus how much to bring manufacturing back. Like, they refused to engage with like my direct argumentation, like I predicted. They deflected to, you know, having this discussion over, you know, what experts believe. I mean, I feel like we did a good job refuting that as well. I mean, most of the arguments they gave were like debunked in real time in front of them. People can't even track what a sovereign wealth fund is. You can learn more on how to debunk them at my Substack non-fund.blog. There's a few posts about tariffs on them. Pentel should read it. If I were to call any of my classmates in like my high school economics class, they would see the flaw in Pentel's arguments. He wouldn't even let me. He will ask me a direct question like, if tariffs can help certain companies, why don't they bring manufacturing back? And he won't even let me engage with that question to answer. Even though I mentioned exchange rate appreciation, intermediate goods. There's a few other things too, but there's no point going into them.
Good one, Eric P.
At the end of the day, there's just much better ways to raise revenue. Even if we want to like tax foreign nations or whatever, Google what a DBCFT is. Okay, you can find me at non-fun on YouTube.
Do you think you Googled what a DBCFT is?
420 on Twitch. There's a lot of other tariff debates I do. They're all on my YouTube channel. Go check me out.
All right, thank you so much, Pentuple. Tell us who you are, where you're at, and here's your closing thoughts.
I'm Pentuple. I'm on Twitch, and I guess just watch and learn over the next 4 years, bros.
Fantastic. Abby, tell us who you are, what you do, and closing thoughts.
Yeah, so I'm Abby. You can find me nowhere because I'm Ghost. Thanks. So, other than maybe X, I post on X occasionally. So, I think what really boils down to is tariffs aren't all bad. I know that we've talked a lot about universal tariffs and the thought of universal tariffs.
What? That was my position coming in, that tariffs were always all bad all the time, 100%.
But Trump's not advocated universal tariffs at all. So I don't know why we got.
So you could literally just lie. You can literally just lie. You can just lie. You can just lie. You can just lie. There's even more evidence of this now. But like this is just from my notes. Oh, 2024 GOP platform, our trade deficit in goods has grown to over $1 trillion. Republicans will support baseline tariffs on foreign-made products, passed a Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, and respond to other unfair trading practices. Trump claims that his own platform, Trump says that this platform is his own platform. He calls it Donald J. Trump's Republican Party platform. Agenda 47, Trump announced to pass his America First trade plan to replace the disastrous Biden system of punishing domestic producers and rewarding outsourcers with new pro-America system of universal baseline tariffs on most, technically it says most foreign products.
Ow.
What?
How are you still here?
I'm a slow watcher.
I got out of bed to come talk to you because this is crazy.
We're going to have 10 to 20% on foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years. Trump said Wednesday, we're going to charge them 10 to 20% to come in and take advantage of our country. I do like 10% for everybody. The problem with the 10% is some countries are much bigger abusers than everyone. January 20, my first executive order, so I'll sign necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada 25% tariff on all products coming over. And then I should update this because he's only doubled down on that ever since, especially on the Canada-Mexico thing. Literally his advisors anonymously spoke to the Washington Post. It was either Washington Post or Wall Street Journal, and said like, "Oh, the actual plan is just to have tariffs on some strategic goods." And then when Trump read that, it was like he posted on Truth Social, "The plan discussed in the Wall Street Journal is fake news. I will be doing tariffs on all products, not just strategic ones." Like, and then if he doesn't, he calls trade deficits subsidies. If he's calling trade deficits subsidies, he clearly has a fundamental misunderstanding of trade. Why would we think, like, he thinks that he doesn't really care about strategic goods. He cares about trade deficits. He cares about all trade. Like,
into that, but selective tariffs can be good in certain situations. And when it comes to the ERS, having that really localized and having experts in place that can really focus on it and make sure that we're getting the money that should be coming into us, so that we're not just pouring money out to other foreign nations, I think would be a great.
Also, she doesn't understand how the balance of payments works either. I don't understand why it's so hard to get. Dollars can only be spent in America. Definitionally, as a matter of accounting, the current account deficit is equal to the financial account surplus, because dollars can only be spent in America. If a country is supplied dollars via a trade deficit, they invest those dollars in America. They invest those in America because you can only spend. They can't pay their taxes in dollars. They can't pay their neighbor or the grocery store in dollars. They buy U.S. stocks and bonds. It's not that hard to understand. We're not sending money overseas. It comes back. It definitionally has to come back. By definition, anyone can Google this. And it's so easy. Not that I'm muted, so all I can see is crossing out. Dollars always come back to America. I mean, actually, technically, I'm doing more research on this because I'm in the process of writing a blog post. I know, Ben Brody. I know it's not that hard. So like there are, a certain amount of dollars technically don't come back because like a small amount of dollars are used for like fucking drug dealing. Okay. And like the drug dealers are using dollars for illicit activities that, so they aren't technically investing money in the US. I mean, eventually those dollars actually do almost certainly end up back in the US. It's not like if you track that dollar for 100 fucking years. What's up, Jeff? Thanks for the noses, bro. I am in fact not Jewish, by the way. If you're actually a dollar for 100 years, you probably end up in a fucking US stock and bond eventually. But the balance of payments technically only tracks ownership. So like even that drug dealer owning the dollar is still like reflected as like an outflow on the financial account or whatever. But it's not what we're talking about. I know, but it's not. I don't get it. I love crashing out about the balance of payments. Okay. Interesting though, yeah. I feel like it was in one of these. If the recipients of the dollar keep that money in cash or at the bank rather than investing it overseas, that would still represent an outflow in the financial account. The money need not actually do any, or it should be anything. Do anything, as the balance of payments is not about the location of money, but about its ownership. But also, like, how do you think we get the foreign currency used for the trade deficit? You have to get it somewhere. You get it through people investing their money in the U.S. It's not that hard to understand. That doesn't go overseas. It's a dollar. Dollars spent in America. Okay. Anyway. Fucking kill me, dude. It's so annoying that I didn't even get to. God, that's a point that I didn't even get to bring up, even though I should. I don't know. This is a closing statement, so I shouldn't. They didn't say the words like money leaving the country, but like, oh my God.
They failed to show why that wouldn't be more efficient to have a specific company doing that. They just fall on tariffs and why tariffs are bad, but that's not really the question. The question is really around the ERS, and it's clearly going to be a thing. We're clearly going to do the tariffs, so it's not a question of whether we should or not. It's a question of how best can we do this, and I think we were able to establish that making that really small agency would be able to make it more efficient, so that the Customs and Border Control can really focus on what they need to do in regards to deportation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, and thanks for being here. Always good when a friend comes in handy and helps you out throughout that panel. John Boy, take it away. Closing thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know. I guess it is a bit of a bold thing to say that Trump is kind of a dumbass and doesn't really know what he's doing. But I mean, whenever I see Trump talk about policy issues, I just really don't see a sophisticated understanding. And I never do, right? I mean, insofar as he's playing a character,
it's not, Convoy is right. But also, Trump is, like, worse on trade than other policy issues. Like, that's not, like, it's so obvious that he has a fundamental misunderstanding of trade. The fact that he constantly rants about trade deficits being subsidies and like all these other countries taking advantage of us, and saying that like tariffs are gonna protect all U.S. jobs and everything. He clearly has a fundamental he clearly like has some like zero sum fallacy when it comes to trade. Like dog. What are you doing, dog?
Is he always playing a character? Like, is he like the fucking what was that famous troll actor from a long time ago? I can't remember. He was like a comedian who would troll people.
That's so true, Ava. Ava
Cotto. Yeah, character even in real life. Yeah,
like I don't, maybe I guess he's in the WWE Hall of Fame. Like maybe that is what's happening. But like, I don't know. I guess
there is an argument for that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess overall, I just have a lot of reason to be very skeptical of Trump's policies and his trade policy and his immigration policy specifically. I do think that if he engages in a policy of universal tariffs, or like massive tariffs, like near universal tariffs, I have reason to believe that that'll make things just like worse, period, right? People will pay a lot more money for the goods that they would ordinarily buy. There might be shortages of things, not that there'll be starvation or anything like that, but you might have to change your consumer habits, right? Like maybe things are much more in season than they used to be, right? And I mean, that's something that I think is kind of counter to what he promised, right? Which was to bring down the cost of things, which was to increase the level of plenty around us. I mean, that's what I worry about. And I think I have a lot of reason to be worried about that being an impact of his administration. I think that insofar as those things don't happen, it's insofar as people can convince Trump to not to do the things that he said he's going to do. We just have to wait. We're only 2 days in. So ironically, I haven't heard much. I heard a lot of news yesterday, but not today. I don't know if he took the day off. Maybe he's like a 3-day work week kind of guy. I don't know. But I haven't heard much news about what he's done today. Anyway, that's my thought. I hope you guys enjoyed the debate. Like talking to all you guys. Kindofboy.substack.com for my writings and Kindofboy on YouTube. Live and learn 3 wonks, all that stuff. Had a fun time, Gibbs.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. And it was great. Yeah, so once again, this is our first 2 panels. We're about to be talking about 15 minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick and grab some water and whatnot. We're going to be talking about where the Nazis actually socialists or not here in a moment. The next panel is going to be exciting stuff. A little bit more discussion based, a little bit less debate really. But thanks for all y'all for joining, and y'all have a good rest of your night. Thank y'all. Woo!
It's so... Dog kill me. Hey, remember when I said I was going to watch the fucking Jubilee video today? Yeah, that ain't happening, guys. Yeah, that ain't... Yeah, it's 5:30 a.m. Yeah, that ain't happening. That ain't happening, guys. Pentuple is the biggest idiot on Twitch. That's why he refuses to 1v1 me about anything. I've offered debates not just about tariffs, but about other things as well. If Azerbaby wants to 1v1 me, she's more than welcome to. Maybe I should DM him. Or DM him. Oh my god. Money does not leave the country. That's not how the balance of payments works. Anyone who says that doesn't understand a thing about economics. It should not be fucking on a panel about tariffs because I don't understand macro economics 101. Anyway, okay. I love streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. Head over to Ken Not Ken. Jesus. Kill me. Thanks everyone for stopping by. You people on YouTube Shorts, I appreciate it. People on regular YouTube, I appreciate it. What's up with this guy? What are you doing here?
You know what the worst part is?
Yeah.
It's like, first of all, my macro professor did say all these things. He made the mistake. Like, look, my university is not like an econ university, but there's a lot of socialist propaganda in universities in Israel, okay? And he's like, imports subtract from GDP. She's just totally false. Like, any university in the U.S. hopefully will make it clear how that's not at all the case. I mean, there's a good video. What was it? Like, some 5 common mistakes every person makes in economics or something by an economist.
What the most misunderstood equation in economics?
You know the one though, right? Yeah, that video. Yeah, something like that. So, yeah, that was a good video. He explained it very well.